money on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is July 13th. It is 2:32 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, and I appreciate each and every one of you. Oh, I thank you so much for being here with us today. It is a warm summer day here in the Bronx, New York. And we're going to have a wonderful conversation, I think, on many of the issues that are going on right now. Yes, we'll be talking about the Epstein list and what does that mean for MAGA? What does that mean for America and the Trump administration? We'll be talking about what's happening in California, the ongoing ICE and immigration raids. We'll be talking about the U.S. economy and some of the policies that will be affecting not just the United States, but around the world. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, and most of all, we will be talking with you about the issues that matter to you, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in free speech, and that is not just for those who are American citizens, but for everyone in the world, because you make the difference in the laws in around the world, and so we think you're a critical part. So whether the internet overlords enjoy it or not, whether or not any government loves it or not, we appreciate you, and we are going to be able to have that conversation with you. You can reach us, as you can see, many of our guests are already doing so. Like user has been banned, first one up today. You can reach us on YouTube, on Twitter, on Rumble, on TikTok, a couple of other sites as well. And leave your comment. Of course, you can also do a super chat or a Rumble rant to get more attention, get my attention faster, and we'll answer any question that you have about any of the issues that are going on. And if you think at any point that there is a subject or an issue that we're not covering that we should, please let us know and we will address that. And of course, this is a conversation. So it doesn't matter if you agree or disagree. It only matters that you respectfully speak with us, and let's have the conversations because they matter. So I see Tony's joined us, and that's over on Facebook. On Rumble, we have Dow Grimm with us. Thank you all for being here with us. Let's see. User has been banned, said, what did he say here? Listening while I, where is it? There it is. Listening while I pack up and leave a non-free state. You're moving. User, where are you moving to? Is it within the United States, going somewhere else in the U.S.? Please let me know. Let me see. We also have a couple of other comments here from Tony. Tony's like, I got the black book and I posted pages on TikTok and got banned instantly. Well, if the Black Book refers to a certain man named Epstein, I'm not surprised. There seems to be a lot of interest in government to shut down all that discussion. And of course, that means that since I will be talking about it, my channel will get suppressed. So please like, share, subscribe, because we're going to do what YouTube, Google, the media, many politicians don't want us to do. We're going to have the conversation that the nation is having at the water coolers, around your dinner table. We're going to have those conversations. Mind you, not yet. The Epstein files, the Epstein list is going to be a little bit later in the show, but we're going to have that conversation. And I want to hear what your feedback is on that. Absolutely. Some people may not agree with me on this, and that's okay. But let's have that conversation, even though the internet will punish this channel and will suppress us, if not try to delete us. But we're going to have that conversation. Now, that being said, I do want to mention there's a few things. For if you are new to the channel, want you to know we appreciate you as much as our all of our fans already existing. We thank you for taking a moment to join us, whether it's for 5 minutes or 5 hours. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. We look at how did we get to here and where we will be going forward. And we do provide and will be providing links to everything that we are speaking about so that you can go back either after the show or at any time and make your own decision to see the sources and then make your decision, because we believe you're intelligent and you have agency and we're going to treat you like adults. Now, that being said, Grace says, cannot hear you. Oh, okay. It was Grace. All right. Thank you, Grace. I was just checking. Like everyone else says they can hear me. By the way, we're doing something a little different today. It's only on the YouTube channel. There is in the chat a poll, which I'm happy for anyone to take a look at. The poll says, and I want to read this off, is what is your biggest concern between now and the year end? Over the next 6 months, what is the major concern that you have? Is it the U.S. being involved in a war, the U.S. economy, jobs, and inflation, the elections of 2025 and or 2026, or crime and immigration? Right now, there is a tie between crime and immigration and the U.S. economy, jobs, and inflation. Those are right now the two biggest. They're tied at this moment in the online poll, but I look forward to hearing what you think, and that poll will be up throughout the entire show. We'll see. By the way, ask your friends, ask everyone to, after you vote, ask your friends to come in and vote too. Maybe there will be more people who will be speaking about this, and hopefully we'll get some politicians to pay attention. Let's see. Tony, be careful with your dogs. Make sure your dogs are okay. All right. And user has been banned, says he's going to be going to South Carolina. South Carolina is a nice state. A lot of people like that state. So, and I've heard it's doing well economically. So do let me know how that move is. Tell me how you enjoy it. I know a lot of people are leaving New York State. The number one state everyone's leaving is New York. Number 2 is California. And I think number 3 is New Jersey. Notice the coincidence that these are all bluer than blue strongholds in America, and everyone's running away from them because they're failed. They're failed states. But that being said, okay, we'll go on. Let's see. Grace has a question. She says, what is the political analyst? What is it that political analysts say? It's the economy, stupid. Well, that's what the poll is saying right now, but that doesn't mean that's going to be the final decision. There's a lot going on with immigration. There's a lot going on with crime. There's a lot of people who are concerned, like with more Zoran Mandami in New York. Is that a trend? Are we going to see more socialist candidates in elections throughout the entire nation and in 2026? Is America moving to the left? And is that a reaction to Donald Trump, or is that because of college indoctrination? There's a lot of factors here. So I advise people, tell me what you think. And by the way, that helps me reach out to guests on the program, to reach out to members of Congress, some of them that I know, and I have their phone number, to get them involved. The more people who are active, the more I can go to those politicians and say, hey, answer this. The public wants to know, what are you doing about these issues? And that could be in New York City races. I'm trying to get Curtis Sliwa to do an interview. There's a couple of other local races that I'm trying to reach people, but I'll reach out to members of Congress too. I have no problem doing that. Or members of any state's legislature. I'll reach out to any governor. If we have the numbers, they will respond. So let's try and get to 5,000 subscribers, get 5,000 responses, and I can get one of these elected officials onto this program. Okay, that being said, let's see. What is it? Grace says that blue states seem to keep getting bluer. They do, because free stuff. That's the whole point of Zoran Mamdani. He's offering free stuff. You're going to have a free store. You're going to have frozen rent control is going to be frozen. He's going to create all these new houses. He doesn't mention how he's going to pay for any of this. He doesn't mention what happens when you have government running various private businesses and institutions. He's never actually lived in a socialist nation. I have. I've lived in Moscow in 91. I was there during the coup. I saw what people were living with, and I can show you, I can tell you about what happens when the government is running a grocery store. It's empty 28 days out of the week. You have substandard service, and the food is lower quality. And by the way, something that I thought was really interesting was, I saw this recently, and it's true. The profit margin for grocery stores, something that Zoran Mamdani won't tell voters, and you may want to share this with other voters in New York. The profit margin of all these corporations, it's not 20%, it's not 50%. They're not gouging you. They're not even making 10%. It's not even 5%. The profit margin on the average grocery store is between 1% and 3%. If they're making 3 to 5%, they are doing astoundingly well, and they're price gouging you. That's what the norm is. I'm a former broker. I've done these numbers before. You can go to any economist, and they will tell you, if the grocery store is making between 3 and 5%, they're probably gouging you in the prices. The average for the entire industry is between 1 and 3%, which means for every $100 you spend, they make $1 to $3 in profit. Now, the thing is, you buy a lot of stuff every time you go, and people are constantly going to the grocery store, so that's how they make their money, on volume. Not because of any purchase, but because you make a lot of purchase on a regular basis. So if Zoran is trying to make things, he's going to make it so much better for everyone. You're going to save an average family, let's see, you're going to spend about $200. The average family, I think the number is about $200 to $300 a week in groceries. So you're looking at saving $6. $6. That's what Mamdani is going to do. He's going to spend $60 million to open up grocery stores in New York City that'll be run like the DMV. And you are going to save $6 a month. Well, no, that would be a week, $24 in a month. That's what the average American family in New York City is going to save, $24 a month. And he's going to take $60 million of your money out of your pocket to save you $24 a month. Does that make sense to you? See, that's the secret about free stuff. The Democratic Socialists always like to hide it because they make it sound great. It's free. They never look at, and on the back end, the consequence, here's how you're paying for it. This is what you're really going to get in terms of the service. And if you don't believe me, you go, Mike, but you're a Republican in 1991 in Russia. That's a long time ago. Fantastic. Talk to anyone who has lived in a socialist communist nation in the world that left that nation to become an American citizen or came here illegally because their quality of life is better here. Ask any of them, and they will tell you No. Yeah, they make the promises. That's not what you get. And Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialists of America, they're no different. The DSA is no different than what we saw in the Soviet Union. They're no different than what we see in China today, in North Korea today, in Cuba today, in Venezuela right now. They've all made the same promises. It never comes true. But I'm a little bit off topic there, but thank you, Grace, for bringing that up. Dow says most times it would just be the economy, crime and immigration, and the corruption now active within that has a direct effect on the quality of the economy, mostly negative. Yes, but there's some other things going on with the economy, like the Trump tariffs, which we'll be talking about in a moment. Mike Bowie has joined us. Oh, Mike Bowie. Mike says, that's all New York City needs is a Muslim mayor. You know what? I don't care about his religion. I'll be very direct. I don't care about the religion or the color of skin or the gender or the sexual preference of any politician. Could care less. It is, unless it has a direct impact on their policy, how effective and efficient they are, I don't care. As long as they're effective and efficient, I don't care if they're single, they're married, they're gay, they're straight, they think they're a toaster. I don't care. I don't care if they're polka dot or black, brown, yellow. I don't care. Now, if Zoran Mamdani is allowing his religious beliefs to affect and to interfere with public policy, then I am concerned. Now, I haven't heard that per se. Now, I do know Zoran Mamdani did say that he had no interest to go to Israel. Well, that's a good thing, because there's no reason for a New York City mayor, a city mayor of the United States, to go to a foreign country. They have no reason to be there. It's not part of their job description. It doesn't help the people in the city they are there to govern. So I agree with him on that. But if his attitude is, well, I'm going to punish as an extension of his religious beliefs, not just people who are tourists from other countries, but those in the city that have different religious beliefs than his own, then that's a problem. And I haven't quite seen that, although some of the things he has said are troubling. He does seem to have a religious bias, and that could be a problem. But that's for individuals to say, and we haven't had enough questions directly asked of Mamdani to make that clear. But in general, I don't care about religion. Again, that Liberty Lady's here. Hey, hello, D. I didn't know you were here. D says, this smart guy has a saying, quote, when given, I know who she's going to quote. She says, quote, when given no plan versus a bad plan, people pick the bad plan, which is a direct quote from my good friend, Larry Sharpe. And as many people who know the program know, Larry Sharpe is a libertarian. He's run in the past for governor of New York. I've known Larry for a little over 9 years now, and almost a decade. He's a Marine like myself. Actually, he's a little bit younger than me, but we're almost the same age. And by the way, Larry had a birthday yesterday. For those of you who know of Larry Sharpe, do reach out to him this weekend and send him a message, say happy birthday. He just had his birthday, so good for him. And Larry he's a good friend. We sometimes agree, sometimes disagree vehemently, because Larry is a libertarian, and I am, of course, a conservative Republican. But sometimes we agree. And that's one of the things I do agree with. Dee brings up a great point, and I do agree with Larry on this, that, you know, when there's no plan versus a bad plan, people pick the bad plan. But I do think Curtis Sliwa has a plan, and Zoran Mamdani has a plan, and it is a bad plan, but the news media won't tell people what the other plan is. And that's where the problem is. So again, we get to 5,000 subscribers, I get 5,000 likes, I can get Curtis Sliwa to come on and explain his plan that I've heard him speak about 4 times this year. I want to get him in a one-on-one conversation. I can't do that without your support. So please do like, share, subscribe. Okay. Mike Bowie says, look at Ireland and London. Yes, I am familiar with Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, and I am familiar with what's going on over in Ireland. But again, that's foreign countries. Again, it's about the specific individual. That being said, let me move on. So I did, just for the new people those who are new to the channel, let me explain that normally in the program, even though we'll be taking your comments and questions throughout the entire show, but what I like to do is focus initially on any breaking news that has come out. We then go into international policy. How is America affecting the world? How the world is affecting America pretty directly, one-to-one. What are we doing in terms of wars, trade, all of that? And then we go into, we usually take a break about 45 minutes. I will be playing something from earlier this week on the Wednesday Roundtable, a panel discussion I have live every Wednesday at 8 p.m. with the Liberty First Foundation, which is on the Epstein list. I think it's very important, very emotional. And then we come back and we'll be talking about domestic issues, including the Epstein list, the reaction and fallout from Wednesday, and we'll be talking more about that. So that's the general format for people who are new to the channel. Again, in between there, though, you can always like, you can share, you can tell me, Mike, I agree, I disagree. You can tell me, Mike, I think you've got it completely wrong. I'm happy to hear those comments. We will address that as we go throughout the show. Grace does mention Curtis Lee was getting coverage on conservative talk radio. I hope you get him here. I've met Curtis Lee now about 4 times this year. I've covered him at various events about 4 or 5 times this year. I do believe I've talked to his people. We do want to get together and have the conversation. We'll see. Hey, I've gotten members of Congress onto this program. I've had congressional medal winners on this program. I've had federal national vice presidential candidates on this program. We get people on. It's just a matter of the audience. It makes it easier. But we'll see. So I did want to start off talking about something I thought, this is some breaking news. It just came out, what was that, today? Just a few hours ago. And you'll see that this is from Politico, that the EU has, the United States, Donald Trump this week, and more importantly, yesterday, announced that there are going to be 30% tariffs that will be hitting the European Union, England, and Mexico starting in August 1st. 30% tariffs. Now, these are the tariffs. If we remember back in March, you first heard about the tariffs, and the mainstream news media told you the world was ending, that you were going to lose all of your money. The dollar would be bankrupt. The United States would go bankrupt, and everything was on. And they told you sell every one of your investments right then and there. This is March going into April. Sell all your investments because Trump is going to destroy the economy. And they were wrong. They were wrong. And everybody who sold based on the fear-mongering of the mainstream news media, you saw for about 3-4 days, the stock market went down as people were absorbing, trying to figure out how is this going to affect business. And most importantly, because the markets move because of feelings, of emotion. They're hyper-reactive. If people are upset, the markets are hyper upset. If people are happy, the markets are hyper happy. I know this. I was a broker for almost 10 years. I can tell you every day I saw this. And so we saw that initially there was a downturn. And then when everyone started, all the business CEOs, the businessmen, the economists really looked at the numbers, they said, it's really not that bad. It's not great short term. Long term, it's fantastic for America. It's great for an America First policy. It's America becoming self-sufficient. And so then the stocks came back. And if you had sold, you lost money because of fear, not because of the economic policies. It's kind of the opposite of what we saw under the Biden administration. We had Bidenomics, and we were told by the mainstream news media, everything's fantastic. Everything is going great. Meanwhile, you saw double-digit inflation. You saw at the peak 22% inflation under the Biden administration. And they were telling you, no, it's only 22%. It's okay. It's fine. The economy is going to do fantastic. Keep voting Democrat. That's what the news media told you. Back in August of 2022, we told you America had gone into a recession because we had. And that's why the Biden administration changed the definition of the word, of the meaning of recession, so that Biden didn't have to say we were in a recession, and Bidenomics was working. It was working fine as long as you change the definition of the actual economic terms. So you can't go by the news media. They have a bias and they have a preference on what they want you to believe. So we saw a little of that this week, and we're going to hear more of this next week because of these new announcements as of Saturday. But here's the thing. Trump's winning. The EU they were planning to put out a tariff against U.S. goods starting on Tuesday. They pulled it. They just came out with the announcement just before we came on to the program today. They just came out. The EU president came out and said, nope, not going to happen. They are not going to put a tariff on U.S. goods. They're going to wait until at least after August 1st, after the Trump tariffs take effect, if a deal isn't made before then. See, here's the thing that the news media doesn't like to talk about here. These are tariffs if these countries don't make a deal. They already have unfair trade with the United States. They've been taking advantage of us, kind of like with NATO, where the NATO countries were taking advantage of us. The United States was paying for all of their defense. We paid for everything, essentially. We were paying something like 90% of all of the bills in terms of defending all of the NATO countries. That would be Europe, that would be England, that would be Poland, Sweden. We were paying for almost all of it by ourselves. And so they had extra money to spend on things like in France. Well, they would just give away everything because they could be socialist. Why? They were using our money to pay for their self-defense. So since they didn't have to pay for that, they had money, extra money to give away to their people. But that's unfair to us. And so the Trump administration said, no, you have to pay, and you should be paying 5% and not the United States paying that for you. And now NATO did say, okay, no, you're right. It is unfair. Because Trump said, well, the answer is, we don't want to pay for your self-defense and our own, not all of it. You're going to pay your fair share or we won't help you. That was a threat. It worked. And NATO, all the countries in NATO and most of the EU said they're going to increase their national self-defense. They're going to kick in their own money to pay for their self-defense up to 5%. The only one who said no was Spain. Okay, but that's most of the countries. That is a massive improvement, saving your money from going overseas. I know a lot of my libertarian friends love that. That's less U.S. money going outside the country to protect other nations that have nothing to do with us. I mean, really, what does Germany's self-defense have to do with the United States? Not much at this moment. Not much. So this is positive news. It's going to get buried because you're going to see CNBC and CNN and MSNBC. They're going to come out and they're going to be, oh, the tariffs, doom and gloom. The economic ceiling is falling. America's going to go bankrupt. Trump has destroyed all of our trade deals. They're going to give you the doom and gloom, the fear-mongering message. But the reality, as has been reported by Politico, and has been announced by the EU, the European Union, is no, they're backing down. They want to make a deal, and that's good for America. The thing is, economically, that doesn't happen overnight. It's not going to be like a switch and tomorrow you wake up and the economy's perfect. It doesn't work that way. Not under any president, including President Trump. So we have to have a more realistic point of view. The economists, brokers, businesses understand that. But the news media makes you feel like it happens overnight. It doesn't. It doesn't. So this is good news, but it's not immediate good news. It is long-term good news. And we will see how that develops going forward. But I just wanted you to understand that news just came out. And so we wanted to share that. Again, links to every article will be included after the show at the end of the live stream. So you'll be able to see this for yourself. Because I know the mainstream media doesn't want you to see this. They're not really going to tell you about the sources where you can find out information for yourself. That's what we like to do here. We like to give you the information because you're an adult, you're intelligent, and you can figure this out for yourself. There is something else that I thought was also somewhat breaking news. People have been hearing this about the last 24 hours or so. It may not be from the mainstream news media, but circling around social media right now, people are terrified that the Black Plague is back. And they're attacking RFK Jr. about this. They're attacking the HHS, the Health and Human Services under the Trump administration. They're blaming it on Trump. They're blaming it on RFK Jr. They're saying, oh my God, see, you guys have ruined healthcare in America. And now the plague, the Black Plague is back. That's what you're starting to see in messaging on social media. In particular, I saw that on Facebook. And it's not true. But the fear mongering is there. Why? There's a political agenda behind that. They want you to be afraid and say, MAGA, Republicans, Donald Trump, they're all evil. They have all failed you. RFK Jr., MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. It's all failed. So you have no choice. You must vote Democrat in 2026 or any election because they're the only ones who are going to protect your health. Otherwise, you're going to get the Black Plague. And it's going to be like the Middle Ages all over again, and everyone's going to die. That's the fear-mongering message that you get from places like the Huffington Post, the Daily Kos. You're going to hear that message on social media a lot because the people who are saying that to you, like on Facebook, they don't have to verify or give you any details. They can just say it's, RFK Jr. failed. RFK Jr. doesn't know what he's doing. And so we're going to all die. Vote Democrat because they have a political agenda. It's not the truth. Now, I wanted to bring that up because I want to show you the actual truth. What is actually the news out there that most people are aware of. So it is a fact that a man in Arizona died over the last 24 hours. He's in northern Arizona, and he died from the plague. Yes, the Black Plague, the bubonic plague. He did die from that. There's two types of plague. When we say the Black Plague, when we speak about the bubonic plague, there's two types. There's one type which is transmitted by ticks and fleas from rodents. Normally, that is the main transmission. There's another form of the Black Plague which affects people's lungs. That's the one that's really the deadly form. That's easily, you can breathe that in from someone who's infected, and it can spread very quickly that way. In terms of the one with rodents, and the one that's transmitted by fleas, well, that's a little bit easier. You can do pest control. You get rid of the rats, you get rid of the rodents, you'll get rid of the ticks, and that reduces your chance of getting the Black Plague. And most of the world has almost eliminated that form of the Black Plague. Although in some third world nations, in particular in Africa, the Black Plague due to rodent infestation is pretty predominant, even in the 2025, even in the 21st century. Plague never went away. It's always existed, and it continues to exist even right now. People just don't talk about it because it is almost non-existent. The numbers are incredibly small. So this article and the way it's being presented in social media right now is meant to make you terrified. Plague is back in America. The plague never went away. There's always been plague in America. That's just a fact. That's the truth. It's not like it's gone away. It's not like, oh my God, well, who could have known the plague would be in America? Because that has always been the factor and the truth. In fact, as we go through some of the stories, and this is some of the local news from CBS, and they said, oh, well, this is the first time someone died from the breathable, the lung version of Black Plague. It's called pneumonia. It's the pneumonia plague. And this is the first time someone died of that, not from rats, but because of the lung, the airborne version in 2007. First time. So plague has been in America under Obama. Oh, you didn't know that. Most people don't. It's not a significant thing. Now, mind you, one of the things I find very interesting about this, even though the man died from pneumonic, and this is CBS telling us this, man died from pneumonic plague on Friday. We know he was in Coco Nino County, which is near Flagstaff. And he died from the plague. Okay, we know that. Is there a concern here? We don't know. See, one of the things I find interesting is we don't know where this person caught the plague from. We don't know if this is an American citizen or are they an illegal alien. And I tend to believe, based on the way CBS News and the BBC, the way they're reporting this, they've hidden behind the family. The families, they're protecting the family by not releasing the name, the identity of the individual. What's their name? What's their nationality? Are they an illegal alien? Are they an American citizen? Are they a tourist? Who was this person? Did they bring the plague from their country as either a tourist, a legal alien, a legal migrant, or an illegal alien? Did they bring the plague from their country into the United States? Did this person catch it when they were in the United States? Were they a citizen always? And so it's just something in that region. We don't know. These are important questions that we would like to have answered. And CBS has more than enough people. They have 10,000 employees. You would think that they would be able to disseminate that answer to you, that they would ask that question. Well, is this someone from a foreign country or was this someone in the United States? They didn't ask that question. They don't want to tell you, which makes me think they know the answer already, that this was probably an illegal alien coming from a third world nation that does have a higher incidence of the plague than here in the United States. And they brought the plague with them into the United States. And they could have done that through, maybe they were part of a caravan, maybe they were an individual by themselves that entered into the United States. We don't know. Again, that's speculation. I want to be clear about that. I'm speculating on this person's identity and background based on the actual evidence that we do have, the facts that we do have at hand. And the fact that the news media didn't ask very obvious, very clear questions that they should have asked, because this is important. How else are we supposed to protect ourselves? Is this a new strain of the plague? Is this something that's in rodents that jumped over to human beings? Has this individual, were they running around Flagstaff, Arizona, spreading the plague to many other individuals? Or was it contained? Was this one individual? Were they part of a migrant caravan? Even though 95% of them have stopped coming to America, there's still some that are coming. Was he part of a group of, 50 people, 100 people, 1,000 people that entered into the United States within the last week, the last month, the last year? These things are important to know. News media has failed you because they don't have this answer. And I looked. Nobody is real. None of the news media. I showed you Politico. I showed you CBS. They are examples of what we are seeing across the news media. Excuse me. I showed you BBC and CBS. There is no answer on this. The journalists failed you, did not answer this question, and they should have. One thing I can tell you for sure, it's not RFK's fault. This has nothing to do with RFK Jr. This has nothing to do with Maha. This has nothing to do with the Trump administration. This isn't a problem. Realistically, this isn't a problem. Now, people are going to say, but Mike, it's the Black Plague. How can you say this isn't a problem? Well, let me explain. The fact is, and most of these articles don't focus on this. They kind of gloss over this bit of the information, which comes directly from the CDC itself. This is from the government and their data on the nation. So it's not me just saying, hey, I just think this is the answer. It's not just me making it up. This is the truth, the facts as they exist. And we know that on any given year, there are about 7 people who die from plague in the United States every year. Roughly about 7 people die. This is one man who died in northern Arizona. Is that unusual? No. Is that significantly different than what we normally see? Not really. This is in the norm. The news media, you didn't see that. That wasn't part of the headline from CBS. That wasn't part of the headline from the BBC. They're talking about the Black Plague. They want you to be afraid. So you don't vote. You have to vote for Democrats. RFK is the bad guy. Maha is the bad guy. That's what's being put out on social media. And they're leaving out, no, this is actually normal. We have a very big nation. There's a lot of rats in big cities across America. This isn't unusual. By the way, where do we normally see most of the cases of those 7 cases a year of plague? Where is it at? Northern Arizona, northern New Mexico, southern Nevada, and California. It's exactly where this guy died. He's in the most likely zone of America to have the plague. That's where he caught it, apparently, and died from it. And exactly where we would expect and predict that if someone was going to get the plague and they were going to die of the plague, that's probably where they were going to get it, and that's where they would die from. So, this isn't unusual. You should not be freaking out. And if you see this in any news stories, you go in social media, and again, it was Facebook that I saw this on in particular, why I brought it up. Because it was there, I wanted to make sure I'm letting you guys know. Don't be afraid. This has nothing to do with Maha. It has nothing to do with RFK Jr. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. This isn't a play. This isn't some kind of new outbreak that's destroying America and killing everybody. It's not. Now, again, I do think it's significant that we don't know about this person's history. Normally, if someone has the plague, you will have symptoms 6 to 8 days. Once you've contracted the plague, normally within 2 to 8 days, you start having symptoms. So that can be, you would think that if someone is getting those symptoms and they're visibly ill, like they have blisters on their body, difficulty in eating, drinking, breathing, if they're have a high fever, these are things that are indicators that you are sick at the very least. If not indicators of the plague, you would visibly be able to see that this person is not well. Why didn't this person, whomever they are, go to a hospital? Now, someone will say, well, it's because of healthcare, and that's why we need to have universal healthcare. We have to scrap this. We need to go to single-payer healthcare. That's just stupid, okay? Stop with the political sloganing. That's not it. You can walk into any hospital right now, and if you have the Black Plague, they will treat you right now. I don't care. Any hospital. If you're bleeding out in any hospital, you go to any hospital, they will treat you. That is part of the Hippocratic Oath. It is part of the policies of every hospital in America. Regardless of whether you're a citizen or not, you're bleeding out, you have the plague, they're going to treat you. Every single one of them. So you can't say, oh, it's because of healthcare. No, it's not. That's a lie. That is one of those lies that floats around social media that makes people think they can't go to a hospital when they are deathly and seriously ill and not get treatment. That's how people die. And that's a problem. So let's debunk that part right off the bat. This person could have gone to a hospital. It seems they did not. At least according to the reporting, they're not indicating that this person died in a hospital, that they were under treatment. So maybe it's the way it's being reported by CBS, the way it's being reported by the BBC. Maybe they've just failed in their job yet again to provide proper information. Or maybe this individual was an illegal alien. They were afraid to go to a hospital because they thought they would get deported, as they should be. And they decided to tough it out, and instead they died of the plague. Thankfully, it seems that no one else has contracted the plague, so they didn't spread it. Lucky us. But who knows? So I think that was important for people to know and to be aware of. Whether you agree with it or not, that's another thing. But again, I think by informing you, you're not going to be afraid because you have no reason to be. If you're in Kansas, you're in Iowa, you're in New York, Chicago, you're in Florida or Mississippi, you really have nothing to worry about. This isn't something to be terrified of. And if you're looking for someone politically to blame, well, that's on you because this isn't political. It really isn't. Grace has a question. She says, are you happy overall with RFK Jr.'s performance as the Secretary for Health and Human Services? At this moment, he's doing all right. He's fair. He's about as good as every other Secretary of Health and Human Services that we've had in the last 20 years. I mean, he's not exceptional, but he's not miserable. And whether the news media is looking for a way to blame him and make him the demon of every decision and every failure, just like they're trying to do with Donald Trump. But that's because RFK Jr. used to be a Democrat and he's not. So he's a traitor. So they have to embarrass him. They have to make him look like he's evil and a bad guy, no matter what he does, to justify why people should stay in the Democratic Party. He's an example. He's the punishment that they're trying to push out there. But that isn't the reality of what he's been doing. He's had some success, not massive success, but he's had some success in making our foods a little bit healthier, not perfectly, but a little bit healthier, a little bit more natural. He's working his way through and giving people options so that they can make choices and to be informed. I don't have a problem with that. So do I think that RFK Jr. is doing all right? Yeah. Would I vote for him as president? Absolutely not. I hate his policy as a presidential candidate. Absolutely. He's far too isolationist. His economic policies don't make any sense. He's absolutely a Democrat in terms of his ideology. But in terms of healthcare, he's doing a decent job. I have no problem with him. I don't know how everyone else feels about him, but that's how I see it. Let me see here. Let's see. User has been banned says, well, diseases are coming back because of illegal immigration. Again, as the data has shown us, it's not like the plague is coming back. It's already been here. And it's not outside of the norm of what we see on any given year. So I don't want people to go either way with the politics of it. Let's not make it more than it is. Now, there are questions in there that should be answered by the mainstream news media. They're not doing their job. CBS failed. The BBC failed. They didn't ask basic questions that we would need to know to find out whether our healthcare system, whether our local governance, the leadership, the elected officials in Flagstaff and throughout all of Arizona, did they fail the public? We don't know because we don't have the data, so we can't make that conclusion. I have to speculate and say, well, let's see, Arizona, high numbers of illegal aliens, third world nations tend to have more bubonic plague than anywhere else in the world. And I should say pneumonic plague, pneumonic plague than anywhere else in the world. So it's very possible that this person was an illegal alien, didn't get treatment because they're an illegal alien, and they caught it or brought it from their country. And we should be concerned about the other illegal aliens in that community because some of them may also have the plague, and we need to shut that down. Now, one of the great ways to shut down the problem is to get rid of those illegal aliens, deport them. But, Democrats, that's where many Democrats disagree with me on how to handle this. One of the ways to protect the public is to deport the illegal aliens, those who should not be here in the first place. Let's see. Users band goes on to say more hotels now have issues with bed bugs. Well, the bed bug issue is going back to 2010. That's been an issue for 15 years now. So same goes for other things like Hanta and others. Okay. When they sneak in, they are tested, which should be a thing. Well, one of the problems with illegal immigration is that you do see people who are illegally entering America do tend to have a higher incidence of many diseases and illnesses than we find in America. We're a first world nation. As much as you hear the left and many of the progressives out there tell you that healthcare is absolutely horrible, we have a great healthcare system. I mean, go to any third world nation, compare their healthcare to ours. You want American healthcare. You go to Cuba, you want healthcare in Cuba or America, you want American healthcare because it is far, far superior. That's just a fact. Could it be better? Sure. But it's not like, oh, it's terrible. We have the healthcare of Haiti. We don't. Let's be realistic here when we're talking about this. So, yes, we do tend to see that. And as an example, measles, mumps, and rubella, something that's basically non-existent in the United States, has had a higher incidence in the last roughly about 8 years. There's been a higher level, about 8 to 10 years. There's a higher level of measles, mumps, and rubella in the United States than previously. Why? Venezuela. Venezuela, when they switched to a socialist government and they failed, when their government collapsed because socialism doesn't work anywhere at any scale in the history of mankind, when it failed as we all knew it would, well, the public were no longer getting access to health care like they should be. And so they couldn't get basic things like basic inoculations against measles, mumps, rubella. So there was a massive outbreak. This has been covered by the WHO, the World Health Organization. It's been covered by the CDC. There are many reports on this. You can look for it yourself. It started in about 2018 when they started getting the reports that there was a 1,000% increase in measles, mumps, and rubella throughout South America. And it was all coming from Venezuela. People were leaving Venezuela with these diseases and they were spreading them either through caravans or because of refugee shelters and just their travel through these various nations of South America, through Central America, into Mexico, and therefore into the United States. Part of the reasons why we have higher numbers of these diseases now isn't because of RFK Jr., nor is it because we're questioning not just what's in the vaccine, but how many vaccines we give kids at any given moment. When I grew up, you get 1 or 2 shots at a time. That's back in the 70s. Kids would get 1 or 2 shots. You'd go back for a round of shots. You'd get 3, 4, 5 shots at a time. And then you'd wait a couple of months and you go back and you get more. Nowadays, we give them 1 shot with 20 vaccines in it all at once. And this is something I've said many times before. Guess what? There is no drug, no medication created by man in the history of mankind that doesn't have a side effect. They all do. So if I'm pumping up children with 20 different vaxes all at once, and every one of them has some degree of side effects, they all do. That doesn't mean that they're deadly, doesn't mean you can't have them, but they all do have some. And that means that with 20 of them all in the kid's body, all at the same time, affecting them all at once, the potential of those side effects having a greater negative outcome is increased. And we have seen that. That's not a bad thing to mention. That's not a bad thing for RFK, the HHS, MAHA to bring up. Maybe we should go backwards in time a little bit and say, okay, let's, instead of giving 1 mega dose of these medications, split it up. Give it a little bit more time. Let the kids adjust to it. Maybe that's a better system of delivery, and or maybe we need higher quality medications in addition to giving them more time. So again, this again goes back to Grace's thing about, is RFK doing a decent job? Yes. Is this a problem of illegal immigration? Yes. And it has been since 2018. We've known this. The mainstream media doesn't like talking about it, but we've known this. Again, WHO, World Health Organization, has reported on this. Many of the medical reports on this have been out since 2018. This isn't new news. They just don't tell you about it in the nightly news because it doesn't make you vote Democrat, because they want open borders. And you have to say, well, if I have open borders and there's more disease in the world and more of the people who have some of these diseases from these failed socialist countries are coming into America in larger numbers, there's more chance of disease in America. Why am I voting Democrat? This is why they don't tell you about this. It's just the reality. If people don't like that, I can't help you. But that is the real data. That is the reality of the situation. Grace mentions that she's more concerned about MRSA than the plague. No one should be worried about the plague. Again, it's not at this moment. There's no reason to have an overwhelming concern. Again, I'm telling you this not to fearmonger, but to defeat fearmongering that is being spread right now because of a political agenda. People are saying, oh my God, plague is back. It's because of RFK Jr., it's because of MAHA, it's because of Trump. And that's a lie. Anyone who says that to you is lying to you. Anyone who is pumping up the fact that this individual died of plague, and that's because of the administration, they don't know what they're talking about. Or more importantly, they do. They're trying to manipulate you. Don't fall for it. Let me see here. I'm just catching up on some of the comments that you guys have had. And I know there's a lot of comments out there. I love that we got so many comments. By the way, happy life. Good to see you. Continue to get healthy. Our audience is all behind you. Happy life had a stroke. He is recovering. We're happy to hear that he's back in the United States. He had been living overseas. He's back in the United States, so that's good. And he's getting health care and treatment, and he is recovering, which is also great. And we want to continue to hear you get better every day, Happy Life. Every time we have a show, I want to hear that you're doing better and better. Let me see. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just trying to catch up on some of the comments here. Dow says there are groups of doctors out there that are willing to prescribe antibiotic and antiviral kits so you can have something to react to in an emergency without with the failure of medical services. I'd advise people to look into those kits very carefully. and to be very well educated on medications, how they affect people, side effects, and how to administer any kind of medication. If you're going to do it on your own, you better be trained. You better have some kind of knowledge. Don't just randomly do it and say, well, take a couple of pills and you're okay. That's not the way you take care of things. So just because someone's offering you, saying, hey, I have a medical degree and you can take this kit and now make it all better. No, do your homework. Not saying the kit isn't a good idea. I am saying do your homework. It's not enough to just say, oh, I've got penicillin. Yeah. Do you know when you should administer it, how you would administer it, what you would administer it for, or as opposed to any other antibiotic or any other kind of treatment that you may need instead? Please, people, think it through. Don't just knee jerk when it comes to medications. And also don't knee jerk when the news media says, oh my God, it's all horrible. It's all terrible. Vote Democrat. Well, no, maybe there's a little bit more that needs to be done. And of course, Dal did say this doesn't replace getting medical attention, obviously. And you're right. But it is something that is an option for people. I love people having options. Absolutely. Let's see. User has been banned, says RFK would be bad for guns. And he's, oh, yeah, climate change. I know. Like I said, I don't like RFK Jr. as a presidential candidate. As a Secretary of Health, I think he does a decent job. Just gotta, you gotta know your limitations. What is it from Dirty Harry? Man has to know his limitations. That's from The Enforcers, if I remember correctly. The second Dirty Harry movie. Man has to know his limitations. And the limits for RFK is Secretary of Health and Human Services. It's not president. Nothing bad about that. Although I have heard some rumors that RFK is thinking, some people believe RFK may try and run in 2028 as an independent candidate again. I don't think he will. I don't think that would be a good idea, but I could be wrong. Let me see here. Just catching up on the comments. International trade is an issue. This is from user. Is also an issue with invasive species like lantern flies. We need to produce more in-house. Well, yes, that is yet another. All these things are interconnected. So there is more. And by the way, Happy Life, yes, we're happy to keep you informed. I'm happy to have you as part of my audience. By the way, folks, you too can give your thoughts on anything that we're speaking about. You can go to YouTube, Facebook, Rumble, Twitter, leave your comments. Tell us what you think, whether you agree or disagree, whether you think I'm right or wrong. That's perfectly fine. As long as it's respectful, I don't mind. Tell me what you think. And we can have these conversations because we should be having these conversations. This isn't a 30-second interview. You saw the length of the CBS News article. It was, 2 paragraphs? That's not enough information about the Black Plague, about pneumonic plague. They've got 2 paragraphs, 3 paragraphs. That's it. It's a 1.5-minute article. And you mean to tell me you've answered all the questions? I asked 4 questions that weren't even addressed by that article. That should be basic questions that need to be resolved by the mainstream news media. They've got 10,000 employees. They make tens of millions of dollars, and they can't ask 4 questions that are essential to a news story. Yeah, we need to have these conversations, folks. We do. Because you can't rely on the media by itself. They will. Let me continue. So that's international news. But I also think it's important that we talk about something else internationally. Because again, it doesn't get a lot of attention. And for this story, you had to go out to the Financial Times. And this is about North Korea. Again, you're not hearing about this in ABC News or CBS. The mainstream news media isn't focused on this. They're only focused on Orange Man Bad and trying to make Trump look bad in every aspect. And that doesn't mean, I'm not telling you that you have to be a Republican or you have to vote for Donald Trump. And I'm not telling you that he has to be your best buddy. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is the news media has a bias, and they are more than happy to pump that bias every second of every day. And so they leave out things that are essential, like North Korea. We now have North Korea unconditionally backing Russia against the Ukraine. This is important. This is important because it helps us understand how likely is it that there is going to be a ceasefire deal and or a peace in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Because the more support that Putin gets, the less likely, the less incentive he has to actually come to the table. Now, mind you, he wouldn't even be in negotiations at any level were it not for Donald Trump, because he didn't do it under Joe Biden. Joe Biden never even suggested that there should be a discussion about peace or ceasefire whatsoever. He didn't do that in the 4 years that he was in office. Donald Trump came in, and within the first 90 days, Putin was already saying, I'll have a conversation. Now, is he serious? Seems not. He's not overly serious. He's pressing his advantage. Part of that is because of the missteps of Zelensky, the prime minister of Ukraine. Part of that's because of the failure, the bad advice that came from the European Union, in particular, Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer out of the prime minister of England. They failed the Ukraine massively by saying, attack Orange Man bad, attack the United States, try to embarrass them to get more, and that will get you more money and more support. No, it won't, and it didn't. And that was also backed up by Democrats here in the United States in their conversations with Zelensky just prior to him speaking with Donald Trump, as we now famously know, in that White House meeting that failed. That Zelensky got kicked out of the United States, which then kicked into hyperdrive Putin and Russia. Russia got a second wind when Zelensky failed, and then he went over to Europe, and Europe said, we can't do anything without the United States. The United States is the linchpin. And if Donald Trump, the United States, doesn't want to do something, it's not going to happen, which, one, reconfirms the United States is the superpower of the world. Number two, everyone's afraid of what the United States decides. If we want a war to happen, it happens. And if we want it to end, more likely than not, it will end. We have the pressure to do that. And Europe isn't going to do anything without the United States. It defined the entire stage, and therefore Russia knew that they had the advantage. Fully and absolutely had the advantage. Europe was not a factor. The United States is tired of war. Russia has the advantage. And now we see North Korea is sending more support, both politically and in terms of manpower, in terms of weapons. They're continuing to send more support to Russia for this war, which means the advantage remains and has continued. It's not increasing, but it's still stable on Russia's side, which means the peace deal is less and less likely. And it means that when peace does eventually come, and it will, this war officially will end within the next 2 to 3 years. And we'll hear there'll be a ceasefire, and then there'll be extended talks, and then there'll be a peace deal. And essentially, Russia's going to keep everything that it has fought over and captured. Ukraine will shrink, and they will be massively diminished. And their infrastructure is destroyed. They don't have one. They don't have an infrastructure anymore. They've lost most of their young men, or a large portion of it, and enough of their young men that the ability to just increase their population decimated. They desperately need refugees and tourists, and they need people coming to the Ukraine to live in the Ukraine to rebuild their population, to build up their infrastructure, to be able to maintain their nation as a unique entity in the world. That's a fact. So the pressure is continuing, which means the longer this war goes, it is a war of attrition. Russia doesn't need to win it tomorrow. They could. They have the military might. They could overwhelm Ukraine tomorrow if they really tried. They're not. This is a war of attrition. Russia is training their troops because they haven't had war trained troops in over 2 decades. This is giving them troops that are, the term is bloodied. Troops who have been in active combat, who understand how to fight. They're veteran soldiers. Those are better soldiers than new recruits. They're more capable. They're someone you can rely on. And Russia is building up its stockpile, so to speak, of bloodied veteran soldiers. So is North Korea. That means they have more of a military advantage, which means they can negotiate better in the future because their threat of military force is stronger because they have troops that can use drones, that can actually fight against drones and in regular military conflicts and can succeed. They can take property, they can take buildings and hold land. This is a future conflict. This is future negotiation power that we are seeing right now. And the mainstream news media isn't talking about it. Mainstream news media is ignoring this in the United States. We should not. This is critical to what's happening in the middle, in the Southeast Asia. It impacts things like the conflict between Laos and Cambodia and Thailand. That is critical. This is going to affect that. It affects South Korea. It affects Japan. It affects the Philippines. It is affecting whether or not China goes into Thailand, depending on how many troops that North Korea has that have been actively in warfare and can better lead their troops. It is a massive key. And we should be paying attention to this because this is the conflict of the future. If we are correct in 2028, as it has been predicted by multiple sources, if China goes in to take Taiwan by force in 2028 or thereafter, well, Japan has an army. They'll have their army finally finished and being created by 2028. They're in the middle of training them now. But those troops have never seen active war. So if North Korea have a significant number, a high percentage of troops that have been actively in war and survived, and those troops would have to be put up against Japan's new army, 500, I think it's 500,000 soldiers. If they had to go, not even 100,000 soldiers, if they had to go against those Japanese raw recruits, those untested troops, had to go up against North Korean tested veterans, well, North Korea has an advantage, which means Japan is less likely to protect Taiwan, less likely to come to the aid of South Korea. Forget the regional dislike of Japan, China, Korea. They don't like each other, Philippines. They all hate each other. But putting that aside, it's defining the next war. That's what this story is telling us. This is the next war in Southeast Asia. And no one's talking about it. They should be. So I hope this is giving you a perspective on this that mainstream news media isn't giving you. This is telling us what's going to be happening 2028 and beyond. North Korea is prepping for a war. And they believe it will be a war on the ground without nukes that will involve drones. And they have the superior military at this moment, not in terms of number, but in terms of experience. And that is pivotal. That is what's terrifying South Korea. That is what's terrifying. That is what's motivating Japan to build their military. That's why this is happening. And that is all under the control of China. People may not like the conclusions I come to, but when you look at the evidence and you take out the political preferences so many people have, the data is telling us certain things that we can predict. It's one of the reasons why my predictions tend to be accurate, why I have about an 80 percentile accuracy rate in the predictions that I make on this program, because I'm looking at the data over time and what does that trend tend to tell us? Well, this is what it's telling us. There is going to be a regional war in Southeast Asia. It is most likely within the next 10 years. I believe closer to 2028, if anything. And Japan is already terrified. South Korea is terrified. Philippines are terrified. And they don't have, while they have more weapons, they don't have more qualified troops. That is the leverage point. That's the part that we need to think about. Okay. So I wanted to cover that for you because no one else is. No one in the news media is covering this. No one's going to talk to you about this. You know, and by the way, what is the news media talking about right now? They're lying to your face. Axios. This is a left-leaning news organization. Excuse me. This article, by the way, is by Reuters, but the story is coming from Axios. And Axios is a far-left, mid-tier news agency. They're known for being to exaggerate. Their credentials are not impeccable. They are a legitimate. Axios is a legitimate news organization. That's true. But they are biased and irresponsible in some of the news reporting that they provide, just so you know. But the left loves them because they are biased to the left, openly biased to the left. Axios reported earlier this weekend that Putin, after Russia is talking with North Korea supporting Russia, Putin decides this is the moment, according to Axios, and he says to Iran, which is part of that four-way or unification. Joe Biden, in his abstentia, his part-time zombie presidency, he drove Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran together. Not because they like each other, not because they have the same ideology, but because they all hate the United States. They all have the United States as their number one enemy for various reasons. And even though they individually hate each other, Russia, China, Iran, they don't agree with anything with each other, other than they don't like the West. They especially don't like America. And so they work together because they've all got sanctions. There are sanctions against all four of these countries, but they're different sanctions on each of these countries. So if Russia is dealing with China and North Korea and Iran, they can get energy, they can move around oil, they can make money, they can get food. The things that the sanctions are supposed to prevent them from being able to do, they're able to do because Joe Biden was an idiot. And he didn't think about his foreign policy properly. And he forced these countries together out of necessity. So that's what we've been living with for the last 4 years. So now to hear that Putin, after getting another round of support from North Korea with their long-term objectives, Putin came out and said to Iran, a country that they also support, and Iran has been steadfast in supporting Russia against Ukraine, for Putin to come out and say that Iran should make a deal with the United States in terms of the nuclear weapons, that Iran should not develop nuclear weapons, and that they should just give that up and make the deal with the United States, make a deal with Trump. That is massive news in the international community. That's massive international politics. This is literally changing the board that everyone's working on. And it's amongst the big four that hate America. If their group is this is something that could break that unity that was created by Joe Biden. So that would be good. But at the same time, do we really want to break it when, if it's correct, Putin's telling Iran to do what America wants, telling them to do what Trump wants? That's good for the world. Iran not having nukes is good for the world. Everyone in the world is happy about that. Nobody in the world, not one country in the world, wants Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Not the Muslim nations, not the Christian, no nation in the world. Nobody wants them to have nukes. No one trusts them. No one. Not their allies, not their enemies. Not in the Middle East, nor anywhere else in the world. So it makes sense that Putin would say this, but it doesn't make sense because they're his trade partner. They are critical in the economy of Russia while they're having this war. They need Iran for some of the energy, for some of the drones, some of the weapons that they use. They need them. So this is odd. It didn't make sense. A lot of people were like, why would Putin say that? And why would he do that now? That doesn't make sense. So Reuters is putting out the story and said, well, this is what Axios said. They said that Iran was told zero enrichment. You don't get to make nukes. You don't even get to make nuclear material for nuclear power plants. There's none. You don't get to make anything. You can build a nuclear power plant, and someone, Russia, others, will give you nuclear material so you can run that power plant for energy, but you don't get to make any. That's basically putting shackles on the military and the potential military might of Iran. It is a smack to their face from their friend. This is a big deal, and it would be an enormous win for the Trump administration and for the United States. It means that everyone is telling the key people, the people that Iran actually will listen to, are telling them, back down. Don't do this. Not on this president's watch, not against America at this time. You don't want to do this. Give up. Let it go. That would be huge. And that would signal a future, at least for the next 3 years, possibly more, of greater peace in the world, more stability in the Middle East. There's less fear in the world if this is true. This is a great news article. This is a good news story. Except it's not real. It's not a real news story. It's a lie. Or at least, let me rephrase that a little bit. At least it appears to be a lie. Because the Moscow Times, amongst other international news agencies, again, no one in the United States is covering this. This isn't U.S. news. The U.S. isn't talking about this. They don't want you to think about it. The only thing they want you to think is Ukraine good, Russia bad. That's all. That's everything to do with Russia is Russia bad, Ukraine good, full stop. Don't think about anything else. Don't ask any questions. Don't talk about international trade, how that's affecting the world, the global energy prices. They don't want you to think about anything. Just, Russia bad, Ukraine good. America must give Ukraine unlimited amounts of money and unlimited amounts of weapons and to fight forever. I mean, that's the Biden administration. That's exactly their policy. That's what the news media has been saying nonstop since the war started. There's more to it than that. So, Moscow Times, which again isn't the most credible source. I'm not going to say they're not empirical. They're not the best news agency in the world. They're not. But again, they're about on the same level as Axios, that they are credible to a degree. So take this with a pound of salt. They're coming out and they have directly stated that Russia didn't say this to Iran, that this news story is a lie. And I don't know why someone would want to make that news story and lie. Are they trying to drive a wedge between Iran and Russia? This isn't the thing that's going to do it. They have too much economic ties. They have too much military ties to each other over too long a period that any one news story would do it. And if Putin didn't say zero enrichment, zero nuclear power or capabilities for Iran, if he didn't say it, Russia would know that. Russia and Iran would know that in a blink of an eye. They would instantly know it's not a true story. So why put the story out there? It's not like these countries don't talk to each other on a regular basis. We know they do. So I don't understand. But according to the Moscow Times, this story was a lie. It was made up by Axios, the left-leaning Axios, which, by the way, and if you go into this, they do mention Axios had 3 unnamed sources, 3 anonymous people saying that, no, Putin did say this. Really? Name anyone. What do they do in the Russian government or the Iranian government? Who are your sources? How credible are they? Because according to, here it is, and it's in the second, you can see it right here. Russia's foreign minister on Sunday, today, described reports claiming that President Vladimir Putin had encouraged Iran to accept zero enrichment agreements on its nuclear program as defamation. Complete lie. U.S. news outlet Axios reported on Saturday, citing 3 anonymous sources. See, I hate anonymous sources. That Putin had encouraged Iran to accept the deal with the United States that would prevent Iran from enriching uranium. The article appears to be new political defamation campaign aimed at exasperating tensions between Iran around Iran's nuclear program. It's a setup. It's a psyop. It's something you would expect the CIA, which for those of you who are on the left, you should be asking, did the CIA infiltrate Axios? Did the CIA pull strings to force Axios to write a fake story? Were the individuals, these unnamed sources that Axios used for their article, were they actually CIA assets or agents? Were they just being played and embarrassed? Because Russia is saying it didn't happen. And their relationship with Iran isn't changed. So you got to always ask questions. The news media, just because there's a headline, doesn't mean it's correct. Just because you heard of the news agency before doesn't mean they're telling you the truth. We've seen this with NBC, with their reporters that just make up stories out of the blue that have completely lied. We've seen that with the New York Times. We've seen that with most of the major CNN, MSNBC. They've all had reporters, not one, multiple reporters over the last 5 to 10 years, multiple reporters who have completely lied, completely made up their stories, have fabricated facts in their stories. We know we can't trust them. But this is interesting because it is so blatant and so obvious, and it's being called out. It may backfire. If you like Axios, you may want to start double checking everything they say, if you haven't already been. For those on the left, those who are progressive, you swear by Axios, you really shouldn't. Just letting you know. Because we like to tell you the truth. Now, it should be noted, and it's important because also not getting as much attention as it should. As much as you've heard from the left in the United States telling you that Trump started a war and we're going to be at war with Iran and it's going to be World War III and the world's going to end and the Middle East is going to be in flames. None of that was true. Never was true. Wasn't going to be true. We told you, how many times have we said on this channel, it's not World War III. Not going to happen. That's not reality. But they kept saying, but CNN said it and ABC News said it and the New York Times said it. Yeah, they're political hacks. They have a political agenda. They said it because they have an agenda. They don't like Trump. They want Democrats in power. Doesn't mean it's true. And just like we saw, and this is internationally reported then as in now, Iran, the moment that Israel started the most recent conflict with Iran, when Israel bombed the scientists and the generals, nearly killed, as we now know, wounded the Ayatollah, and destroyed the nuclear capabilities. Well, they took out the personnel. And then the United States went in and took out Donald Trump. Strategic strike, one time, in, out, done. Destroyed the nuclear facilities there in Iran, setting back Iran 5 to 10 years, roughly, somewhere between roughly around 5 years, push back any of their nuclear hopes, which is all we needed. Iran, at the moment that Israel started taking out their scientists, at the moment that Israel started taking out the nuclear scientists, at the moment that the Ayatollah was wounded, Iran was asking the United States for a deal. They wanted a nuclear deal. Now, unlike the Axios story, which says that Russia is jumping in on Donald Trump's side, no, Iran said it directly to the United States. They were making a deal up to and including the moment that Trump sent in our B-2s to bomb with our bunker busters to bomb the nuclear capabilities of Iran. Iran hasn't changed its mind. They still want peace with the United States. It was never going to be World War III. For all those people who were terrified, who were afraid, for all those people who said, Mike, you just don't understand. It's World War III. ABC told me that. I know it's World War III because the Huffington Post said it, and so did MSNBC and CNN. All the left-leaning news media, they all told me it's World War III. You just don't get it. No, it's not. It never was. Never was. The fact that Trump went in and did a strategic strike and immediately stopped, didn't need to do anything else. Didn't need to consider sending in troops. We had a show of force. We showed that we could. We had enough naval capabilities in the region. We had enough planes in the region that we could have invaded, and we made that point very clear. We could have started an actual war. We could have tried to take over Iran. We could have invaded Tehran if we really wanted to, if Trump thought it was necessary. We could have done that. We didn't. We went in, we strategically struck one thing. We didn't go to the cities. We didn't kill random innocent civilians. In fact, neither did Israel. Israel was targeting soldiers, the government, nuclear facilities. They weren't targeting citizens. Iran, for their part, they were targeting citizens. They specifically tried to blow up apartment buildings. They specifically were targeting random civilians. Everyone else in that conflict, that 12-day war, we were attacking military targets, legitimate military targets. And because we were focused, because we were hyper-specific in what our goal was and the way we were going to attain that goal, because we were able to tell Israel, stop, it's over. We got what we wanted. No nukes. Iran gets no nukes. And their program pushed back years, maybe 5 years. We got it all. We won. Stop. And because we were able to do that with a strong leader, with a focused plan, now Iran says, well, we'll still talk. We'll make a deal. This is what we always want. When I keep saying that we need an efficient, effective leader in the United States, strong, this is what I mean. That we can take actions, and because they were so clear and so well defined and so specific and so fearless, the world capitulates. The world recognizes what it was for what it was and capitulates. This is a good thing. But the mainstream media, again, that might make you want to vote vote Republican or Libertarian. Definitely not Democrat. Democrats didn't do any of this. They weren't efficient. They weren't effective. They didn't achieve any of these goals. So you have no reason to vote for him. So they have to demonize Trump. They can't tell you this because you'll think Trump's doing a good job internationally. And he is. There's a reason why he's been nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. Again, this is the third time he potentially may be nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. The third time. Because he has net actively been going around the world trying to increase the amount of stability and peace in the world. Again, you don't have to like Trump. You don't have to want, I don't care if you don't want to have a beer with him, if you don't want to hang out with him. He's not there to be your best buddy. That's not what the president does. He's not there to be your pal, your friend, someone that you hang out with. None of that. He's there to protect the interests of the United States. Period. Full stop. To be effective and efficient at running the United States. That's the job. And it doesn't matter if he's liked in that. That's not part of the job. That has nothing to do with it. No one cares. Or at least no one should care. So I think Trump's been internationally, we are seeing continued success. We should be happy about this. These are positives. And if you don't like war, you should be ecstatic about this. But I know there's a lot of people, and I do have a lot of friends who are libertarians, and they're constantly telling me how they're afraid of, well, Trump's a warmonger, and Republicans want war, and the Democrats don't care. They're okay with war too, especially if it's against Iran. We're not heading towards war. We are literally heading in the exact opposite direction. The focus, I had an argument with the guy online yesterday, and he's like, no, but Trump he's going to get us into a war. He's a terrible warmonger. I'm like, have you been paying attention to any of the international politics? Have you seen what he's done? Have you seen the amount of Trump has been involved in the first 150 days of his presidency? He's been involved in more negotiations for peace, and some of them being successful, than most presidents have in 8 years. He did in 150 days. Look, you don't have to like Trump, but that doesn't mean he's not being effective and efficient. The world is becoming more stable. The world is becoming more peaceful. That is good news for everyone. Not perfect, but it is better for everyone. And I know there are people who are hating this right now. They're just like, Mike, you just don't understand. Trump is bad. Orange man, bad. I'm sorry, that's a political slogan. That's propaganda. It has nothing to do with the facts at hand. And I'm going over the facts with you. And we can see the potential results, and some of the results, we see this already. That means we can make a better decision about what's going to happen next. We know that this is the path forward. We know that this is a way to success, not just for the United States, but for the rest of the world. Less terrorism in the world is good for everybody. That's just a fact. Now, I think I'm going to finish up the conversation about international news. I'll finish the international news with this last story. Again, these aren't the most popular stories in the United States, but I follow news on multiple countries. I have over 20 different sources that I routinely watch and listen to and read on a daily basis. over 20 different sources, which includes Deutsche Welle, that includes BBC, The Guardian, that includes Times of India, Times of Israel, Nippon News, a wealth of news around the world that I follow. Associated Press, Reuters, of course, and many others. So I have a very different perspective on these things because we do the deep dive here, as I'm trying to explain to you, to let you know it's not nearly as bad as they want you to think it is. We're not nearly as in a dangerous a situation as the news media wants. The fear mongering is not appropriate at this time, just not. There's a lot of things to worry about in the world. This isn't the state of international politics with the United States isn't one of them. Not in terms of warfare, no. But Gaza ceasefire talks are failing. Rumble has frozen up. Did it? Hang on one second, folks. Let me take a look real quick. Bear with me one second. I'm just checking. Bear with me, folks. I hate this. Ads. No, I see it. It seems to be up. Thank you. You had to. Okay. I was just checking because I was like, oh my God, wait a minute. Did it crash? These things happen. By the way, we have votes. People are voting. And again, the U.S. economy, jobs, inflation is tied with crime, immigration being the top issue in the next 6 months. I'm a little surprised by that. I'm also surprised no one's afraid of war. Well, actually, I'm not surprised that the audience, most people who are informed, aren't worried about World War III. They're not worried about the U.S. invading a country. But that being said, so right now, the United States is being blamed again for the fact that the ceasefire talks are happening in Gaza. And it's kind of like what we see with Russia. The United States can't make these countries change their policy. We don't control them. They don't control us. Putin is not in charge. I hear this all the time. And again, yesterday I was hearing people screaming, well, yeah, but Trump does whatever Netanyahu wants. These are the same people that just a couple of weeks ago were saying Trump does whatever Putin wants. They can't make up their mind. Is Trump being led by the nose by, Chairman Xi or Vladimir Putin or Benjamin Netanyahu? Who's the one who's supposed to be in charge? And Trump's supposed to be doing everything that they say. Not all of them. It's not real. It's whatever's the story of the day, whatever the headline of the mainstream news media is that they think will get them one extra vote for Democrats. It's not real. They don't have enough influence on the United States. They don't. I know IPAC. Everyone wants to say IPAC. All the Democrats, the socialists, the progressives, the libertarians are like IPAC, IPAC, IPAC. Do you know how many PACs there are in America at this moment? Do you know how many PACs target our members of Congress? Do you understand how much money flows through things like Act Blue? Yes, they're being influenced. Every member of Congress. Of course they are. But Israel's not the only one. There are dozens of corporations. There are dozens of PACs, leadership PACs, donations through various means going out from corporations, from big pharma and from oil and for everything else. It's not IPAC. It's not. And that's the problem. Because if it was, we would see that the war in Gaza would be over. It would be over by now. But it's not. Because neither side listens to the United States. Now, the good news is the United States really isn't in this anymore, which is why we don't hear about it anymore. We got back all of our living hostages. Yes, Gaza still killed 34 Americans on October 7th. Yes, Hamas killed 17 out of 22 Americans that they held hostage for 582 days, torturing and sexually abusing them every day. We do know that. So I have no pity for Hamas. Has Israel gone overboard occasionally? Yes. Yes, they have. Do I feel pity for Hamas? I do not. I do not. This war is going to continue to go on. Now, the fact that Hamas, and they always like to say, well, it's the Gaza. It's about Gaza. No, it's about Hamas. It's about the terrorist organization. They're the ones in control. So this is a conversation not between Gaza or Gazans or Palestinians and Israel. It's a conversation between Hamas, a terrorist organization, and Israel. It's about terrorists versus a government. That's the conversation. And the terrorists are upset because they're not getting what they want. No shock there. And they're saying that Israel, a nation, isn't budging because the terrorists that just committed 9/11 against them, that have held their people for over 600 days and tortured them, most of them to death, well over 35% of every single hostage taken on October 7th, 2023 died because of Hamas. Not because of Israel, not because of any other country, because Hamas killed them. So, yeah, tensions are pretty high. Yeah. Israel's pretty committed to getting rid of the terrorist organization that has promised to eliminate Israel and the United States from the face of the earth. So I'm not surprised, and I always take it with a pound of salt, if not 2 tons of salt, when I hear, oh, but Hamas is saying that Israel isn't being fair. No one should be fair with the terrorists. No one. They're not trustworthy, the terrorists, Hamas. And Hamas is complaining because Israel isn't giving into our demands. Good. You're terrorists. No one should give in to your demands. Now, would I like to see the entire situation end? Yes. Are we getting closer to that moment? Yes. Will the Palestinian people be genocided? No. Will this mean that Palestine will no longer exist? It doesn't exist now. It has never existed. There is no Palestine. It doesn't exist. That's not changing. And if it was, Egypt would have taken in the refugees, Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, all the Middle Eastern nations would have been helping. They don't care. So nothing's changing in that regard. Will this end? Yes. Will Hamas maintain power? Probably not. That's why this war continues. Because Hamas is fighting for its survival. The terrorists want to continue to have power. And as long as they continue to fight to have power, the war continues. I truly believe, and it has been suggested multiple times, had Hamas been deposed, if the people of Palestine, of Gaza, if they rose up and they kicked out Hamas of their government, they would be getting food and aid, and the war would end. That would happen. Everyone has agreed on that. The world supports that idea. Hamas doesn't. And that's why you're continuing to see this. But it is wrapping up. Will it be the end of the war? No. The negotiation right now continues to pivot around one thing and one thing only. And all these articles can be summed up with a simple thing. Israel wants all the hostages back. All the living hostages have to be returned. They want the bodies too. So do we. 17 of the American citizens are still, their bodies are being held by Hamas somewhere. We want them back. But Israel's been asking for one thing since the beginning of the war, and they keep saying it. Get back all the hostages. The ones that are alive, the ones that are alive, the ones that are dead. And Hamas keeps saying no. That's why that's why this war is going on. And all the excuses, the ceasefire's on, it's going to collapse. Netanyahu isn't being honest. It doesn't matter. Every country in the world has guaranteed if Hamas gives back all the hostages, all the living ones, all the dead ones, they give them all back, there will be a ceasefire. Guaranteed. Every country in the world will back that up. And therefore, Israel will accept that. They have no ally to back them up. They have no standing. If they get back all their hostages, alive and dead, they have no standing to continue to fight. The war will end. It will. Now, does that mean it'll end forever? No. No. But this war will end. This battle will stop. And it's just that simple. And I know I keep banging this over the heads of people from Columbia and Harvard and these Democratic Socialists of America, and they just will not accept. It's as simple as that. Turn around, and next time that you have one of your pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism marches, turn around to the people representing Hamas, the terrorists, and tell them, give back the hostages. That's it. You want peace? You'll get it tomorrow. Give back the hostages today. Tomorrow, you will get peace. It will be guaranteed by the United States, United Kingdom, all of Europe. You'll have the rest of the Middle East. Every nation will support and protect Hamas, and more importantly, Gaza, if all the hostages are back. It's that simple. It's the only thing you need to know about the Gaza, the Hamas-Israel war. You want it over? Fantastic. Tell Hamas to give back the hostages. Done. It's over. And if you don't, it will continue. It's just that simple. And everything else is just propaganda trying to get sympathy for the terrorists. That's all it is. BBC is trying to get sympathy. Netanyahu is not a nice guy. Netanyahu isn't the one who started this war. Netanyahu has guaranteed multiple times, at least 20 times, he is guaranteed that if he gets all the hostages back, alive and dead, then he will have a ceasefire. You know who has always said no to that? Hamas. Why is Netanyahu the bad guy? I'm not saying that he's great. I'm not saying that he has the best leadership style, but I am telling you, he's already agreed to the thing that the rest of the world agrees on. Why is he the bad guy? Why is he the bad guy? When the only person that continues to perpetuate this war by not doing the one thing that guarantees that the war would go into ceasefire, why are we blaming everyone else except that one group, Hamas? They are perpetuating this war. Why are we not blaming them? Because Harvard hates Israel. That's the answer. Because the Democratic Socialists of America are anti-Semitic, apparently. That's why. And it's just that simple. And anyone on the left who disagrees with that and would like to have an argument about that, I'm right here. You can send me in the message. But it's that simple. It is absolutely that simple. And you can say, well, but this started and that started and go back in time to, it doesn't matter. We're talking about the conflict right now. The conflict ends right now, not because of the past, not because of history, not because of how you want to view the religions and all that crap, or your misunderstanding of what the simple definition is of racism, of prejudice. You don't understand these things. The simple thing is, it's real simple. Give back the hostages, you get a ceasefire. Full stop, done. There is nothing else. And they won't do it. Stop blaming Israel. You can blame Israel about a lot of things. That's not one of them. And the longer the war goes on, the more atrocities and things that are claimed to be atrocities, the more errors, more people will die. It's just that simple. The longer that Hamas refuses, the more people will die. Period. Why? It's a war. That's what happens in war. It's unpleasant. It's not friendly. It's not nice There's no nice way to word it if someone is being honest with you. But if we're being honest, and we should be, if Hamas continues, and they are, then there will be more war and civilians will die as a result. Period. Full stop. Whether it's on purpose or not, they're going to die because Hamas won't do the one thing that the world has asked for that guarantees them an end to the whole conflict. It's ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous. All right. So we've covered a few stories here. I see there's some other comments here. By the way, folks, if you want to get my attention on the comments a little bit faster, you can always do a super chat. You can do a Rumble rant, and that'll, of course, reach me a little bit faster. I know some people will say, but Mike, I don't want to do that, but I do want to support the channel. How could I possibly support the channel? Well, you can join our Patreon. It's only $1.50 a month. Not even a cup of coffee. It's like creamer. It's the cost of creamer in your coffee, seriously. And you can join my Patreon, $1.50 a month. It helps to keep my lights on, helps me to, I got to get my sister her place. I got to get her a birthday gift. Next month is her birthday, so $1.50 a month, that helps. So I can get her a nice birthday gift to say thank you for taking me in when I lost everything, when I lost 95% of everything that I own back in 2023. Yes, I did. 95% of everything I own. Some people on the chat right now are aware. They were there when I had to clear out all my stuff. When I gave away tens of thousands of dollars of furniture, equipment, clothing, food, everything, furniture, gave it all. Had to give it away. I lost everything and the house. So my sister, helped me out. Her birthday's coming up. It's next month. So you don't want to do a super chat? That's okay. You don't want to do a Rumble rant? That's fine. I don't mind. Maybe you want to just join the Patreon, $1.50 a month. It helps me to get her something so that she'll have a nice birthday. It's a thank you for having me in her space. I would appreciate it. Just another thought there. Let you see a little bit of my life, insight on who I am, what I'm going through. So there are some comments here, and I see that Mike Bowie says, I voted for elections and how current events will affect the midterms. And I believe that Mike Bowie is talking about, and I think he is, yes, he's talking about the poll that is in the chat on YouTube. So if you go over to the YouTube No Soundbites Allowed channel and you go into the chat for this live stream, there is a poll that is up about what's going to happen over the next 6 months. What are your concerns? And so he's responding to that. That poll is open. You can respond to it. You can send your friends in there. They can respond to it. Everyone, for the entire show, you're able to go in and you're able to take that poll and answer it and get other people to answer it too. I appreciate that. And while you're there, hit the like button. Maybe even hit the subscribe button. Hit the subscribe button. Help us get to 5,000 subscribers. Not asking for the world. I don't want to become Steven Crowder tomorrow. I'm not looking to become Ben Shapiro overnight. 5,000 subscribers. We can do that, right? This year, 5,000 subscribers. That will help me get more guests on this program. People like Curtis Lewa, members of Congress. Get them on. Your help is essential on that. But anyway, let me go on. Gal said, had to switch from the Netherlands servers. Rumble is choppy today. Well, I didn't know you're using a VPN, obviously. And I don't mind. People watch the program from all across the world. So you're able to find, I love it. It's just confirmation, Gal. You're confirming that if you happen to be in Europe, and I know this for a fact because I've done this in Europe, that if you're in Europe, you can find No Soundbites Allowed. You can find my channel. You can find my shows. In fact, believe it or not, it's actually easier to do a search and to find me and the channel in Europe than here in the United States. Literally, when I went to France a few years ago, I was in France And a few years ago, I was in England. And while I was overseas, I did a search on my name. This is before AI. Before AI was around, I was out there. This is going back about 2020. I believe it was 2020. And I was out. And so the AI wasn't a thing. And I did a search for me and my name. Found me. In England, came right up. Top of the list. In France, came up. First page. Instantly. Well, I looked for my channel. And at the time, I also had a website. I was able to find my website. First one, top of the list in both countries. And in terms of what you're, yep, came in first page, both countries. In the United States, I tried the same thing, can't find it. I'm usually on page 2, and I'm in the middle of somewhere on page 2 in the Google searches, and you can't find my website, and you have difficulty finding the live stream if you're searching for it and you don't pinpoint it. Even YouTube doesn't like to show people that. They bury it. It's insane. But Dal is in using Netherlands servers. He's watching the show. Tells you, yes, we have a presence internationally, which is great news. And I'm happy to hear that. All right. So we've been going for 2 hours now. And by the way, if you've been with us for 5 minutes or for the whole 2 hours so far, I hope you've been enjoying the program. I hope that you found it to be informative and educational and interesting. And for some people, maybe it's entertaining. I don't know. But hopefully that's something it's been worthwhile. And if so, like, share, subscribe. These are, people don't realize how much of a lifeblood that is, especially these days, where we are seeing YouTube and Google, the social media giants are actively punishing anyone who isn't major mainstream news media, anyone who isn't pushing the approved messaging for Democrats. They are trying to wipe out your favorite people on social media. And it doesn't have to be, it could be Heartlands Media and Kit Cabello. It could be Larry Sharp and the Sharp Way. It could be Sabby Sab. It could be any, whomever it is, that's your thing. Dave Smith, doesn't matter. We're all getting slammed right now. Behind the scenes, in the back rooms that you guys don't get to see, the backbone of all this, we are seeing that they are trying to squeeze us to death. They don't want us to get paid. They don't want us to have access. They don't want people to find us in search engines. They want everyone to only see the mainstream news media. They want you to only see The View. They want you to watch Disney in The View. They want you to see MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, New York Times. That's it. And you can only hear those voices. That's what they want to shove down your throat, because all of them are saying, oh, vote Democrat. MAGA's evil. America First is evil. Donald Trump is evil. Vote Democrat. Fear. Be afraid. Be terrified. And the only one who will protect you are Democrats. That's what they want you to believe. And they can only get away with that. And it only works if you don't know that there's anyone else saying anything else. And that's why they want to get rid of us. Not just me, but any of your content creators. That would be Nerdrotic, Gary Beegler, trying to tear him down. Az from Heels versus Babyface, Mauler, The Little Platoon, Disparu. I'm just giving you some of the entertainers. Mr. H, that's down for the Aussies out there. That's entertainment. These are all people who do entertainment, not politics, entertainment. And they're all getting crushed as well. This is a critical time, folks. And AI is going to make it even harder, because the way they tweak that algorithm, we just saw. They made at least we are told, on X, they made a simple update, and they screwed the AI on Grok's, which is with Twitter X. They messed up the AI, and suddenly it was 1930s Germany all over again. It's because the AI isn't smart. It just tells you what it sees all the time, and it doesn't know any better. And so, knowing that, all the other news media, they're making sure that the only thing that shows up is their message so that you don't know anything else. By the way, this is my dog. Say hi. Say hi. This is Khan. Khan. Khan is 14. Khan. I love my dog. He's a good dog. 14 years old. Hi. Dance for them. Dance, Khan. Dance. Ooh. Okay, fine. Yes, I love my dog. I love my dog a lot. He's a good puppy. He's been with me his entire life. Since when I first got him, he could fit in my hand. Literally, he could fit in my hand. And I've had him since then. I think it was he was 6 weeks old when I got him. And right about there. And I've had him ever since. By the way, this totally tangent to everything we've been talking about. And we're going to be taking a break shortly, but tangent. How did I get my dog? The dog you just saw. His name is Genghis Khan Boss. And how did I get my dog? I don't think I've really told anyone about this before. So a friend of mine had a bunch of dogs. She had her dog accidentally got pregnant, which is the way most people get pregnant. Accidentally. The dog got accidentally pregnant and had 6 puppies. And I had a house at the time. She said, "Hey, Mike, do you want all the dogs?" I was like, "No, I don't want all the dogs." She said, "Will you take any dog?" I said, "Yeah, I'll take one." I said, "Bring them over. Bring all the dogs over. And let me, see the dogs, interact with them. See, as long as, there's a dog that likes me and I'll take one." So she brought over all 6 dogs. And they're in my living room, and they're all being puppies. I mean, they were like 5 weeks old at that point, something like that. So they're just being puppies, kind of just bumping into each other and standing next to each other. There's only one boy, which is Khan. He's the only boy in the entire litter. The other 5 are girls. And she had one of the dogs, which was also like my dog, except he's all white. She was all white. White fur, white hair. Khan doesn't have fur, he has hair. And so it was all white hair. It was a good puppy, nice puppy, but not my dog. Wasn't my dog. And I instantly was like, no, I like Khan. Khan, he's got character. He's just got that something about him, and I love him. I'm like, I want him. She's like, "Yeah, but I want him because he's the only boy." And she wanted him. I said, no. She said, "I get anyone I pick. Here." So we were like going back and forth. I said, "Here, I'll make it real simple. I'll be as fair as I possibly can be because maybe I'm missing something." So I had all the dogs put, I had like a 15, my living room was like 15, 20 feet long. And then I went into my dining area. So I'm sitting in the middle of my dining area, which is attached to my living room at the time. And so there had to be a good 20, maybe 25 feet between the puppies and me. Something like 20 feet between them. And I said, "Okay, I'm going to call for my dog. I'm going to call for a puppy. And we've got them all lined up. You're going to put them all out there. And the one that actually comes to me, that's my dog. And that's the dog I'll take. In fact, if 2 of them come, I'll take 2. So whichever dog comes to me, and I'm sitting on the floor 20 some odd feet away, I said, whichever one comes over, that's my dog. That's the dog that wants to be with me, and that's the dog I want." She goes, "Yep, okay, sure." I said, "Okay, great." So I sat on the floor, and I'm, kind of Indian style, that's what we used to call it, cross-legged. And I sat there, and just tapping on right in front of me on my wooden floor that I had at the time. I said, come here. And I waited because they are puppies. I mean, they were definitely all over the place. They're like scatterbrained, going back and forth, being puppies. But generally, they were paying attention. They were kind of being puppies coming towards me. Kind of. Instantly, two of them just went off and went into another room. They didn't care. They went out and did their own thing. So there's four of them. And all four of them started kind of getting closer, like 5 feet or so. They moved like 5 feet away. And then two of them just sat down, took a nap. Like they're done. They enough effort for them. They were done. They didn't care. So there's still only two left. One of them is my dog right now, Khan, and one other, which wasn't the one that was in all white. It was another dog who was black and white, kind of like Khan is, black with white markings. And they were coming. So girl and a boy. I'm like, okay, maybe I'll get 2 dogs. I have a girl and a boy. Okay. And they start coming. And then the girl, right about, like I said, I'm about 20 feet away, about 15 feet. She made it about 15 feet and then just started drifting off and decided, you know what? I'm not that interested anymore. She got close. I guess got a real up close look at me or something. I don't know. Smelled my pheromones. I don't know. But whatever the reason was, she got 15. She was 5 feet away from me and decided, yeah, not into that. And then the only one that kept on marching forward, kept on coming on down. And I'm just sitting there and just tapping the floor. Didn't move, didn't call any of them, didn't point to any of them, just tapping the floor and watching the whole thing. The only one who came marching on up was Khan. That puppy you just saw that was on the screen just now when he was 5 weeks old. Came right on up to me, started licking my hand, looking up to me and going, hey, what's up, boss? I'm like, there you go. That's my dog. Don't need to. Argument's over. There is no more argument for me. That's my dog. He came to me. Every other dog went off on their own. They don't care. He cared. He came to me. That's my dog. I don't need to worry about anything else. That ended the conversation. And now I have 14 plus years, almost, we're getting close to 15 years now. That's my dog. I love him. Thank you, Mike Bowie's like, that's a good story. Well, it's true. It's absolutely true. I love that dog. And he's barely ever not been arm's distance away from me. Pretty much for 15 years. That's another funny thing about him. It's funny because if I'm gone for 2 hours, he'll be fine. He'll, hang out with people and laugh and have some fun. And then about 2 hours, like if I'm at work or something, I'm at an event or something, and about the 2 hour mark, he'll suddenly realize, hey, wait a minute, Dad's not here. And then he gets completely depressed. He becomes completely depressed and pissed off because I'm not around. It's very interesting. I love my dog. So yeah, he has a little separation anxiety. But he also has a great job of like half my family, not dog people. Half my family, not dog people. I get him. Now they're kind of dog people. That's kind of funny. They're like, no, I want he's going to lick my hand. That's, when they first met him. They're like, he's licking my hand. He's chasing behind me. I had family members that did stuff like that. I'm slightly exaggerating, slightly. And now they're like, oh, he's fine. He's great. And they love him. Yeah. Hell, I got certain people in my family. They're more concerned, like if we get lightning storms or thunderstorms here in the Bronx or something, and they'll literally call up on the cell phone and be like, how's Khan doing? They call me and or my sister, and they'll get in touch, and they'll be like, how's Khan? Is Khan okay? Is there too much lightning? Is the noise affecting him? They'll care about me. Don't never ask. Have a whole half-hour conversation about how Khan is feeling in the bad weather or something. Never once will they say, oh yeah, and is Mike still alive? Don't care. Don't care. Not important. These are the same people who initially were like, I don't know if I like dogs. I don't know if I like Khan. Yeah, this is what they used to say about him. And now it's like, yeah, Mike doesn't exist. It's Khan. I tell you, I love my family. Just tells you how great Khan is. He's a good dog. Okay. Sorry. Segueing about the joys of my dog, which is a joy. But we're going to take a quick, we're going to step away. So we've been talking about the international. We talked a little bit about some breaking news. Coming up, we are going to get into the Epstein files. We're going to have that conversation. I did not forget. I do want to talk about it. But I think those things are important because we got to understand a presidency and a government isn't about one issue. You may vote on one issue, but running a government, being a politician, isn't about one issue. It's about a lot of things. And if we aren't paying attention to all of them, we're only focused on the one thing, we may fail. So that being said, we're going to talk about Epstein when we get back. We'll talk a little bit about abortion and illegal immigration. Believe it or not, they're connected. The issue of abortion has been Democrats, without realizing it, have tied the fate of abortion to illegal immigration. And they didn't realize they did it. But now, if Democrats win on illegal immigration, they may lose on abortion. They didn't realize they did this. They did. I'll explain how when we come back. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on with California, the riots, with ICE, what's happening out there. There's been some updates that I think are kind of important. We'll talk about the New York City casino, which will fail. Just like every casino in New York State, this is a stupid idea that is done in every single, almost all the blue states, some of the red states out there. States have been doing this, following the leader, jumping on the bandwagon. And every time they do that, they make more of their population poor and they make more crime and they get nothing. They never get what they promised. And we're going to get that in New York City. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then we will talk about Epstein a lot. We'll talk about Epstein and the file and Trump and Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino, who I've actually met. I've actually met Dan Bongino over at CPAC both times I was at CPAC doing live coverage. I actually met Dan Bongino. Probably doesn't remember. We didn't have a large conversation, but I did meet him a couple times in person. All right. With that said, though, what I will do at the moment is to prep the conversation about Epstein, the more emotional aspects of it, on Wednesday, the Wednesday roundtable at 8 p.m. with the Liberty First Foundation. We had our show, and one of the guys there, Frank Johnson, a good friend of mine, he was talking about it. And this is a big deal. This is like his number one story. He's been screaming about this since the beginning of the year, about Epstein, the files, people being arrested, talking about it. And he was very emotional this Wednesday. And I'm going to play that for you. We're going to go for about 45 minutes. So right now it's, let's say 5:40. Okay. I'll be back at 5:40, 5:30, 5:40, right in there. We'll come back. But until then, you'll be able to see this on the show, and it'll prep you for some of the conversation we'll have when we get back about this. So let me see if I can fix that. All right.
I see that we're live.
Yep.
I see Dal Grimm joined us. And I see Michael Vasquez is still having some audio problems. So with that, we're going to start the show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us for this week's edition of the Weekly Roundtable. I'm one of your co-hosts and co-founder of the Liberty First Foundation, Frank Deaf as a Post Johnson. To my right is Michael Marshall. He's our constitutional scholar and co-founder of the Liberty First Foundation. Below us is Dal Grimm, who's our bearded wonder. Look at that thing. Look at that thing.
The window licker.
God, he's like
window
he
licker.
looks like Santa, looking like Santa Claus. And Michael Vasquez, the dragon of the Southern Tier, New York's only true independent journalist. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We have a full house tonight. Finally, we seem to be back at full power, even though we're working with a brand new streaming service that we're trying to find all the kinks and bells and whistles on. So bear with us. We might have a couple of hiccups.
Well, now people that are watching us on different platforms will, we actually have live chat. So no matter who's chatting, what platform they're chatting on, it'll show up on the live chat on our feed.
Nice.
So everybody's going to be able to see the entire conversation, not just what's in their chat for the platform that they're on.
Well, there can't be as many hiccups and bells and whistles as what happened to Grok yesterday. So I think we'll be pretty good. That was impressive.
So yeah, this will be it'll be interesting to see how this platform works. We are, like I said, we are just figuring it out, so it will take some time to get things set up and operating the way it should be.
Well, I can hear Voss okay. Can you guys hear Voss okay?
Yeah.
No, I don't hear him at all.
I hear Vass perfectly, and his microphone button is off.
Yeah, it says you're muted.
That's weird, but okay, fine.
Now I can hear you.
Weird.
Okay, but
Just a little
I was
strange.
looking at something else. No, it's the audio. It's messing with my computer. I can barely hear anything.
Huh. That's weird.
Well, we should have one of them little subtitle guys come in and scream from the. I wonder if that guy from the Nigerian consulate is available. The guy who just did this for like 2 hours in every broadcast. Maybe that'll help a little bit. All right, so before we get started on this thing, I was already yelled at earlier today that the only thing I'm going to be yelling about is the Epstein client list, and I think with good reason to be yelling about the Epstein client list. But before I get into,
I said it.
Yeah, before I get into the tirade that I plan on going off into, everything has been going. Marshall, you have been vacant for quite some while. I know you've been putting in the hours, sitting up on a mountaintop. Usually, you're up there on the mountains in a snow-filled truck, handling communications that keep Western civilization afloat. How the hell have you been? We haven't seen you in a while.
Extremely busy. I haven't been able to keep up on anything because I've been putting in literally tons of hours right now. So
hopefully that means you're making
really
bank.
not a lot going on in my life.
No. Hopefully that means you're making bank.
Yeah, I'm doing okay.
All right. Well, that's something.
Yeah, that's Well, pay is always a good thing, but
it actually, because of it, it helped us extend our website, keep our email going, and allowed us to continue being able to do these live streams.
Yeah,
because everybody knows I'm broke as shit. No, I'm not broke as shit. It's just going back to a 9 to 5, which is not really a 9 to 5 for me, has been murderous because my hours are all over the place. And when you work for a big retail outlet, the hours are insane, but it's so unpredictable. You never know from one day to the next what's going to happen, what you're going to bring in, and everything. And it's been a little rough. And we've been kicking around the idea of doing something that we've never done before, and that is to bring in a couple of sponsors. Now, we've all been approached about having a couple of different companies that want to come in and sponsor the show, but we've always been reluctant to do so because we always try to keep our reputation as being that we don't have a shill for anybody. We don't ever, try to, promote or promise anything that we don't know for a fact is valid. Well, been reaching out this week, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we're going to be introducing you to a couple of those sponsors that we've gotten, and they're going to be products that we've already done long-term testing for on the Range Report. And this is stuff that was done long before the idea or the concept of getting sponsorship was available. These are products that I've already beat the living hell out of and try to do that. So hopefully it alleviates a little bit of pressure on right now for Michael, because he's the one that helped put foot in the bill for this thing.
Well, here's go ahead, Frank. I'm sorry I cut you off, but I do have some stuff to say on this. So.
No, go ahead. The floor is yours. You've been absent.
This new platform that we're on is going to actually make it easier for people to help support the show. Okay, via super chats and other functionality. You can actually go to Streamlabs. I'll have to get the page addresses on that. But there's a place where you can go in there and actually tip us and actually watch the stream live on Streamlabs. And we are now on Twitch. We're on YouTube, as we've always been, and we're on Facebook, our Facebook page, Liberty First Foundation, and our Facebook profile page.
Cool.
And we're going to be adding some others as time goes on. Just as soon as I figure out how to do it and get those accounts set up and so forth.
Very good.
Well, I see that we are on our Facebook page. I'm in the background here perusing our other pages to see where we are, where we're not. We got to keep track of all of this stuff. But yeah, all right. So I'm gonna get into the early tirade. I'm gonna get into the early tirade now.
You wanna do that instead of talking about FBC and GOA, doing what you suggested last week and actually stepping up their game to get rid of the NFA? Well,
here's all right. That's going to be the gun-related topic, for later on. But this is more or less the trust topic that I'm going to talk about.
Sure.
I have everybody has always known that I've never exactly been somebody who's 100% in the Trump camp. All right, I've always had certain disagreements with him, and stemming from a lot of Second Amendment related issues and stuff like that. And but the difference is I've always been willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, and I've always been willing to applaud him when he does something right. But I'm the first person to give him a critique when something is wrong. I wanted to take, instead of this whole fiasco that's going on with the Epstein list, I want to take something out of that. And that was the response that he gave while in the White House to somebody from the press pool who asked him about the Epstein list. And Pam Bondi is sitting there next to him. And he says, are people still talking about that? This is a couple of years old already. We got Texas going on. We got Iran going on. We got this going. Can't we hear something about these issues and that issue? The way the man answered the question was so completely and utterly tone deaf. I mean, because listen, this is something that was a campaign promise going back a long time. Yeah. This was going to be one of the first things that was responded to. It was going to be one of the first things that was addressed. We've got so many unanswered questions about this, and it turns out that the only three people right now that are incarcerated over what happened with Epstein Island is Ghislaine Maxwell and two corrections officers from the prison where he allegedly didn't kill himself. All right, that's it. Those are the only people. Now, we still have no record of How many young women, how many young girls, how many young boys were trafficked to this island? We have no list of people who were on the flight logs going back and from or wherever else. We were told the list was on the desk. They made a big public fiasco, having right-wing pundits and blogosphere come to the White House and been given binders that said the Epstein file phase 1. We were told it was being reviewed. It was told we're doing this. And all of a sudden, what list? People are still talking about? Yes, people are still talking about this. This is not a matter of human interest. This is a matter of human lives. These were young girls, young women, young boys that were trafficked to God knows who, to God knows where. We have one person that had allegedly come out and presented evidence of her time in captivity on the island. She's now deceased. We have a bunch of different evidence. And for the president to come out and be so flippant, so dismissive over it. I mean, listen, I know it's not one, Mr. Trump, but I know it's not one of your big accomplishments to say, oh, William through tariffs, or we're getting money coming in. It's this. We know it's not an accomplishment of yours that you can tout on the campaign trail, but it was a promise that you made to the American people that we would get to the bottom of what happened over there, that we would have some sort of information. And we, the American people, have been hit time and time and time again with investigation after investigation after investigation, where we have seen with our own eyes government officials committing perjury hundreds of times over and over again. We hear investigations where this one's guilty, that one's guilty, and no charges ever being filed. We have instances where we have hearings that go on for months, and then the next shiny object appears and nothing happens. The American people want to see something happen where we can have faith that justice still prevails in this country. And for this to happen, and to be so dismissive over what we all know the government is in their possession. We're not asking the government to release the child pornography. We're asking for the names of the people who appeared in it. We're asking for the names of the people who were at the island. We're asking for the names of the people that were on the flight logs. That's what we're asking for. And then for everybody to say, oh, there is no client list. Well, then why is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail?
Yeah.
Why is she in jail? Because if you're now saying there was absolutely no evidence that women were trafficked to this island and that all of these things happened, then why are you imprisoning an innocent woman? Is she innocent? Is she not innocent? What evidence was used to convict her that's still not privy to the American people? What evidence was in the dossier that was used to draw up the indictment against Jeffrey Epstein that is still not privy to the American people? Because as far as I'm concerned, he was in jail awaiting a trial. There's evidence that has been sealed, kept from the American people, and we don't have any knowledge about it. And now for everybody to say, well, what list? The American people are not stupid. I mean, yeah, we have a majority of people in this country who don't follow the news, don't follow media. They go from 1 second to the next. They change topics like their favorite TV shows. But this was American lives that were possibly lost through this situation. Young women and young girls and young boys being raped repeatedly, held prisoner on an island that there was no escape by some of the most powerful people in the world, and we're being told by an attorney general who said the list is on my desk that there is no list. I know you're not running up for re-election, Mr. President, but somebody's going to have to step into that White House when you leave. And if you leave this stone just sitting there without turning it over and letting see what comes out from underneath it, you are going to throw away whatever legacy that you have, and you're going to hand control of this White House to the party that would rather see this country burn than prosper. You're going to lose the House, you're going to lose the Senate, And you're going to lose the trust of the American people because as far as anybody's going to be concerned, the new boss is the same as the old boss. And for you to ask, is anybody still talking about that? Imagine Joe Biden saying that. There would be a call to an investigation of his mental capacity. Are we going to have to call for one for you? This is disgusting. It is disgusting that we've allowed this to happen. And it's disgusting that your flippant behavior and your flippant attitude is just casting it off to the wayside. Why? So you can take credit for some other tariff thing? You can take credit for another company going to build in America? Of course companies want to build in America. We're the best country in the world. But if you break this promise to the American people, this is not about, dropping the price of a gallon of gas 10 cents. This is about human lives. This is about innocent children. Innocent children. We need to know what happened. And we need to know now. That's and I didn't curse once during that fast, so you should be happy about that.
I'm surprised.
Oh, well, you don't know. I'm very, very, very toned down right now.
No, I know that. The audience doesn't, but I know that. Yeah.
The other thing about it is the way he responded was that he was like, "Are you still talking about this guy?" Americans aren't worried about Epstein; he's dead. But what they are worried about is they're trusting of a government that was supposed to reverse course, as you said, Frank, from lying to the American people and basically gaslighting us into some sort of weird feudalism and authoritarianism to restoring the republic. This doesn't help. If the first thing that you're going to the one of the most important things that the government needs right now is trust of the people, so that they can do their job for everything else, lower the price of gas, get the food supply in order, making sure that America prospers. All that ends the moment the people believe that they cannot trust the government to fulfill the promises that were made that put them in authority in the first place. So the fact that Trump was that flippant, do I regret my vote like you sometimes see on social media right now? Is like, oh, I bet you all regret your vote. No, I don't. I know that from a principled position of wanting the freedom of exercise of unalienable rights, I have a better shot at that with Trump than ever with Kamala Harris. I know what Kamala Harris and her ilk stood for. They wanted to plunder the country. That was their plan. They had no other plan except maintain power and plunder the country and basically subjugate American citizens and turn them into slaves, along with importing a whole host of people that were going to be coming in to help them maintain that power as second-class citizens. So I knew what we were getting with Kamala Harris. I felt that, with my vote for Trump, there is a better possibility of us returning and restoring the republic to its constitutional roots. And we may still yet be able to do that. But this is not the way. Like if you need that trust, you need that currency to be able to deal with the American people so that you can actually progress, real progression, not progressiveness just for the sake of progression.
No, we need transparency.
Yeah. But that's what I mean, is that we need the transparency that breeds the trust that is the currency on which the government can do business.
Marshall, where, if any place, am I going wrong in my assessment?
There isn't any. Okay. Thing is, if the prosecutions that are there or the investigations were done for the people, like they're supposed to be done for the people, then the people should be privy to the evidence. Okay? If the prosecution doesn't proceed, then the people need to be privy to the evidence so that we can know why the prosecution didn't proceed.
Right.
If there is a prosecution then we need to be privy to the evidence as to why the person was found guilty. Okay, that's it in a nutshell. Okay, if the information is sensitive, then you put out a redacted files. Okay, that's that simple.
Anything else is going to be speculation. Like you see it all over right now. People are going back and forth because in the lack of evidence, nobody believes the official narrative that's coming out of the White House right now. So there is a vacuum of fact, and the speculation is running nuts. Like there's some speculation that it's Trump covering. It's another that Trump made a deal with the deep state, that he's got control of the lever now so that he can make them do whatever he wants.
Well, there's even rumors going around that Trump's on the list.
Right. Well, and so was just about every prominent person that was a target for Epstein's circle. There are a bunch of people that are tied to Epstein's circle because the guy was a freaking leach.
Well,
He picked out people of influence. He picked out people with money, and that's the
Vass has been laughing at you guys. So let's find out.
No, I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing about what they're saying. In particular, like anyone in politics, anyone in entertainment, anyone who's rich that wants to say, "Oh, the Epstein circle." It's everybody. Everybody who's rich, everybody who's influential, right. Everybody who's in politics had in the 90s, early 2000s, they were all surrounded by him. They went to his parties. They've all had their photos. Elon Musk met him as well. There's photos of him and Elon as well. It's no different than with Harvey Weinstein. The same thing.
Or did he?
Okay. So for anyone to say, "Oh, it's this circle," it's everybody. The circle is everybody. It's deep and it's well entrenched. And yeah, I've heard a lot of rumors out there. The thing that's most likely is that there was a deal. A deal came about because this would have significant damage to the American government and trust and faith in the individuals in the deep state, not just the elected officials, because you can always replace them. No, we're talking about people who are in, for lack of a better name at the top of my head, lowest learners, the upper middle management deep in every institution in America. And they're some of the people who are being likely involved. And that would seriously disrupt America going forward. Now, is the deal worth it or not? I don't know. Do I think it's going to be blackmail for the next 3 years with Trump holding this over people's head? Unlikely. But, and do we ever find out who's on that list or who, more importantly, it's not an actual list. It's a list made from the data that we have, like the flight logs, like
right.
who was involved in various activities. There is a list you can compile from that, which theoretically was done. So we'll never find it.
I guarantee that somewhere in that mound of evidence and data, there are financial records.
Guaranteed.
Okay. And that's what really, if we are finding out that so-and-so is paying Epstein X amount of dollars, okay, it may not say in that financial record exactly what that was for, but if we keep seeing the same names over and over and over again, paying these set amounts, then that's going to be pretty indicative that person.
That's a trap. That's a trap. You don't know why. There could be legit business. Could be.
All right.
If it's business, that's a trap to make that assumption.
Well, whichever it is, all right. Let's not forget that this is the same federal government that passed a law that wanted to track every financial transaction that we made on PayPal over $600.
Actually,
they wanted to. Well, whichever, all right. But I don't suspect that the financial transaction record is going to look anything different than the bookkeeper's record from the Al Capone case. You're going to have to try and figure out whose name meant what, who did this, and all the rest of that stuff. And but when you start compiling and you start looking at, okay, this is a list of people that we know were on the flight logs. We know that there were cameras all over that island that have video of people coming in and out, and all the rest of that stuff. We know that it had to be captured. You're not going to run a private island in the middle of the Caribbean or wherever the hell this thing is and not have extensive security. You're going to have extensive security personnel. These people need to be questioned. The cameras need to be isolated. When you start looking at names, and you start looking at the numbers in the book, and granted, you can't say, well, I can't put this name with this face because the name is not the name in the book, but you can start looking deeper at filings. Sure. You can start looking. This is what investigations do. Okay, if these are business transactions, legitimate or otherwise, the money's either being laundered, which is going to have to be some sort of physical, trace of it somehow. If you're saying it's a legitimate business expense, it's going to be written down on somebody's taxes somewhere. Now you can start to correlate the list between payments received and payments made. And so, okay, well, now we look at dates. You're saying dates were paid on this day. Well, that happens to correspond with the same money that this person took out of their account on the same day that they were at the island. Now you start to build a case. And even though you can't find anything that is definitive, when you have a preponderance of the evidence that becomes so overwhelming that the only thing that it can be is that fact,
Sure,
you can extrapolate the truth from this thing. And now you start putting people's you can start putting people's feet to the fire. This investigation has been going on for years, and to now come out and say there's no evidence anything ever happened. The island doesn't even exist. It's not even on Google Earth. Okay. We are all going to be branded. We are all going to be branded as conspiracy theorists.
Right.
Because now this has gotten to the point where there's no evidence of a lab leak. That's where this is now. There's no evidence of a lab leak. That is the same place in the timeline that we are right now. Speculation, evidence, people using common sense and conjecture and coming up with their own formulation. You look at the timeline, you look at everything you got, and you say, well, it has to be a lab leak because nothing else makes sense. Well, that is the same frame of reference we are in now. If we look at the two things and say, okay, look at all the evidence that's been compiled. We're at the lab leak, you're a conspiracy theorist part. How long did it take for us to get from you're a conspiracy theorist to the government finally saying it was probably a lab leak? Are we going to have to wait 2-3 administrations before something happens? Are we going to have? Is this going to be another Kennedy dossier where we have to wait for every person who was there to be dead for 15 years before we're allowed to discuss it?
Well, partially yes, and this is being used by the mainstream media. We're talking CNN, MSNBC, the big boys. They're using this to try and break MAGA. They're having parties right now. They are celebrating because they finally have a straw to break the camel's back of the America First movement and to give them some leverage against Trump. So they're going to promote every conspiracy. They're going to promote every theory out there. They're going to promote every imagination out there, especially the wilder ones that people will make up, and they will push that out there and say, and they will attack Trump and the Trump administration about that, trying their very best to shield every Democrat they can from being part of that same swamp of craziness. You know what I'm saying?
And that should be the key to everybody to understand why the list is being hidden. Because if the Democrats know and the media knows that this list isn't going to be reported because of who's on it, that means that they are now going to be able to use it as a wedge, as an attack, because their people are safe, because they're not going to release it because of the people that we don't want to admit might be on the list.
Yeah. That's probably
Okay, so now this has become the Trump has put themselves into a circular firing squad, and the only thing he can do is cut bait and let everybody hang. Let them all hang. That's the only thing that can be done, because if it's not done, because now you've given them plausible deniability. They can all wash their hands and go, no, none of us were on that list. None of the perverse.
That's what was happening before.
Right. None of the perverse lunatics on the left that have been chased out of office for sexual impropriety over the last 10 years. No, they weren't on the list. They couldn't have been on the list. You're hiding it because the Republicans are on that list. No, they aren't. Well, then show the list. They're not going to show the list because to protect themselves, they have to hang everybody else. They have to protect everybody. This is La Cosa Nostra. This is La Cosa Nostra. Okay, one person in the RICO breaks ranks and talks, they all hang down the line from it. They understand that if one person gets hung up to dry, the whole house of cards collapses, left hand and right hand. This country saw 1.3 million of its own citizens die at the hands of our own people during a civil war, and we survived it. You're going to tell us that we can't survive?
It's not just our country.
I don't care.
Well,
I don't care.
Yeah, but world politics does. I'm not justifying. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it's right or good. I'm trying to understand why it's not just our politicians, because I think Trump, if it were just our politicians, yeah, I think Trump would hang them all to dry. But I think the fact that it is international, and in particular, there's strong belief that it attaches to the British royals, perhaps many of their prime minister and their MPs, and other nations as well, high ranks, because the damage would be international and corrupting. Yeah, but you can't throw the entire world in. The logic is you can't throw the entire world into chaos.
Listen, if the entire global political sect was involved in the raping of children, and we are going to stand there and say we have to protect them because it might hurt the world's political stance. Fuck them.
I'm not.
I know you're not justifying it, but if you're saying that that's the reason why, then you are going to say that we are, instead of having justice, are going to allow child rapists to continue to run the world because somebody else's economy might get hurt. You know what? I don't care anymore. I don't care. I honestly don't care, because if you're going to let criminals run the show, then there's no cause for freedom anywhere in the world. I don't want to hear anybody ever talk about a cause for freedom if you're going to let criminals run everything.
And I'm
there
sorry
is no freedom for anybody.
I'm sorry to say that it seems like that's the political math. And I'm not justifying. I'm trying to understand. And
what could happen
from my
if the royal
understanding,
family
the political math
collapses?
said the best thing to do. The political math says the best thing to do in this scenario, at least from what I'm seeing, seems to be that they said the public will forget about this within a year, if not 3 months. We will blow past it, and that preserves the geopolitical norm.
Yeah,
because otherwise the chaos is too devastating to too many critical countries, and this would be a big blowback. That's the political math I think they made.
Until somebody else's 12-year-old daughter gets absconded with out of a mall in Iowa somewhere, and they find her used up, beaten up, raped up body washed up on the shore in Bermuda somewhere, then that family is going to care. That family might care. If these politicians need to answer to their own people, let them answer to their own people. I'm sure that the United States isn't the only country that had some of their children stolen.
No.
Are we gonna sit there and say we're gonna allow the slave trade to continue in other countries around the world? Well, but because it might hurt their economy.
Well, but the thing is that other countries, their people are not citizens; they are subjects. So,
well, maybe this gives them the opportunity to become citizens.
So that may be, but at the same time, by the same token, those people have been subjects for many, many, many hundreds of years. They're not
Fine.
going. Their culture is not going to give them the
Fine.
idea of freedom. And the reason I say that is because you can go to a place like Bulgaria, for example. They come out of communism, they go right into democracy, and their entire country believed that democracy was going to be a silver bullet that was going to give them prosperity, but they didn't know how to use it. This type of blowback for the collapse of foreign policy all over the globe would actually create such an instability that there would be no trade, there would be nothing. It would just be a mass riot.
Cool.
And right, in some semblance, there are people that are at a point where we don't care about that.
You know what? Listen.
We want to have the principle to be able to stand on and say, we fought for freedom and justice.
And if you're willing to trade security over freedom, you deserve and will get neither.
Yeah,
if
frankly,
the countries around the world decide that they want to let all of these people who are their political leaders get away with it, because that doesn't necessarily mean we have to extradite them to the United States or send them to The Hague or the World Court or to the UN so they can stand trial. If the people in Botswana want to let their prime minister get away with it, or if the people in Bulgaria want to let their guy get away with it, that's for them. And if it collapses, so be it. It's not my problem. It's not my problem. Where the chips of justice fall, that's where it is. The ramifications that come with it. I'm not going to let justice starve and let innocence die because somebody else is going to say, oh, they don't know how to adjust to it. If they don't know how to adjust to it, you know what? Follow our lead and see how we adjust to it. I've said them 100 times on this show. If you want to be like America, adopt our Constitution, adopt our way of life, adopt our laws, and become your own version of America. Now, if the royal family should happen to collapse because some prince, got stuck diddling a 12-year-old, so be it. So be it. There's another royal family waiting in line.
And well, no, but I understand your outrage. I'm not saying it's not justified or right. Politics isn't about what's right.
All right, then let's shield everybody else around the world and just hold responsible for the Americans. And let's hang these motherfuckers, Americans that.
If you take down again, I'm only looking at what is presented, and I believe that there's no way, based on the way they've done this, which I think is not only is it everything that's been done, it doesn't make sense to me, to be honest. I mean, if you're going to cover this up, it was easier to do than what they've done. If you were just going to blow past this, like if this was not going to be revealed to the public, 1,001 different ways we could have done this. Hell, we could have done this months ago, and no one would be talking about it now. They could have left it in limbo, as a matter of fact, and people would always be like, "Oh, see, but they didn't do it." You were talking about this 2 weeks ago, Frank. That they didn't do anything, and we were talking about that. But that's less of a blowback than what we're dealing with now, which makes me, looking at the political math, say that there's no way they could have extricated the other critical countries and some of the critical people in the U.S. There was no way to keep them out of it. They did the math and they said, this is the better path for some reason, possibly also with the benefit of a deal of some nature that we don't understand. It's one of the secrets of government that happen all around the world every day, including in America, that we don't hear about. I do not say that is a good thing, but that is what I am that's what I can understand. And from there, I can move forward. But and I see the comment from Dennis. Dennis says that the political blowback is coming, no doubt, and that's because the blowback is in part the same kind of rage you have right now, Frank, which is completely completely justified. There's that, and you have the political, the mainstream media, the left, the political left, that are going to take advantage of this to try and break MAGA, break the America First, so that they never have to deal with it again. They're hoping this is the straw that broke the back.
The one thing that I can kind of infer from the way this was handled is that the network is still in place. We know this because if it wasn't in place, what's the first thing that somebody does when they don't have a club held over their head anymore? They start acting differently. So right now, nothing has really changed. So that lever is still in place. Whatever it is, that lever is still in place, and it's still holding things together. So it's not that the evidence has been destroyed.
No.
My guess is that in the year from 2020 onward, there was a real movement within the bureaucratic levels to sanitize all of the evidence and remove the important bits to maintain the levers of power, and all that was left in 2024 is the child porn and whatever implicated Maxwell and Epstein. That's it. That's all that's left.
Well,
So,
as soon as Bongino came out and said, "Oh, I'm convinced it was that he hung himself," I knew it was all going south.
well, when he said
I knew it was all going south.
when he said it, you could tell from his so I look at a lot of nonverbal, having from my background. I used to be an actor, right? So you do a lot of interpretation through nonverbals when you're acting. There's more to the story than just the lines that you're spitting out. There's facial expressions, there's posture, there's the way you hold yourself, how you look at things, physically look at things, like looking into the camera, looking away from the camera, looking at the person you're talking to across the way from you. And his nonverbals told me that he was telling the truth. He looked at the file that he was presented with, and all it told him was that Epstein killed himself. So he's not lying when he says, I looked at the file and it definitively says he killed himself. That's what he said. That does not mean but he wasn't willing to speculate. And one of the things that he said to his audience before he even took the job was that I need to put all of the speculation and all of the things that I've talked about previously aside, because I'm now working for the public. I'm not working as a media pundit. I'm not working for myself. I am working for you, so I can only tell you what is in front of me, which is a fairly honorable thing to say. But when it comes down to it, we the people know, based on everything that the media has put out prior to this, that there was more there. And the fact that this administration has chosen not to share any of it and to close the book on it, that is a violation of the currency of trust needed to be able to have the government operate with the people's understanding that it's operating the way we want it to, the way we have demanded that it operate. And that's the problem.
Mike.
Yep.
Yeah, Marshall, jump into this conversation. Give me your take on this thing. I say let it burn.
Well, here's my thing on basically all this. Okay, if they're not willing to show us the evidence to at least absolve everything, then that means they're hiding something.
Right.
Okay, plain and simple.
Given.
Okay, it's very easy. You want to put this behind you? Release the evidence.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Okay.
Apparently.
No, it's not going to happen because there is damning stuff in that. Okay, Now who it's damning to, that remains to be seen. But that's the problem. Okay. The only way to get rid of this is to release the evidence.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that.
Either that or start prosecuting people.
They're not going to do either of those.
I know.
I think that's very clear. I think what they do is they take the hit, possibly, and I think they factored in did the math and said, okay, Democrats take the House. If MAGA breaks, which is possible over this issue, that means Democrats break the House, which is what the Democrats want. They've been looking for something that would give them that. And now we have the House is held by Democrats. Republicans maintain the Senate, most likely. And then Trump turns into a lame duck, which was one of the fears he was facing anyway, which is why he was trying to fast track everything in the first 3 to 6 months of his term, because he was afraid he was going to get hit with something that would brick wall him. And this is now the brick wall. I think that's the way they're looking at it.
You know what one of those things he wanted to fast track was? The list.
Initially, yeah.
Yeah. That was one of the things he wanted to fast track, and he sold us out.
Maybe. And what did he get for it? Trump is very transactional. He would have, if he was going to, I don't know, maybe people he cares about are on the list and he didn't know it. Maybe, or maybe we get a peace deal somewhere down the road. Maybe we get a bunch of trade deals down the road. Maybe we don't even know yet. I don't know. Or maybe he did just because of vanity, not because of money. He's got enough money. I don't think that would motivate him. I think it was, someone owed him a favor, or he owed somebody a favor, or a bunch of people. Don't know. There's too much speculation. There's just way too much speculation at this point.
Well, this is why Reagan used to say trust but verify.
Of course.
Now I can't trust. My trust is gone.
I never trusted him anyway.
Yeah. My any faith I had in this administration to do anything right, and I don't mean right wing, left wing. I mean to do the right thing, to do the morally just thing, is gone.
Politicians don't do morally just things. That's right, and that's
But you see, that was what was supposed to make this administration different. That was supposed because that was
can't. And Frank, with due respect, I love you, but I look at things. This. I look at the politics. I don't look at the emotion. I don't look at the people. I look at the politics. And I know it's frustrating for a lot of people because it's not a normal way to look at it. But I can tell you, I have always said that Trump this is politics. He's good. He's learned to become a politician, whether people like it or not. And there's a way things happen politically, which a lot of people don't like, because it's not the way we would act as human beings, but it is how politics is done.
But this is going to be so astronomically damaging to America. This is going to be one of those things. There are survivors all over this country.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who have been abused all over this country that have never even been able to come out and speak the words for fear of shame. True. They've never been able to come out and say anything because they fear being ostracized. They fear how everybody's going to look at them. This does so much damage to an unspoken number of people.
Possibly.
And aside from the faith that it's going to take away from the American people, that here we have the government that was supposed to be, I'm not a politician, I'm going to run things this way, I'm going to do things that way, sucking the wind out of everybody's hope to the point now where it's just another business as usual type of thing. This is going to drive the voting numbers down. People are going to lose faith, and even more faith in their government. This is one of the worst decisions that could possibly be made if you want to look at the health of our country. I'm not talking about other countries. Like I say, they want to shield the rest of the world from it, they can. But this is going to do so much damage to the American populace where they're going to say, there's no one There's nobody that they can trust, and nobody's going to care anymore. Nobody's going to give a shit. People aren't going to, they're not going to even bother to vote. And you're going to see this country, you're going to see everything that Trump said he didn't want to see happen to this country. He is ushering it in by this denial.
Okay. And I understand that's the emotional reaction right now. I'm, again, not talking about right and wrong. I'm not talking about right and wrong. Totally different thing. I understand the emotion, and you're not the only one. There's many people who are MAGA. That's Republicans and Democrats and independents and third parties alike right now, very emotionally. And what we have seen consistently, and guys,
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
oh, forgot to switch it over. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is July 13th, currently 5:42 in the evening. I thank everyone who's been with us so far since the start of the show. I thank those who are checking out now or checking into the program as we speak. I appreciate each and every one of you. We've been talking about a lot of really interesting things, and I imagine the conversation in the chat may get a little bit more heated, a little bit more lively than it already has been, because we'll probably be talking about Epstein in just a few moments. And I know this is a national topic. It's something that's big. Now, for those who are just joining us, earlier in the show, we've been talking about the U.S. economics, the tariffs that are going on, the win, yet another win for the Trump administration, with the EU stepping down, stepping back, and not going to move forward with additional tariffs against the United States that were scheduled for Tuesday. This is a positive thing, even though we are looking at 30% tariffs going up against England, against the EU, against Mexico starting on August 1st, unless a deal is made that would be in the benefit of the United States. And odds are pretty strong that Trump will get at least some of these deals, if not all of them. So this is positive news. Now, we've been talking about it, and we reminded everyone back in April, you heard about doom and gloom, mostly because the Trump administration was really bad about rolling out the tariffs, the conversation about it. And the left ran with it because they're looking forward to anything that makes the Trump administration looked bad. Anything that they could possibly find to break MAGA, they ran with. And they ran with fear that the economy was going to collapse. America was going into a depression, not a recession, but a depression, that money would be worthless. And it's all because of Trump and Republicans and MAGA. And you have to vote Democrat because that's the only way to save you. And then we found out really wasn't that bad. Wasn't a problem. They were wrong. Now, I've said that several times on this program, and I know some people say, but Mike, that's your opinion. That's not a fact. That's not the conclusion. Well, actually, that's not true. As we can see here from the Wall Street Journal, economists see lower recession risks and job growth and stronger job growth. This is according to a Wall Street Journal survey, came out last night, which is probably why most people haven't heard about it. And it's not something that you're going to see repeated on the mainstream news media that have a political agenda. They aren't neutral. They have they want Democrats to win. They pick their party. They have their ideology, and they're just trying to find ways to shove it down your throat. And they try and make it as subtle as possible as they keep shoving it down your throat. But the reality is the data that has come out, as we have said, tariffs aren't as devastating, as world-ending, as problematic as we have been told. That was media hype. And they've been hyping that to scare you into voting for Democrats, because Democrats have no voice. They have no message. They have nothing. That's why they're spending $20 million to try and figure out how to talk to men. That isn't a hard thing to do, but they can't figure out how to do it because they haven't been talking to voters. They have been demanding, they have been commanding voters, and that's not working anymore. In addition to that, they've also had their mishaps with David Hogg, who went rogue and is trying to push socialism, which is a splinter of the Democratic Party. It's only about 3 to 7% of the entire Democratic Party. And yet, here's David Hogg trying to promote socialism, which the rest of the Democratic leadership do not want. So that was a failure on their part. We can go through several things. They've been looking, because they have failed so much, they need anything they can find, make Trump look bad, to say Orange Man bad, to give them any chance at hope of winning. Now, as we said, the new tariffs, you're going to be hearing about that this week. They're going to tell you the doom and gloom is back and it's all over. It's not. It's not. Long term, this is very good for America. Short term, it's a bumpy road, but it isn't doom and gloom. It is not as terrible as you think. Mind you, we will start seeing unemployment increase, not because the economy is so terrible, because the size of the government is getting shrunk. The Supreme Court made their decision and said, of course, the president is in charge of managing departments that are in the executive branch. He gets to decide whether there's going to be 50 employees or 5,000 employees. He gets to decide if people get to retire early with a package or not. He gets to decide what priorities they're going to be doing in each department. And yes, he can eliminate essentially the U.S. aid. Mind you, he didn't destroy the department. That U.S. aid still exists. That was created by an act of Congress. It will continue to exist. But under the Trump administration, it has 0 employees. It does nothing. No one is there because 83% of everything USAID was doing had nothing to do with actually helping anyone. It was political. It was just giving away your tax money to get political allies for Democrats. And that isn't in the best interest of the United States. That's a waste of your money. That's why there's so much inflation. That's why inflation went up by double digits under the Biden-Harris administration. So Trump's shrinking the government. And that means that people are getting laid off and fired, well over 1,300 people already. And we're going to see more, thousands more. And that means that unemployment will go up slowly but steadily. You'll see it mostly in the third quarter. In September, October, you'll really see those numbers come in, but it will go higher. And you will be told that the world is ending and the economy has failed and it's all Trump's fault. That's not the reality. We know these things are happening. We knew they were going to happen. It's just a matter of watching the process work. The process takes time. Economics is not overnight. It isn't instantaneous. So have some patience with that. Now, as I had mentioned in the chat while we were away on the break, that we were looking at, we could either be starting with Epstein and going into the Epstein files, which you can see, you saw in the break. This was the conversation that was had by the Liberty First Foundation and myself on our Wednesday roundtable. It is a panel political discussion we have every Wednesday at 8 p.m. Sometimes I can simulcast it. Sometimes I can't. It's not my broadcast. It's the Liberty First Foundation broadcast. And depending on the software they're using, sometimes I can rebroadcast it simultaneously. Sometimes I have to do it after the fact. So that just let you know. But every Wednesday at 8 p.m., we are on with them. We do talk about the issues from a more constitutional standpoint, and more specifically, the U.S. itself, as opposed to this program where we cover it all. There's no topic in the last 40 years in politics that I'm not familiar with. If it's U.S. based or connects to the United States in any fashion, if it's been around and discussed in the last 40 years, I know it to some moderate degree at least. And so that's what we cover here. So I take your questions from the chat as well as just presenting some of the issues I think are important that the mainstream media may not want to let you know about, and you should know, and we should have these conversations. And the conversation's open to everyone in the world because we are an international live stream, and we have over 100 people in over 100 countries that are watching this because we all believe in freedom. We believe in free speech. We believe that you have a right and can impact your government, and you do impact your government, whether the government likes it or not, whether or not the internet overlords like it or not. That's just the way it works. And as much as Google is fighting us, suppressing us, trying to make sure you don't get to hear any of this, we're not stopping. We've been doing it for 2 decades. We're not about to stop anytime soon. But that does mean we need your support. We need you to like, share, subscribe. We want to hit 5,000 subscribers this year. Yes, we punch way above our weight class in terms of political commentary. We get to go to events and we talk to individuals well above our subscriber base. But imagine if we had 5, 10, 15,000 subscribers, 30,000 subscribers. Imagine the caliber of people who would be begging to be on this program talking with us, because we already get national vice presidential candidates. We already have talked to congressional medal winners. We've already talked to members of Congress occasionally and members of state government. Imagine how many more would be on this program every week if you just subscribe. It costs you nothing. All right. And so you can always join our Patreon, and you can, of course, do a Rumble rant or a YouTube super chat anytime that you wish. We look forward to that. So, yes, a little bit of a shill there to pump my goods because, hey, I need money just like anyone else. That being said, let me ask, and so let me get the first responses from anyone in the chat. Do you want me to start off, now that we're back, do we want to start off talking about how immigration is affecting America and will affect abortion in the United States? Democrats have done some things that they may not have realized is going to affect whether or not abortion exists in America going forward. And we can talk about that right now, or we can go into talking about Epstein like we were on Wednesday. And now that we've had a few more days to absorb this, we've had a few more days to see the public reaction, the political reaction, we can talk about it at this moment and how you guys feel about it. I think the natural segue right now is talking about Epstein. I was going to hold it off, but I think that is a more natural switch to go into right now. And so I think we're going to do a little bit of that. Dow says, let's see. What does Dow say? Your own best advocate. Shameless self-promotion has to be given. No one will start it but you. They can certainly keep it going. That's true. And like, share, subscribe. I agree with you, Dow. Absolutely. Hey, somebody's got to ask for the money, and if it ain't me, it's not happening. Okay, so we got a comment from Americua over on Rumble saying it's immigration before we go into Epstein. Okay, so let's go into immigration. Fine. I like to listen to my chat. I will listen to my chat. So, immigration. There's a little bit to this. Now, obviously, when I'm talking about immigration, I'm talking about illegal immigration. And I need to make that emphasis because Democrats don't. When you hear Democrats and the mainstream news media talking about immigration, they mix together illegal immigrants, legal immigrants, refugees, and visa holders. They put them all together as if they're all exactly the same thing and there is no difference between any one of them. That is not true. There are massive differences between all of these groups. Legal migrants have to wait 10 years, if not longer, if not 20, to become American citizens and are very easily, they have to wait long lines even to get into America. They have to be vetted. Also, same thing with people who are on asylum. It's an 18 to 24 month process to check the background of people who are claiming refugee status, to verify that they are a refugee and to verify that they're not a criminal, they're not part of a gang or a spy or a member of ISIS or Al Qaeda or some other terrorist organization, that they're coming to America in good faith to protect themselves or to evade persecution, and that they're not here to be subversive. That's just a reality. You can't lump that together with illegal aliens. They're not the same creature, and it's not the same process. But Democrats like to think that they're all the same thing, and they try and make it sound like, there's no difference. But not only is there a difference, the difference is even within that, because there's a difference between illegal aliens that are members of drug cartels, MS-13, Florencia 13, the 18th Street Gang. These are all different groups. They're a problem. They're a major problem for America. Now, immigration goes both ways, by the way. So there's those who are coming into America, and then there are those who are trying to get out. And remarkably, there are very few people who are trying to leave America. As often as you have heard from college professors, news media, political elites in various organizations like Antifa or the Democratic Socialists of America, even many of the Democrats, they'll tell you America's horrible. We had the entire apology tour by Obama during his 8 years of presidency saying America is not great, that it's in some matter of fact, Obama and Chuck Schumer said America's never been great. Or was it Andrew Cuomo who said that? I think both, all three. America's not great. It's never been great. And that's their opinion. And it's shared by some people, but it's actually very few. People like, in this case, we're talking about Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie O'Donnell finally left America. She promised for years that she would leave if Donald Trump won. She promised for years that if Republicans and MAGA were in charge, that she would get out. She finally got out. America didn't miss her. No one cared. No one cares because she's not a factor. She's not important. Like most entertainers, she's not relevant. Yes, she's an American citizen. She has an opinion. Fantastic. Good for her. We all do. but there's nothing that gives more weight to her opinion than anyone else. And because she wasn't getting the kind of attention, the ego boost that she wanted, and her positions were being challenged because they didn't make sense, she finally left. And now the news media, the Associated Press, are trying to make a big deal because Donald Trump said, well, maybe Rosie O'Donnell isn't in the best interest of the United States, and maybe he should take away her citizenship. Now, let's address this. I don't think that was a serious statement. And we have to remember, Donald Trump has had a long, very, very public feud with Rosie O'Donnell, even before he got into politics. He's always had disdain for this entertainer, and she equally had no love for Donald Trump, even before politics. Trump, I don't think, was being 100% serious. He was making a point. Rosie O'Donnell is currently in Ireland, where she's not loved. And Ireland has been very clear. Many people in where she lives have been very clear that they don't want her there. They don't like her and her politics. They don't want it in their community. But she is there. And she is going through the path of becoming an Irish citizen, which is actually very difficult. And just like in the United States, it's difficult to become an American citizen. It's difficult to go any country in the world and become a citizen. In fact, some countries like Switzerland, like Sweden, it's almost impossible. You can't become a citizen. They don't want you to be a citizen. Many countries have closed doors on this. But Rosie O'Donnell is busy trying to become an Irish citizen. And so Donald Trump was like, well, maybe we should help her by taking away her citizenship. But he can't. It's not possible. Because Rosie O'Donnell is an American citizen. She's born in America. She has birthright citizenship. 14th Amendment, born in America. She's a citizen. But the news media ran with this because, again, they don't like Donald Trump. And anything he says is always taken out of context to mean the worst thing possible, so that you can be afraid, oh my God, he's going to take away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. And so everyone's going to lose their citizenship. Black people are going to become slaves. Women will be tied to the kitchens. You won't have the right to vote anymore. It's the end of America. It's a dictatorship. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's called sensationalism. Trump doesn't like Rosie. He wants to insult her. But you're going to hear this, and people are going to say, oh my God, he's serious. The 14th Amendment still exists. The Constitution still exists. And for as much as they want to say Trump doesn't pay attention to any of that, let me make it very clear. Donald Trump hasn't broken any laws. All of the immigration policies that we have seen, Trump is following the law. In most cases, the very letter of the law. He's literally following exactly what the law has said. He hasn't deviated. They just don't like the fact that he's doing it because they've told us you can't do it. They want open borders. They want illegal immigration. They want, listen to the way that the mainstream and many of these Democrats and these socialists, how they talk about illegal aliens, that they are menial labor, nothing more. They never say, oh, we want them in because they're great carpenters or they're great doctors and we should let them in. No, they're like, we need someone to go out into the field and pick cotton. That's what they want. You got to pick the cotton. You got to go and sweep my floors. They treat them like dirt. But they're the champions for these people. They have to come into America because someone's got to go pick the cotton. Somebody's got to sweep the floor. They're talking about slaves. Slaves that they do want to make citizens as long as they vote Democrat. As long as Democrats have the power at the end of the day, they want them in. And if they don't, then they don't care. But Donald Trump has been saying consistently, you know what? You're abusing the system. You're abusing birthright citizenship for your own advantage. So are the illegal aliens. They come in. There is an actual industry where people plan vacations for their pregnant wives or pregnant women to come into America in their 9th month of pregnancy so they can stay in America for a month or so and give birth so that their kid, now sitting on American soil, suddenly becomes an American citizen. That was never the intention of the Constitution. That was never the intention of the 14th Amendment. There was no such concept at the time. In the 1700s, the 1800s, they had no concept that anyone could even try and do that. It would take months, if not a year, to even cross the ocean to get to America. You couldn't fly anywhere. So it would take you months, if not years, to get to America. You weren't coming to America for a vacation unless you were royalty. You couldn't afford it. You couldn't afford the time or the money. So you came here to live here. You were migrating. It was a one-way trip. So they never envisioned someone would just show up for a couple of months, get pregnant, have a kid, and then, go back to their home country. Now that kid is an American. They never had that concept. People came because they wanted to be here. They wanted to be American, not whatever they left, American. I think that is incredibly important to keep in mind. That's what the purpose of the 14th Amendment is. That's what the purpose of the Constitution in terms of citizenship. That's what they're talking about. People who are naturalized citizens. These are people who made the choice, a permanent, life-changing choice. That's what's in the Constitution. That's what's in the 14th Amendment. In particular, the 14th Amendment addressed for those people, Black Americans, Black people, who were brought to America not necessarily because of their will, and they're here, and they can't go back. There's nowhere to go back to. Your family's been here for 100 years. Yes, they were slaves. There's no culture, no history, nothing to go back to. You're just here in America. We had to do something with them. We had to do something for them. We made them citizens. And we guaranteed that their children would be citizens. The stigma of slavery, the concept of slavery in America would end. And it would never come back. Mind you, slavery still exists. Slavery is everywhere in the world right now. There are more slaves in the world at this moment than at any other time in the history of mankind. Most of it in Central Africa. That's just a fact. People don't like to talk about it, and they call it everything except that. They talk about human trafficking and sex trafficking, child workers. That's all slavery. That's the word, slavery. Except in America, we've relegated, and somehow the left, the intelligentsia, have compartmentalized that if you mention slavery, you can only be talking about the 1850s in America. That's the only time slavery existed. No, that's just stupid. Slavery exists now. They just call it human trafficking. They just use other words that sound nicer than slavery. But it's still here. It still exists. And if some people go, well, there's slavery and then there's chattel slavery, and chattel slavery is American. No, it's not. It exists right now in Africa. Chattel slavery is not unique to America. Never was, still isn't. So people are abusing the system that was meant to defeat chattel slavery, a system that was meant to pivot America into a new path forward. A difficult path. It wasn't overnight. Yes, slaves were freed overnight, but that didn't mean the culture, the mindset, the people changed overnight. That took time. So Trump's saying we have to preserve that essence, that core that America is willing and capable and desires to help those who want to be here, that want to be Americans, that chose to come here. And for those that had no choice because of slavery, we give them an exit strategy, a way that they and their children will forever be able to abandon that. So if you escape from Boko Haram out of Ethiopia, and you make it to America, and you have a child, and that child is born on American soil, they will never have to worry about Boko Haram coming across the ocean saying, you're my property and so is your kid. I'm taking you back to Ethiopia to be a slave, to continue to be a slave. You can't do that. That's what the 14th Amendment was about. That's the protection that comes from the Constitution and the 14th Amendment. That's what it's about. And that applies today as it did then, except now we have people who are abusing it. They're coming across and they say, oh, I had a kid. Now you can't get rid of me. I came here I want the money. I want a higher quality of life. My government sucks. Yours is better. Let me take advantage of it. I want to live in a three-star hotel and get paid to be in America after breaking your laws. That's not what the 14th Amendment was about. That's not what the Constitution is about. And no, once you're an American, unless you do something like what Rosie O'Donnell seems to be doing, which is to get citizenship in another country and revoke your American citizenship. And for the people who do that, and there are about, every year, I believe it's about 42,000 people a year give up their American citizenship forever. They stop being American citizens. Mind you, there is roughly about 1.5 million people who are trying to get into America to replace those 42,000 that left. 42,000 go away, 1.5 million come in every year. I think America is the better choice. And the places that those 42,000 are going to is where the 1.5 million are running from. So that tells you something. That tells you really what the reality is out there. Now, can Trump remove someone's citizenship? No. And he knows it. And he has been very, very clear in abiding by the law. He knows he can't take away citizenship. And I think he's trolling Rosie O'Donnell. But the news media is going to say, no, he was serious. He was absolutely serious. You should take him at his word. But they don't take him at his word. He said a lot of things, a lot of positive things. He's talked about enforcing the law. They don't take him seriously about that. No, it's all about the politics they want. Okay, fine. So here's the thing. The left is occupied and busy, and I'm going to explain. I'm getting to how this deals with abortion. I'm getting there. So the left is obsessed with taking care of these illegal aliens. Not because they think they're good people, but because they want slave labor, because they want second-class citizens. And that's how they treat these people. And that's why we're seeing they are fighting, literally, gangs, cartels, possibly terrorists, and American citizens are fighting in California right now. It's not getting a lot of attention anymore. Remember, the Marines are still in LA. The state National Guard still activated. They're still in California, and they're still rounding up and mass deporting illegal aliens because they broke our laws. The news media stopped talking about it. You have to ask, why? Why did they stop? The riots are still happening in city after city. Last week, we were just talking about how a vice mayor of Cudahy, California, is trying to get the cartels to fight against the American government because she doesn't like Donald Trump. And yet, those very same mainstream news media are telling you that Democrats are the good guys and Donald Trump's the bad guy. But it's the very same left that's using cartels and gangs to fight the government to break the law. Does that make sense to anyone? And you never hear this on MSNBC. You'll never hear this. I wish CBS, MSNBC, one of these programs would invite me in and I'd ask this question, and I'd like to hear their answer to this, because they never answer this. They never want to deal with this. They never want to address this. They're like, no, it doesn't matter. See, Trump went in And he arrested 300 individuals believed to be members of, or excuse me, illegal aliens, so that they could be deported. And some Americans were detained, which is not illegal. And their identities were found, and those Americans were released. And the rest that are illegal aliens are being deported. And that some of them will go back to their home countries, and some of them will go over to, I don't care where. They'll go to the Sudan. They'll go to El Salvador. They can go to the Antarctic. I don't care. They're not our problem. If their country doesn't want them, why should we want them? If their country sent them up here because they're criminals or they're mentally deranged, they're terrorists, or whatever reason it might be, why do we want them? They're not our problem. They're not. And that may sound insensitive to some people, but it is more insensitive to try and save the world than save the people right in front of you. There's a big difference, because I can help someone in front of me. I can help the homeless man downstairs in front of my building. I can't save all the illegal aliens, the 8 million that came into America under the Biden-Harris administration. It's not possible. I can't save them all. I can save the homeless guy downstairs. It's unrealistic, and it is actually cruel for me to say, oh, I'll save all 8 million. But Mike, you can't afford it. You don't have the capability. You don't have the resources. Yeah, I know, but I'll save them anyway. That's cruel. That is wrong. No one ever says that. No one ever thinks of it that way, because you're not supposed to. You're supposed to say, no, it's a good thing. Democrats are good, and vote Democrat. Rather than the reality of, we don't have the resources. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have a purpose for these people. You know what? They're all not going to work on a farm. They're not all going to go out and clean your house. They're not all maids and butlers. They're human beings with their own skills and rights and their own desires. But we can't service them. We can't help them when they're breaking our laws and breaking our financial systems, our infrastructure. We can't. We have responsibilities to people who are already American citizens. They come first. That's the whole point of citizenship. They're the focus. And we should be focused on them. And notice, these same leftists that are telling you that ICE is bad, enforcing immigration laws are bad, the Trump administration is bad. You know what they forgot to mention in the raids, the most recent raids in California at a marijuana plant? 300 people are arrested. 10 children were found. 10 unaccompanied minors. So someone's parent sent their kid on a 1,000, 2,000, possibly more trek with a bunch of unknown individuals, drug cartels, sex slavers, human traffickers, sent them into America for a better life. And they sent them and just left them on their own. That's called child abuse. And this is something that Democrats support, that progressives support, by having the open borders, by allowing illegal aliens to come in the manner that they do. They support child abuse. There is no other way to say that. Someone on the left will say, Mike, I don't like the way you say that. It doesn't matter if you don't like the way I'm saying. It is what is happening. It is the functional, factual truth. And whether or not I say it in a way that makes you feel nice is unimportant. I'm not here for your feelings. I'm here for the facts. And the reality is unpleasant. So why do I want you to feel good about something that is factually unpleasant? It's destroying lives. 10 children. The mainstream media has essentially eliminated this part of the story. They have talked about everything else. They're talking about the guy with a gun who is shooting at the law enforcement for enforcing existing law. This isn't Trump being an authoritarian. This isn't Trump making up his own laws. This isn't about doing something that's illegal. He's enforcing the law. That's the whole point of a president. Enforce the existing law. And this guy, who may or may not be an American citizen, might be one of the cartel members. It's unclear. But this individual shooting at him for enforcing the law because he didn't like it. And the left is thinking that that guy with the gun, that lone gunman, was, oh, he's a hero because he's shooting at the police. He's shooting at law enforcement. Are you serious? Does that make any sense to anyone? It's ridiculous. It's a stupid way of looking at these things. You're encouraging crime. That's everyone on the left who's supporting this. You're encouraging crime. You're encouraging criminality. You're encouraging the destruction of our country. Because if one law doesn't matter, none of them do. These are the same people that will tell you you can't have a gun. They tell women across America on a regular basis, you can't have a gun to defend yourself. They do that in New York, California, Illinois. They constantly tell you, you can't own a gun. That the Democrats have made the decision that you are not trustworthy. You're an adult and they don't trust you. They don't like you. How dare you own a firearm? The Second Amendment they want to abolish the Second Amendment. They've said so many, many times. They want to take away your right to own a gun, any gun, and defend yourself. To women who desperately need that. That is the equalizer, and they don't want you to have it. But this one guy shows up at when law enforcement is enforcing the law as it is written, and they think that guy's a hero for trying to allow criminality to continue to exist to endanger the lives of children. Again, the big part of the story, 10 children are in a factory on a farm working, 10 of them. That's illegal in America. Child labor laws, absolutely, specifically illegal. We made that illegal back in the 1930s. It's absolutely illegal. These kids who were brought into America, which is child abuse. It's crime built on top of crime, and that's the thing. Once you allow one crime, every other crime goes on that. And so crime begets another crime and more abuses, and it is horrendous. This is what the Democrats are doing. They are enabling crime after crime on these same people, torturing them. It is evil. It is evil. And I know a lot of Democrats have never looked at it that way. I know a lot of the progressives have never looked at it that way. People in the DSA will fight and be angry. And how could you say that? And you're mischaracterizing. It is the fact. 10 children were found on the farm where they don't belong, in this country where they don't belong, because of the abuse that their parents put on them. And I understand why they did it. They want the kids to have a better life. And even as slaves in America, they probably will have a better quality of life than any other country that they would be coming from. I'm sure they will. They'll get inoculated. They won't get measles, mumps, and rubella like we see in Venezuela. They won't have to kill zoo animals to be able to eat. Yeah, that's true. They'll have a higher quality of life. They'll still be a slave. This is what Democrats are fighting for. This is what socialists like Zoran Mandami, that's what they're fighting for right now. This is what the colleges are telling kids that they need to fight for children to be child slaves. They don't tell you that. And they say, and those kids should get birthright citizenship. And their parents should get birthright citizenship. And you can just walk on in, and as soon as you touch American soil, you get birthright citizenship. No, and it doesn't matter how you're abusing the system, because they abuse the system. Their whole ideology is built on the idea of abusing the system. I need another gardener. Let in the illegal aliens. I need someone to clean my toilets. Send in another illegal alien. I don't want to pay workers full. They don't want to pay for a living wage, $25 an hour. Send in an illegal alien. They're abusing the system for their own benefit. And they just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to think about it. This is horrendous. Especially the 10 migrant children. We really, why? You should ask yourself, why isn't the news media mentioning this? Why is that not one? That should be the leading part of the story. 2 people died. A guy was shooting at law enforcement and everyone else, and 10 child slaves were found. Why are the left defending that? Why are they defending any of those things? Oh, mass deportation. There is no border. Borders don't exist. Every country has them. Go ask Rosie O'Donnell right now in Ireland. Does Ireland have a border? Yes, it does. Borders exist everywhere in the world. Most countries have walls. 107 out of 147 countries have walls. Anyway, let me move. Now, I'm saying all of this because all of this culminates and it all comes together in this story so that we have this full understanding of what's going on here. So NPR is reporting on something that has been reported. The second that Democrats lost with the Supreme Court, that they could no longer pick and choose the judges they wanted to try and stop the Trump administration from following the law because they don't like it, because they want another Gardner, because they want someone to walk their dog, because they don't care about child slavery. So they were picking and choosing judges across the country to try and stop everything that Trump was doing. That's illegal. That's unconstitutional. No matter what Ketanji Brown Jackson, the activist, wants to be true, the fact is the law is very clear about that. Very explicitly clear about that. So they decided we're going to do a class action. And that's the new thing. So they took all the people that were being deported, the illegal aliens, and the ACLU decided they're all part of a class action. We're now going to, instead of going for an injunction just because they're illegal aliens, now we're going to make a class action, which Supreme Court said you could do that. And so now it's a class action suit on the behalf of illegal aliens, criminals who entered the United States illegally, and we're going to give them a right they didn't have otherwise. And we're going to fight. The ACLU is fighting for criminals to reward those criminals with a higher quality of life and your tax money. I know MSNBC doesn't word it that way. The Daily Kos and Huffington Post, they don't word it that way. That's because they're lying to you. This is what is happening. This is the truth. Nothing I'm saying is untrue. They don't like it being said that way because it is the bald, straight truth. So they started this class action. And here's the thing about the class action. And this is where the abortion comes in. This is where abortion is in. Because they didn't think it through. The class action is on behalf of the children, the unborn children, otherwise known as a baby in the womb. The left sometimes calls them unborn or fetuses because they don't like to remind people they're living human beings, that they are alive. But these babies, they are fighting for the right for those babies to be American citizens. And that's why they have a class action. Because it's not for the parents. The parents are illegal aliens. The parents are criminals. There's no denying that. There's no two ways around that. You can't circle that square. They are, in fact, the parents are, in fact, criminals. They're illegal aliens. They have no right to be in America. But they're fighting for the baby who might be born in America to get citizenship. So that means that child, that unborn child, that fetus, that baby, whatever the word is that the left would like to use, has a right, an inherent, God-given, absolute right, even though they haven't been born, even though they haven't taken a breath of air. They have an inherent, inalienable right to be an American citizen. And if they are inalienably an American citizen, their rights must be protected, and they must be, and they are afforded every right of every American citizen. This is what the ACLU is fighting for. This is what the left is fighting for. In this case, in dealing with those children, this is the birthright argument that Trump is now trying to change because of the abuses that have been used by the left so that the left can get an extra gardener. So they have someone to walk their dog because they want someone to go out and pick cotton. Let's put it into the terms. I know that's very graphic and people will go, oh my God, that's just so. Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. They're going to pick oranges and cotton. That's according to the left. Listen to the way they describe illegal immigrants. All the people on the left. They're not talking about doctors. They're not talking about carpenters. They're not talking about machinists. They're talking about sharecroppers. They're talking about slaves. Now, here's the thing. If these unborn children are American citizens, let's go with the argument that the ACLU has made. Let's take the 14th Amendment as written and pervert the intention of it and assume that just because you touch American soil, you become an American citizen. Even if you're abusing the system, doesn't matter that you're abusing the loophole, you get to be an American citizen. Well, that means that you're a human being. Only human beings get to have rights. My dog, which I love, Khan, is 14 and a half years old. I love that dog like life itself. He's not an American citizen. He's my dog. He has rights. I love him. I'll defend him, but he's not an American citizen. So that means that only human beings have a right, or rather can exercise a right, and must be protected. And that's one of the things the government is built for, to protect the rights of those that cannot do it themselves. It is one of the ultimate rules of government. The American government is to protect those that cannot protect themselves. That means those who are disabled, who are mentally incapable of doing so, and children. The government will fight tooth and nail for the rights of children, the disabled, and those who are mentally incapable of defending themselves, as it should. I do not deny that. I do not question that. I don't disagree with that. That's what the government's there for. Let it do that. Therefore, that means those babies can't be aborted. There it is. There's mic drop. If they're American citizens, if they have the right of an American citizen, if they must be defended and protected by the American government, then you can't abort them because they have the right to life. So in fighting, especially in a class action lawsuit, and saying that the class action, the people that this class action is representing are the unborn babies, then they are saying those unborn babies are human, are American citizens, and they have rights. That means you can't abort them. Can't. It's as simple as that. It's one or the other. If we go by the definition, according to the left, that they're not human beings, that babies and fetuses, whatever you want to call them, are not human. They're not alive. They don't exist. That means they have no rights, which means deport them. They don't get citizenship. It's that simple. Either they don't have a right to be here and they aren't Americans, or they have a right to be here and they are American citizens. You can't claim both at the same time from the left. So the left has just made a decision. What's more important, abortion or illegal aliens? They're picking illegal aliens. And no one's stopped to actually really map that out for you like I have. It takes a minute to understand the fullness and completeness of this entire issue. We have to understand immigration. We have to understand the immigration laws. We have to understand the policies that are going on right now. And then we have to understand the 14th Amendment. Then we have to understand abortion. And when you put it all together, this is the conclusion. And the mainstream media won't have this conversation because it's not a minute and a half. It's not a 30-second soundbite. It takes a minute to explain this so you can really understand what we're talking about here. What really is going on here. Now, I know there are a lot of people who are on the left and they're like, oh, no, I love a lot of women, a lot of feminists are like, oh, I love my abortions. You can't take away my abortions. Well, the left just did it to you. They just made the choice. To be a proper Democrat, to be a proper progressive, you have to believe in open borders. You have to believe that anyone who comes to America for any reason, even if they're a criminal, they have a child here. That child is an American citizen. Full stop. Doesn't matter. There is no exception. That's it. Well, that means that you can't abort that child. And if you can't abort the children who are on American soil, regardless of whether their parents are American citizens or not, regardless of whether their parents are criminal or not, if you can't abort that child, then you definitely can't abort any American child. Same rule, same principles. There is no difference. There is no difference between the child of two illegal aliens and two American citizens, because the child is inherently an American citizen with rights. Therefore, you can't kill them. The government must defend that child and their right to life. Must. Just like they would any illegal alien's child. There's a bunch of leftists right now that are spinning and they're mad and they just don't like that. And yet that's the argument the ACLU has made. That is the argument that the left is making. The progressives are making. This is their choice. And they chose, whether they thought of it or not, whether they recognized the consequence or not, their choice is abortion or illegal aliens, birthright citizenship. And they are all about birthright citizenship. They want that slave class in America. They want those open borders. They want someone to pick that cotton. They're desperate for it. They're willing to have shootouts on the streets of American cities and employ mercenaries, drug cartels as mercenaries to fight the government on our streets. That's how much they believe in this. They are willing and actively doing a war to protect birthright citizenship and the right of slavery. The Democrats have gone back to the 1800s. Democrats were the ones who supported slavery in the first place. Yes, an unpleasant memory of history. Democrats supported slavery from the beginning. The Southern Democrats were the ones who were all in on slavery. That's what the whole 3/5 rule was about, because the South didn't want to join America, the United States, unless they could count their slaves as property and deny them the right to vote, deny them citizenship. That was all because of the South. Had nothing to do with the North. The North was all about abolition. The Democrats wanted that. The Democrats fought for that. No one's going to have this honest conversation with you. No one except this channel. You're not seeing this. This is not being spoken about across the interweb. Social media, YouTube is shutting down channels. They're suppressing the hell out of people. They're throwing us into the corners of the internet. How dare you mention the facts? How dare you mention the consequences of these facts? How dare you talk about the policies and what they and how they affect people's lives? They don't want you to do that. You're just supposed to think Donald Trump's bad, MAGA bad, vote Democrat. You're not supposed to think about it. Well, for all of those Democrats, all those progressives that are screaming, have been screaming for years about Roe v. Wade and the right of a woman to choose, even though it's not their body, it's someone else's body, it's a baby's body. And you may believe in abortion. And I'm not saying, obviously there's the exceptions of incest and rape. And yeah, I get it. Those are exceptions. Everyone accepts those. Everyone accepts the exceptions. And no one's questioning that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the cosmetic birth control of abortion. Because that's what it is. It's cosmetic birth control. It's not rare. It's not infrequent. It's common. It's casual. And it's not serious. It's birth control. That's abortion in America today. Ruth Bader Ginsburg didn't vote for this. She didn't vote for what we have now. She didn't want it to be what it is, but it is. And for those liberals who have been screaming about, you can't take away my right to kill that baby, well, what are you choosing? Birthright citizenship or your right to kill that baby? It's one or the other. You don't get to have both. A lot of people haven't thought about that. I know very few people on the left have ever thought about that. No one. The MSNBC does not want to talk about this. They do not want you to recognize this. They damn well don't want to have this conversation because they don't know how to square that circle. They don't know how to deal with this. This is the ACLU. Federal court blocks Trump's birthright citizenship because of class action. Nationwide class protecting all impacted babies. Those are unborn. They have rights. And if they have rights, you cannot abort them. The ACLU doesn't have an answer for this. The Democratic Socialists of America, DSA, don't have an answer for this. The Antifa and Indivisible and all the leftist organizations out there that are all the same people with different names, they don't have an answer for this. They don't, because they don't want to talk about it. They'll say, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. You're such MAGA. You're a Trumper. Okay, that still doesn't answer my question. That doesn't deal with the issue. No matter what label you want to put on me, no matter how much you want to say I'm an evil, mean, terrible person, you didn't answer the situation. You didn't answer the underlying question. So you can call me whatever you want. You can think of me any way you want. That's the choice. I think it's just interesting. And mind you, it's not like it's the first time. This is from the ACLU. They know. Or at least they know now what they've done. They don't want to talk about it. And again, when I say that the left is violent and this is about life and death, hundreds were arrested. It was initially 2 people have died. 2 people died. There was a guy running around with a gun, shooting at people. The left take this very seriously. I don't know. And this is not ending anytime soon. It's not going away, folks. It's not going away. Again, the troops, Marines are still in LA. National Guard's still in LA. ICE is still doing the mass deportations, which 70% of America supported. This is why we voted for Trump. But the news media doesn't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. By the way, if you're wondering about this, up until, and we'll go into Epstein in just a second, up until Epstein, right up until we got to deal with Epstein, Donald Trump still doing better in terms of approval than when he was the 45th president. He's doing better today than he was as the 45th president under the same time frame. Matter of fact, let me take a look. You can see it right here. Even right now, this is real clear politics. This is all of the polling data, all the major credible polls in America on Donald Trump as of 7/6, July 6th, 6th through 10th. So up until middle of last week, everyone, even with the downturn, even with Epstein, Donald Trump is still more favorable today than he was in as the 45th president in 2017, 2018, 2019. He is more favorable and has more support now than in almost any time in his presidency as the 45th president of the United States. And they're trying to tell you right now, MAGA is over, America First is over, Donald Trump has lost all of his support. He has more support today than he did through 2/3 of his entire term. They don't tell you that. They don't explain it to you. They don't want you to think about it. They don't think you're going to look back on the history and think about this. They just want you to hear today. Here's your 30-second sound bites for today. Trump is losing power. Everyone's abandoning him. He has no support. He's better off today than he was 8 years ago. Oh yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. It's just all gone. It's all over. Democrat, vote Democrat. That's not what the data shows us. That's not reality. Let me go back to some of the comments here. And I know Dow's been trying to get my attention for a little bit. And I know Americua said on Rumble, said to renounce the citizenship of these illegal aliens and some of these other individuals. I'm not fully into renouncing people's. If you're a naturalized citizen, you're a citizen. If you're an American citizen, you're an American citizen. Now, does that mean I give American citizenship because your mom decided to take a vacation in America to abuse the system? No, that's abusing the system. Criminals don't get to profit off of their crimes. It is a very consistent statute of law in America. Criminals don't get rewarded for their crimes. That includes illegal aliens. We don't give them citizenship, and their children don't benefit from citizenship just because they broke the law. You're trying to get a loophole. Close the loophole. That's what I believe. But thank you, Maricua, for your comment. Now, Dow, he goes that American citizenship is inherent to a child if that child is born of American parents. True. Everyone agrees with that. That's not even no question. Dow goes on to say, to me, the country is of the people, not the land. We could be Americans anywhere, but we hold the land. We do because we the people hold it. Well, no, you can't be American anywhere else. Again, that's about Constitution. That's about ideology. That's about law. Could those all exist in somewhere else? They could, but they don't. So there is that. He goes on to say, the irony is that is really as simple as reading the Constitution without reading into the Constitution. And all of the basics are there. As long as we kept it simple, we wouldn't be having this debate. But that's why they have to interpret the laws. That's why they have to, the Constitution, they want it to be a living document. So it's always evolving, so it can always move to the left. You notice only progressives are the ones that say the Constitution is a living document and that it needs to evolve to get to where they are so they can move even further left and keep the Constitution moving more towards socialism. They're the only ones who say that. So they don't want it to be simple. They really don't. Dow says, I was discussing this Friday with a coworker. I don't have buyer's remorse. I stand by my vote for Donald Trump and his administration because the outcome I want is more likely through his administration. I agree with you. I do not regret my vote. Even with Epstein, which we'll get into in just a second, even with the failures, he's had some problems. He didn't end the war in the Ukraine yet. He didn't end the war between Hamas and Israel yet. Okay. It's only been 160 days. It's just about half a year in his term, in the first year of his term. So, we have expectations that are insane. People are expecting the world to change in 6 months. It's not. It's not. I know we would like it to. I know we would hope it could, but it's not. That's not how it works. The United States is a giant. We take very few steps, and we take great strides when we do take a step, but we don't move often, and we don't keep moving once we do. We take a step, we stop. Let me see here. Dow goes on to say, I know for a fact that the outcome of the free exercise of liberty I desire would not be attainable without the authoritarians that, excuse me, I correct myself. Let me start over. God, I can't read right now. I know for a fact that the outcome of the free exercise of liberty I desire would not be attainable with the authoritarians that populate the political parties predominantly on the left. Yeah, the parties are very authoritarian at this point. That's true. By the way, folks, if you want to make a comment, whether you agree or disagree with anything that I have said, any conclusion I have come to, I'm happy to hear that. Doesn't matter if you agree or not. That's your right, your choice. I'm laying out the information. I'm showing you the outcome that I see based on the information we have. If you have a different outcome, I'm happy to hear it. I will hear out your argument. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think I am. Based on the information, and as I've laid it out, I don't think I'm incorrect, but I'm happy to hear your voice. And of course, you can even make a bigger statement by using a super chat or a Rumble rant and send that to me. I'm happy to have that as well. So don't think just because some people do agree and they leave chat comments saying they agree, doesn't mean you can't disagree with me. You absolutely can. And I know a lot of people who personally do. So don't feel bad about that. Go right ahead. All right. That kind of leaves us at the moment. There's more other stuff to talk about, like the alligator Alcatraz, which is related to the immigration issue. But I think I've made it very clear about what's going on with illegal immigration, abortion, the birthright citizenship. I think that's clear now. And I can't wait to hear what the Democrats have to say. But let's talk about Epstein. Let's talk about Epstein, because I put it off long enough. I know a lot of people are emotional about the Epstein file. A lot of people are very emotional about it. I don't get emotional about politics. Now, that doesn't mean I don't see things as right or wrong. And as an example, when I was talking about abortion, I'm against abortion. I believe I'm pro-life. Used to be pro-choice. I'm pro-life. Seen too much of my life to continue with the pro-choice thing, because pro-choice is just another way. Politically, it's just another way to say pro-abortion. There's the pro-abortion, the people like some of these activists that run around and with their t-shirt saying I've had 22 or 23 or 50 abortions and they're proud of it. Okay, that's the pro-abortion wing, and I think that's kind of nutty. Then there's those who say, oh, no, I'm pro-choice, which means, honestly, most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, that means that you believe in abortion, but you're not proud of abortion, but you believe in it. Okay. And then there's the pro-life, and I'm pro-life. My position has evolved. When I was running in 2013, I was pro-choice. When I ran for Congress, I was pro-choice. I'm pro-life. Because quite honestly, I believe in protecting those babies. I do. And I've seen that as we've gone through the last decade, the left has been more and more antagonistic and more desirous of killing babies. And that's not a racial thing, but it can be. For those who are all into the whole pro-black, black supremacy, whatever. Yeah. What are the most babies that get aborted every year? Black babies. Over 500,000 in New York City alone every year. 500,000 in New York City alone every year. So if you want to take it from the racial standpoint, you can. But I want the kids to be alive. That's me. That includes the kids of the illegal aliens, by the way. I just don't think they should be American citizens. I do think they should be alive. I think they should live. I don't want them to be in slavery. But then that's not my choice. They're not citizens. But I would love to get rid of slavery. And a lot of people are like, oh, well, there is no slavery. There is. It's a fact. There's more slavery in the world today than at any time previous in history. And Americans don't care. By and large, the world does not care because we moved on. Because slavery is 1850. We don't talk about it anymore. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It's like when we were talking about the Black Plague, which exists. We don't talk about it, but it exists. It's in America. It's around the world. It has never disappeared. We just don't talk about it anymore. It's unpleasant, and we mostly have it under control. Same thing with slavery. Abortions exist. There are certain conditions we all agree on. All right. Beyond that, no, I'm pro-life. Anyway. Oh, I love it. Dow says, but you do get passionate about red flag laws in the Second Amendment. I get passionate about a lot of things. I have passion. I just don't get... let me clarify. I am passionate about a lot of issues. A lot of the things I talk with you guys about. That's the reason why I can do this for 20 years. I am passionate about the views and the politics that are affecting all of us around the world every day. Very passionate. I'm not emotional. When I say emotional, I mean that I don't think about the consequences. I don't think about the causes. I don't think about anything except how it makes me feel. That I'm purely driven by the feeling, which is what you see mostly with woke people. They're all about the feeling that moment, that second. They don't think about the consequences, ever. It's kind of like what happened with the ACLU. They were wrapped up in the emotion of fighting Trump. They were like, Trump, bad, evil, MAGA, gotta beat them. Let's fight birthright citizenship. And then they didn't realize as a consequence, yeah, well, now you just justified the pro-life movement. You just gave legs to getting rid of abortion entirely in America, eliminating it forever. They didn't think about that because they were so busy with the emotion trying to sway people to allow illegal aliens to game the system and get a reward that they didn't realize there's a consequence to their actions. So I don't get emotional in that way, where I just don't think about the consequences or the causes of what I'm talking about. I really don't. And I know a lot of people are. I don't trust any president, Republican, Democrat, third party, doesn't matter. I don't trust any politician. And I know quite a few politicians at every level of government, local, state, federal. I know politicians in New York and across the country, many of them for a decade or more. I don't trust any of them because they're human beings. They're fallible, just like anyone else. I do not, and let me clarify that, I do not inherently trust them. People earn trust based on their actions and their deeds and their words, whether they're effective and efficient at their jobs. They earn trust. But that's never absolute. There's not one member of Congress that I know, and I know several personally and have their phone numbers. None of them are, I don't have absolute trust in any of them. Nor should I. Nor do they have implicit 100% trust and belief in me. Nor should they. They should always have a question. So when I hear people saying, well, Trump said he was going to reveal the Epstein files as an individual, as a person who wasn't involved in that. Okay, he said that. Yes. Did I trust him? I kind of thought he would if he could. That obviously there has been a lot of baggage behind the Epstein files about what that man did, the connections that he had. There are many people who have been thinking about this, and they speculate Epstein may have been a asset, basically a spy or working with spies for several countries, not just the United States, but several countries, either for those other countries or for our country and those other countries, or just America alone. We don't know. He was connected to every power broker in the world from the 80s and 90s. That means presidents, business CEOs, entertainers. He was connected to everybody. And that would make him a wonderful asset for any spy agency in the world, whether it's the Chinese, the Russians, Americans, Israelis, English, it doesn't matter. They all would have won him. And maybe he was a free enough agent that he could work with all of them from time to time. He had dirt on everyone. He had more dirt on people than Herbert Hoover. Was it Hoover? No, it wasn't Hoover. Who was in charge of the FBI? And he had he was gay. He dressed up in women's clothing. What's his name? Yeah, it was Hoover. Yeah, it was J. Edgar Hoover. Yeah, I thought it was Hoover. Hoover had dirt on everyone. Hoover was gay and a cross-dresser. He had a lot of kinks. He was a bit of a pervert. But he had a book of secrets on everyone. Everyone in government, everyone in politics, world leaders in other countries. He had dirt on everyone. So no one, he was protected on high. Not one news media organization would talk about his sexual preferences or his kinks. They would never touch it. They basically didn't even talk about him in his job with the FBI. They left him. It was Herbert Hoover. No, excuse me, J. Edgar Hoover. Yeah. And they wouldn't touch him. They wouldn't even do stories about him because he had secrets on everyone. Everyone's secrets he knew. And even he was still liable and more accountable than Epstein, which makes me think that Epstein, at least part of the time, had dirt on and was helping several governments with several people to curry favor from time to time, whether it's a business deal or whether it's getting a vote to go one way or another, whether someone would run or not run in a various election. Yeah, I think Epstein was a tool for a lot of people. And that made him very dangerous. He had dirt on everyone, more than enough to make him useful, but also once he fell, once it was the game over for him, he was too dangerous to let loose. He was a loose cannon. He had too much information on too many people. So if you're asking me, do I think Epstein self-deleted? Yeah, absolutely. And I think he had some help along the way. I think he was facing the situation that I think the message was given to him that if he didn't self-delete, what was going to happen to him was going to be worse than self-deletion. Basically, he was given no option. It's either you can do this yourself or we will much more painfully do it to you. Either way, you're going to delete, but we'll make it painful. We'll make it hurt. You can do it yourself. It'll be relatively painless. Your choice, but it's going to happen one way or the other. I think that's definitely a conversation that was had with Epstein because he's too dangerous. The information he had. I don't think there's actually, in fact, an Epstein file. Doesn't really exist. An Epstein list, I should say. An Epstein list doesn't exist. There's no one proverbial black book. I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell, she may have a black book of people that she had constant contact with, that Epstein had constant contact with. She may have had a black book with, hey, I call up, I don't know, John Smith. I'm just making that name up. I get in charge with John Q. Public, and he brings me a new load of slaves. Okay, I'm sure she has a listing for someone like that. And it may be in a telephone book, a Rolodex, something like that. Yeah, I believe that exists. But I don't think there's a client list, so to speak, or a pedo list that exists. I don't think there's a list of kinks of the various people that were very likely blackmailed at some point by Epstein. I don't think that exists. But I think that if you have all the information, as New York State had, the truckloads of data that we were told at the beginning of this year, back in February, that truckloads of data were being sent over to the FBI. Remember when Kash Patel got, when he was confirmed and he took over, and Pam Bondi, when she took over, and they said, oh, we want all the information. And the New York FBI, they sent in a truckload, actually a couple of truckloads of case files and data, all unorganized, so that would slow down anyone who would go through all the data to figure out what's going on, to make all the connections, to be able to compile a list of individuals who had not just loose associations with Epstein, but definitive ones that are concerning, that may be more pedo or map friendly, minor attracted persons, that kind of thing. I think that's, if you could go through the data, I think you can find that, but I don't think it was on a list in and of itself. And I think most people think there is, that compiled list exists. I don't know that it does. I don't think that, and I don't think it's ever been done because too many people, if there was a list, someone could copy that list. Someone could blackmail that list. Someone could leak that list. And having that one format, it's too dangerous. It's like a nuclear weapon, a briefcase bomb. It's too dangerous to just let it be out there. No, they would leave it in the uncompiled state. So the data is there. It's just no one has it all in one spot. I believe that. I truly do believe that. So when we hear people like Dan Bongino or Kash Patel and they say there is no list, I agree. There is no one list, but there is data. There's a difference. But they're playing political games. So they can take a polygraph and they can honestly look people in the eye and you can watch them speak and they'll say there's no list. Yes, there is no single list. but there is data. That's not the question they were asked, though. They answered the question specifically what they were asked. Is there a single list of these individuals? And they say, no, there is no single list compiled of all these people. No one ever said, is there data? Is there a compilation of data that has a group of people that might be considered MAPs, minor attracted persons, that might have some pedo type activities? Is there a database of that information? No one ever asked that. And the news media didn't ask that because they don't want the answer to that. Because I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes. Yes, there is. The same reason why we could easily get all the answers we want. Pull Ghislaine Maxwell, who's in jail for 20 years, pull her out of her jail cell, sit her down, and say, give us the answers. She could give us the answers. She can give us the data in person. She can verify everything. All they got to do is interrogate her. It's not like she's going anywhere. She's in prison. Promise her to cut off a year or two off of her prison sentence. Give us all the data that we need. She could do it. She won't. They won't even ask because they don't want to know. Which makes me think this is connected to spy agencies in some way, shape, or form. That to some degree, Epstein was an asset. His activities were forgiven, much like the activities of Hoover were forgiven because of what benefit they could get as in spy work, in terms of him being an asset, of finding out information and getting people, influencing votes and personalities in business. Not a popular thought, but I think it's the truth. And because of that, I don't think this list will ever see the daylight. Not everyone was aware of that necessarily beforehand. I don't think that Trump lied when he said he wants to release it. I don't think he understood the scope of it. Same thing for Bongino, same thing for Kash Patel, same thing for Pam Bondi. They didn't understand the scope of what they were dealing with, that it affected multiple, and again, I'm speculating here, but I believe it affected multiple agencies. So that's why they couldn't do that. And now they're stuck because now they've got to try and figure a way out of this story. How do they not reveal that, oh yeah, there's a bunch of spy stuff involved in this? And by the way, not just spy stuff, we're also talking about governments around the world, because we are led to believe that the members of the royal family were frequent attendees at Epstein's Island and partaking in some of the MAP, minor attracted persons, activities on that island. We are led to believe that. We are led to believe dignitaries of various countries have done that. Now, I know my good friend, Frank Johnson, on the Wednesday roundtable, he said, screw them. Doesn't matter. Let their countries burn. Let it all burn. And I understand that emotional response. I do not disagree with Frank on the emotional response. I'm not justifying anything. I'm not here to defend the Trump administration. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to let you come to an understanding. This is likely, not guaranteed, likely the reasoning based on my experience in politics and the nature of the way things are being discussed and what is being not discussed, where we're guiding the media or guiding the conversation away from certain things. That makes me tend to believe these are the things that are actually where we should be looking, what we should actually be thinking about. I could be wrong. And I understand the emotion, let it all burn. It doesn't work. Because if you let it all burn, all you have left is ashes. There's nothing to build. There's nothing to grow. There's nothing left. That doesn't help anyone. That's not a benefit. Every government has secrets. Every administration has secrets. Every person in the world has secrets. Not everything should be revealed at all times, always. It's an unpleasant way of thinking about that, but it is real. Some things are secret because they should be. Some things are unknown because they should be. Some realities are too dark and dirty and they shouldn't be revealed. Now, many people may disagree with me, and that's okay. I can understand people would disagree. But I think it's important to understand, because we have to understand that element. It is important. How many governments are we willing to burn for Epstein, who's dead? Yes, but we're not going after Epstein. We're going after all those criminals. And what are we willing to burn for that? How many people? How many countries? How many economies? How much of the world are we willing to destroy to punish those individuals? I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I'm not telling you that we can't. But it is a discussion that we honestly need to have as a nation without emotion. We can't just emotionally say, just burn it all down. No. I understand that's the initial emotion. I understand that's the feeling. The answer is we have to actually understand, how much are we willing to burn? What are we willing to give up? How much of the world are we willing to destroy? It's unfair. It's not nice. It makes people feel upset. Absolutely, on all of those things. Some criminals may be getting away with horrendous things. That's true. Still got to answer the question. How much of the world are you willing to burn? Will you topple England? Could happen. Are you willing to topple the entire English government? The island would no longer exist as its own country? France? Either or? Would you take France or England or both of them? How about the entire European Union? Take out all those countries. By the way, if you do that, do you understand the chaos that would be created as new governments would have to be created? The wars that would take place to replace those businesses, to replace those governments, to replace that power, the devastation that would happen. Is it worth it? It's an unfair, unjust question, but it's a reality. What are we willing to give up? What are we willing to trade? How much damage are we willing to do? And I think that was the question that was posed to the Trump administration, not just to Donald Trump, but to the entire administration. Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, he may not have been known. He may not have been high enough level, but Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, most of the administration, yeah, they were faced with this. What do you do? Now, I said on Wednesday, I think Trump is transactional. And I think he's very transactional. That's true. And I think that not releasing the information gave him power over certain countries, over some political leaders, whether they be Republicans, Democrats, independents, people that you don't know or do know, business leaders, various countries around the world, big and small. I don't know, but I believe he had leverage. And maybe that's part, who knows? It could be the reason why India and Pakistan didn't go to war. And they were ready to. And we know that Trump was instrumental in stopping them from going to war as they were escalating and ramping up the violence and ramping up the weapons. Trump was essential in stopping that conflict. Was it because of what he knew from Epstein? Did he use some of that data? Did he use that as a leverage? When Israel attacked Iran and started bombing the hell out of them, Yeah, Trump knew that that was potentially going to happen, knew maybe even that moment that it was going to happen. Fine. And America stepped in, used that as the excuse to take out the nuclear facilities. And then America said, stop. Was it because the Epstein files, the information, the data that he had available to him? Did he use that against Netanyahu? Did he use it against the Israeli government? Did he use it against the Ayatollah? Did he use it against the Ayatollahs, the mullahs of Iran? Did he use that information and say, you guys are going to stop or else? I know this information. I have this in the back. Let it go. You've both attacked each other. You've made your point. The nuclear facilities are gone. The generals are gone. The scientists are gone. It's over. Stop. End this. Is that why it stopped? Maybe. Do I know for sure? No idea for sure at all. I can't say that. But maybe. Because that would make sense. Trump is transactional. Is that what we got in exchange for not getting the list? Maybe. And I'm going to get to the comments in a moment. I know Dallas got a couple of comments. I'm going to get to the comments, and I'm looking for everyone's comments here. I know people are going to disagree with me. I know Frank disagreed with me. Frank was upset, and I understand why he's upset, and I'm not denouncing that. And again, I'm not saying what is right or what is wrong. That's not the point. Very often in politics, it's not about right and wrong. Laws aren't about what's right and what's wrong. Morality is not for a government to decide. That's individual. And I'm not trying to decide the morality of this. That's individual. I have my own personal feeling about what is right or wrong about how we deal with the Epstein file. That's not the conversation I'm having right now. It's not about what I feel is morally the right thing to do. I'm talking about politics, how we are going to deal with politics in America and around the rest of the world. They are different things. And they have to be. Otherwise, you have an emotional government that isn't capable of doing its job, that does so much damage because of emotion that there's nothing left to work with. That's the political point of this. Do I think Trump could have worded the Trump administration? It's not even Donald Trump. I think it's the administration. Did they go about this wrong? Absolutely. I think they stepped into this thinking they had a handle on how big it was and how inclusive it was. And then after they had already opened up their mouths, after they had already made the promises, then they found out how deep the hole goes. Then they found out how complicated and how sticky the swamp is. They were in this quicksand, and there was no way out. But it was already too late. They're already in it. They're already there. And they had to figure a way out. And they picked the worst way possible. Literally, the worst way possible. It's not that anyone is surprised. Honestly, people are upset right now. And they're not upset that, there's a cover-up on Epstein. There's been a cover-up on Epstein. That's not new. That's not a shock to anyone. We've all known that there was a cover-up involved here. So no one can go around and go, I can't believe it's a cover-up. It's always been a cover-up. Always. I don't believe that they're not telling us the truth. They've never told you the truth about it in the first place. None of it makes sense. None of it adds up. Again, Ghislaine Maxwell's in a prison cell right now. We can pull her out, do an interrogation right this second. We can get answers tomorrow if we really wanted to. We don't. None of this makes sense. And the government doesn't want it. You notice Democrats aren't flying off the handle about this. This isn't something that, as much as they hate Orange Man bad, they're not jumping on this bandwagon. International governments aren't talking about this. They hate Orange Man bad. They don't want to touch this. Macron absolutely despises Donald Trump and is trying to be best friends with Chairman Xi Jinping of China. And guess what? He's not touching this. There is a reason why the world and all the politicians on all the sides are running away from this. Something else is going on here. And people going, but now I'm upset now. You were upset before. You should have been upset before. You forgot that it's been around so long. You forgot how upset you were in the first place. Now you're blaming Trump. But he promised. He promises a lot of things. Every president promises a lot of things. Every politician promises a lot of things. Every government promises a lot of things. Your boss promises a lot of things. That doesn't mean anything. I'm trying to understand this clearly. Do I want minor attracted persons held accountable? Yes, every single time. Everyone who's violated the law and violated the child, I want them punished. And I am a massive law and order guy. You've followed this channel, you know I'm all about enforcing the law and punishing those who've broken the law. I love to do that. That's my thing. It's why I'm partially the reason why I'm a Republican. I'm not a libertarian. I do believe in enforcement. I do believe in punishment. I do believe in laws and rights. I do believe in that. I also understand you can't burn it all. Can't. Things can't happen overnight. That's not healthy. It will make you feel emotionally better for a minute. Emotionally, you'll feel great. And then comes the aftermath. And then you have to deal with the consequences. I don't think we're prepared for that as a nation. We need this conversation. As a nation, we have to say, we need to say to our, if as a nation we agree and say, you know what, burn it on down. Frank Johnson was correct with the Liberty First Foundation on July 9th when he said, burn it all down, burn the other governments, burn it all. Get these people, punish them, and burn everything to make sure we punish those people. Let's do it. And if the entire nation says that, if the majority of Americans put it out as a referendum, put it out as a petition and say, this is for America. Are we willing to burn down our nation, the rest of the world, the economy, other countries' economies? Are we willing to destroy all of that if necessary, to get these people, to punish them? Are we willing to do that? And if the answer is yes, let's go for it. If that's what the conversation leads to as a nation, then let's go for it. But that's not the conversation that's happening right now. And we know for a fact there's a lot of people who don't agree with that. Most of them are politicians, most of them involved in government to some degree or another. Not just the American government, but governments around the world. It's not a good position to be in. Again, I'm not justifying it. I think the worst thing that happened is Trump and the Trump administration screwed up. They leapt before they looked. And they didn't realize how far they would fall. They overpromised. And now they're underperforming. Because sometimes governments have secrets, as governments should have secrets. Not everything should be public. You know, there's a reason why Trump didn't go to Congress and tell Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and AOC and Hakeem Jeffries. There's a reason why he didn't tell them that he was just about to bomb Iran. There's a reason why he told them after the fact, not beforehand, because sometimes secrets are good. Sometimes secrets work. There's a reason why we didn't tell anyone in the world about D-Day, what day was going to happen, where we were going, why we gave out a ton of misinformation to everyone in the world. We misinformed the entire world on World War II. We misinformed the world about D-Day and several other events as well. We misinformed. Why? Because it was essential. Because the truth couldn't be known. It's not new. This isn't a surprise. It's unpleasant. It makes people angry to know that sometimes this is necessary. It's unpleasant, and it makes people angry to know someone is going to get away with a crime of this magnitude. But it's not the first time, and that doesn't justify it. That's not a reason, and it is a secret, and sometimes we need secrets. That doesn't justify it. That doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean it's good. It's just reality. And reality isn't pleasant. A lot of the time, it's just not pleasant. There are no good answers. There are no good solutions. All right, given that there's no good solution, given that there's no good outcome, and maybe this is tied to spycraft, maybe this is tied to economies and international politics and the relationships that the United States has with everyone else in the world because of this one guy who is too connected to everyone all at the same time, bigger than J. Edgar Hoover. Okay, maybe that's the case. All right. What do we do? What do we do now? Now, the media, the one thing they will talk about this is Trump's over. Trump's lost all of his support. Everyone's washing their hands of him. MAGA doesn't exist anymore. The America First movement has stopped. Now, all of those statements are lies. None of that's true. That is what the media wants. That is the goal that Democrats and progressives have, because that's been their goal and their objective since November 2024. They've been trying to get rid of MAGA and Republicans and Donald Trump. They don't care how they get rid of it. They just want to get rid of it. And they have been pushing out lie and story and exaggeration. And they've been throwing everything up against the fan to see what will stick all day, every day since November 20, day after the election in November. They've been going at it. They've been trying to find anything that will break the 50% of America, and depending on the issue, even more, that supported Donald Trump, that supported America First, that support making America great again. It's right. It's why they can't say it. They got to call it MAGA, because they don't want you to think it's about making America great. They don't want you to understand America greatness, because it means less power for them. It means less wiggle room for them. So they don't care. Right now, they're happy. Trump lied. Trump lied. Don't think about it. Don't think about why he lied. Don't ask why he lied. Don't ask why there's a discrepancy here, why this doesn't add up, why it doesn't make sense. Don't ask about that. Don't ask if there was a deal made or multiple deals made and what America got for those deals. Don't even consider that that's an option. Instead, be angry at Orange Man bad, vote Democrat. That's it. There's your only answer. Vote Democrat. Because it's not like Democrats would ever lie to you. Joe Biden's sharp as a tack. No, he's not a part-time zombie president. You want to support him. Yeah, Democrats would never lie to you about a laptop, about Hunter Biden behind a school, dropping off an illegal firearm around school kids. Yeah, that didn't happen. No, the Biden family hasn't been accepting tens of millions of dollars for years, decades even, accepting this money because they're peddling influence. No, there's no evidence. That would never happen. Just vote Democrat. Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Does the point make sense? Again, I'm not asking anyone to say, I agree, it's wonderful. I'm not saying that this is right. That's not what I'm talking about. Again, those are morality questions. I'm not talking about morality at all. I'm not saying that this is the moral thing to do. I'm not saying that this is the best thing. I'm not saying that. I'm trying to understand. I can't even begin to say what is the morally right thing to do until I can understand what the hell is happening. What are the consequences? What is it? What's involved in all of this? I can't weigh a good or bad decision if I don't know what happens in a good or bad decision. If I don't know what the consequences are that I have to choose between, if I don't understand the scope of the problem, I can't decide what's the moral question, or rather the moral decision to make. I can't. Maybe I'm just not emotional enough. Possibly. Maybe it's not, this issue isn't as lightning for me as it is for many others. Like I said, my friend Frank Johnson, dear friend, I have no problem with him. He was screaming at me on Wednesday. He was screaming at the world. And I appreciate and understand why. And I have no problem with anything that he said. I'm not upset with him at all. He's looking at the moral issue from his point of view. I'm not. I can't. And no politician, no government can. They can't look at it that way. It's an unpleasant reality of life. That's why laws aren't moral. They have moral applications, but laws aren't moral. Politics isn't about morality. It can't be. Governments aren't about morality. They can't be. Can't be. There's a reason why The Prince by Machiavelli and the treatises by Machiavelli. By the way, I recommend people read the treatises as well as Machiavelli's The Prince. Read them both. They're very informative. They're very insightful to really understand what the book means, what he's imparting to the rulers, and why he's the father of political, God, I forget the name of the term now. But it's why Machiavelli is seen as so integral in politics. And I'd also say read The Art of War, which is also very much about this, especially the section on deadly ground. Because this is kind of deadly ground. Deadly ground for the Trump administration. They wandered into deadly ground, a situation, it's a no-win zone. They have no choices. They have failed to look at the landscape and understand they have no footing. There's no good position to be in this. Destroy countries, destroy economies, destroy our own country, our own politicians, or don't, and piss off millions, literally tens of millions of people. It's a no-win scenario because that will cost political advantage. That will cost, it has political capital that is at risk as well, which leads to getting better laws, getting more enforcement, changes in world economies. You can't do any of that without the political capital, which is being burned at this moment by the Trump administration, which makes me think something bigger was at risk. Don't have proof of it, but if he's willing to burn this much, burn these bridges, burn this much political capital, what was at risk was even more. So I think that makes sense. Because I don't believe the answer, there's nothing there. We all know there's something there. We have all been led both by the evidence, the preponderance of evidence, and the preponderance of conversations over years. We've been led to understand something's there. But for Trump to burn this much, the Trump administration to burn this much capital, means there's something more that could have been burned instead. This was the lesser of evils. That's what I'm led to believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't know. Will this break MAGA? No. Will this break America first? No. Will this end the Trump popularity and the Trump administration's ability to get things done? No. Will it make it harder? Yes. Trump is in the middle of taking a hit. Things are going to be harder for his campaign. It's going to, not his campaign, his administration. It's going to be harder to pass deals. It's going to be harder to deal with American domestic issues. Absolutely. But it won't be the death knell of it. That's not happening. Trump hasn't become a lame duck president. Not yet. Not yet. Maybe after the 2026 elections. And will this affect the 2026 elections? Probably. In some races, yes. For certain candidates, sure. Does it mean that it's all over? No. No, not at all. It's just going to be more difficult going forward. And there's a lot of people like Frank, don't trust the government. You shouldn't in the first place. Never should have. I never have trusted the government. I respect government. I respect laws and the process and absolutely trust and believe in the Constitution. Absolutely. Politicians are people. Governments are people. I have no trust in them. I can earn trust in them, and it's limited, and it's always a reminder, but they're people. They will fail. They will make the wrong decision. So people go, oh, but I lost my... We haven't had faith as an American people. We haven't had faith in our government in a long time. We really broke with our faith, unbridled, absolute faith in our government. Richard Nixon, Watergate. It was a watershed moment. The veil was removed. We saw government for what it is, the people behind government for what they are. We knew the great Oz wasn't great and wasn't Oz. We found that out under the Nixon administration. And generations today never got the benefit of knowing that there was a time when we did have such absolute belief and faith and trust. They've never been alive for that. They've never seen it. All they've seen is the result, the consequences that have been happening for decades now, as we see more things that just say, no, the veil can never be put back in place. Things like, George Bush saying, read my lips, no new taxes, and hello, new taxes. How about things like, President Clinton, Bill Clinton, going, what's the definition of is? What is the definition of is? Are you kidding me? Seriously, just say, I don't want to piss off my wife. I had sex with another woman, but he lied to the American people, covered it up, or tried to anyway. We got the Patriot Act. Oh, it's not going to spy on American citizens. It spies on American citizens. We have a secret court that exists in our country that none of the founders would ever have allowed to happen. We don't trust our government in part because they're spying on us and they have a secret court. Obama, I'm going to transform America. Into what? Oh, I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to transform America. To what? How can I trust you when I don't know what you're doing? You're going to use all the money and power of the United States government and all the power of the people and say, just trust me, bro. It'll be great. Hello, Antifa. Did we forget that? Did we forget that Barack Obama wrote a memo and authorized and allowed the United States government to drop bombs on American citizens in foreign countries without a trial, without a conviction, without a crime? Yes, Obama did that. Not Bush, not Trump, not Reagan. That was Obama. I didn't forget. A lot of Democrats forget. Oh, yeah, we don't talk about what happened in Yemen under the Obama administration. I do. So, did we lose faith with our leadership? A long time ago. And maybe people were looking at Trump saying, well, now I can have faith again. No, that world, you don't get it back. It doesn't come back. The veil's removed. Our country, our government is just as corrupt as every other government and every other country in the world in the history of mankind. We always thought we were better. We are better, or we're more free. We are more free. We're still just as corrupt and just as fallible as every other government on the face of the earth because human beings run them and human beings are inherently fallible. It hurts to get a gut punch. It hurts. But sometimes it's necessary. Does that mean that Trump doesn't get to finish making America great? No, it doesn't mean we don't finish. But Mike, America can't be the greatest if we don't resolve this. We were never going to be the greatest. We can be great. And why should we not try to do that? But we'll never be the greatest. Okay, we're human beings. But Mike, but it's just not fair. It's not. And that's called life. That's called politics. That's called government. It's called everything. That's the universe. It sucks. Doesn't make me happy to say that. It really doesn't make me happy to say this. But it's an honest, real conversation with you. Again, we have an answer for this, though. If you truly, you watching this right now, your friends, people on the left, the right, the center, libertarians, you name it, if you think we should burn down America over this, then let's do it. Get your voices out there. Everyone, rally up. Let's get the politicians behind it. Send them the letters. Put out the petitions. Go on every social media. Rally everyone together. Make sure the polling is out there. And it says that, some 90 million, 100 million, 200, 300 million Americans agree. Burn it all down. Find those people and punish them. Let's do it. Let's do it. Burn it all down. Consensus. America is a constitutional republic. If the people say burn it all down, let's burn it all down. But understand, you'll never rebuild. You burn it all down, nothing's left. The resources, gone. The foundation, gone. You lose everything. People always forget that. You burn it down, there's nothing left. You burned it down. It's gone. You may not like what you have, but you have it. Or you can have nothing. That, I think, ultimately was the choice in reference to the Epstein files as of this moment, based on the information we have right now. I would not want to be the guy who has to make that choice. Trump had to age years trying to figure this one out. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel aged years when they realized this is the choice they had in front of them. And I don't know if they made the right decision. Again, I'm not looking at this morally. I'm not making a definitive answer on this. I don't know that they made the right decision. I don't know. But it ain't pleasant. Okay, let me go to the comments. Let me see what people think. Let me see what you guys are saying over there. No one sent in a super chat, so okay. So let's just go to the regular comments. And I know this isn't all of them, but Dow said, it's a valid point, however. There is nothing worth growing if a percentage of the population is utilized as currency to facilitate the good working order of society. This is in reference to illegal immigration, how Democrats are looking at illegal immigrants as a slave class, how they're using them as a slave class, how they are, and therefore the 14th Amendment is part of that abuse system. So that's what Dow's talking about there. Okay, good point, Dow. Let's see. We also got a comment from Dow that says, a phoenix cannot be reborn without ashes to rise from. That being said, we have to figure out if the people are willing to absorb the chaotic outcome. Well, that goes kind of to what I was just saying. Are we willing to burn it down? Because it destroys everything. Are we willing to do that? I'm not saying we shouldn't. I'm not saying we can't. I'm asking, are we willing to deal with the consequences of that? Because it's not the emotion. You may emotionally say, yes, absolutely. Let's do it. Okay, stop for a second. Take the emotion out. Breathe for a second. Are we willing to deal with the consequence? Because we're burning it all. We're burning it all. Are we willing to do that? Because that's the answer we seem to have right now. It's taking down governments. It's taking down economies. It's taking it all out. Are we willing to deal with the consequence of that? If we are, let's go for it. I got no problem. If the majority of America says that's what we need to do, then let's do it. I just want to make sure we know that's what we want to do. Dow says, many assume that the world would devolve into chaos. It is also possible that it may have a huge uniting effect in resolve to create a real legacy. It's whatever the people are willing to absorb as the risk. Again, that's why we need to have this conversation. A non-emotional conversation. Not one that just says burn it down, just burn. Stop. Have the conversation. Is it worth it? Are we willing to deal with the consequences? And if the answer is yes, again, I'm perfectly happy with it. Because I do not support the maps. I do not support minor attracted persons and pedos that are abusing children. I think it's absolutely corrupting to our government that the island existed in the first place, that the services were being provided in the first place, even if it was being used by various, including U.S. spy agencies, to try and prevent World War III. I still do not support that island or its use or its existence or the protection given to Epstein because of it. I do not support that. And that's somewhat emotional. Are we willing? I don't know. Now, Joanne thinks that Frank got it exactly right. And I know a lot of people do. And I'm not arguing against that. I'm not telling anyone they can't have that emotion. I have no problem with it. I'm just trying to make sure we understand exactly what we're dealing with. But also, Joanna also sees there's some truth in what I'm talking about and some of the things that I've been going over here. And it is a weird balance between the two. She goes on to say, Reagan tried to tell us, trust but verify. Trust but verify. Yeah. And when we're talking about governments, we need a lot of verification. A lot of verification. Cross verification all over the place. But to answer my most recent question, I think Joanna said, give me liberty or give me death. But I don't know if that answers the question, is it worth burning it all down? I'm not sure. I don't think you're wrong. I understand emotionally, I'm right there with you. I'm there. Emotionally, I'm with Frank. Yeah, I don't look all emotional. I'm like, yeah, I don't scream, I don't shout, I don't jump around. That's very rare in terms of doing a live stream. you're not really going to see that from me. Yeah, I have no problem with what Frank said. I am a mirror of Frank emotionally in what he was saying on Wednesday. I get that. But that's not why you're here. Not from my emotions. I mean, that's what Democrats do. That's what the progressives do. That's how they manipulate. That's what a lot of politicians on the left and right use the emotions to manipulate us. They get us up into this fever pitch, this fear mongering or this anger, and we're in this fever pitch and we're willing to do almost anything. And then they say, go out and riot. Go burn down that building. Go attack that person. Get a gun. Go shoot somebody. And people do. We're seeing it in California right now. We've seen it during the BLM riots and the Antifa riots all across this country. I don't want emotion without purpose or without cause, without reason. I don't know. Again, people may disagree with me. You may have a different way of looking at it, and that's fine. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have different points of view about it. It's just difficult. It's not as cut and dry as a lot of people would like it to seem. Now, this may be a weird time to say it, but please like, share, and subscribe. Please. It is critical. The entire conversation I've just had with you is something that you will not get from the mainstream news media. No one on ABC, CBS, NBC, in the New York Times, the Atlantic. You're not going to hear this from Huffington Post, CNBC, CNN. They're not going to have this conversation with you. They won't. They will tell you, don't Trump is bad. We told you Trump is bad. MAGA is evil. See, we told you. Now vote Democrat. That they will tell you. That they are saying right now. They won't deal with any of the actual issue. They don't have an answer for the actual issues. And they definitely aren't saying, well, we're going to release the list. They've already had the chance. They've had years to release the list. They absolutely refused. So it's not like they're going to change their mind and say, oh, we're going to release the list now. No, you're not. We know you're not. Don't lie to us. I don't know. But this is why my channel is suppressed. Everything I said, YouTube hates. Google hates. They didn't want you to have this conversation. They didn't want you to think about these issues. They did not want you to have this conversation. There are many Republicans that are mad at me again because I did this, and that doesn't make Trump look great right now. That's life. But we need to have these conversations. I think we need that so we make the best decision for America. Whatever that decision is, we need to have the conversations to make those decisions. And we can only do that if we're able to have a conversation. And I can't do that without you. Like I said, I want to get to 5,000 subscribers this year. I'm not asking for the world, but it makes a difference. YouTube's terrified of that. We've been doing this for 20 years. They are terrified that I get an audience, that I'm easily searchable, that people can actually listen to this conversation and actually do listen to it every week. They are terrified. And they suppress the hell out of this channel. No matter how many congressmen I have on here, no matter how many vice presidential candidates I have on here, no matter how many local politicians I interview, even New York politicians, they don't care. They don't want you to hear this. They suppress the hell out of it. So please like, share, subscribe, because it makes a difference. It really does. Okay. Let me move on. Oh, wow. I was talking about the Epstein thing for a long time, wasn't I? I did not realize that. Okay. I did want to finish up real quick with some news. I didn't get to this. So let me deal with where is it? Alligator. Bear with me, guys. About a week ago, last week I think it was, we were talking about the alligator Alcatraz, which I support very much so, and I would like to see some type of version of alligator Alcatraz in every state across this country. I think we should have several of them. Not necessarily the same idea, not necessarily alligators, not necessarily in a swamp in every single state, but something like this, a very isolated, very structured, very difficult to escape from location across the country should exist so that we can take the illegal aliens, individuals we know who broke the law to come into America, that have abused the system, taken advantage of the American people and your money and our generosity. Those people should be put into these containment centers. They're not concentration camps, please. The exaggerations are huge. But to put them into these locations, the detention centers, until they can be sent either back to their home country, and if their home country doesn't want them, which should tell you about the caliber of person that they sent to America in the first place, if they don't want them back, then send them to wherever will take them, because they're not our problem. And this very likely, and if there were an alligator Alcatraz in every single state, there wouldn't be any more alligator Alcatrazes in the United States. The deterrence that their existence would be the deterrence for illegal immigration. Again, that doesn't mean that there would be there would always be and always will be illegal aliens. Every country in the world has had illegal aliens. There is no way to stop that. It's not possible. And in fact, it's not even healthy for most countries. You want some amount of illegal immigration. Yes. What was it in that movie, Last Man Standing, with Bruce Willis, which is essentially a remake. But again, the Texas State Trooper says, there is always crime. There's always some amount of corruption here, but there should be a control on that. And that's the key. Got to control the corruption. Got to control that. Are there going to be illegal aliens in America? There will always be illegal aliens in every country in the world to some amount. If we only had 15 million illegal aliens, no one would be talking about illegal aliens anymore. We have a country of 350 million people. If there were only 15 million illegal aliens, no one would be talking about it. But we have 50 million illegal aliens, and that's a problem. We have so many illegal aliens that Boston, Chicago, New York, Detroit, LA, Seattle, and Boulder are all collapsing. Oh, I left out Austin, are all collapsing at the same time because we have that many illegal aliens, and we have given them that many rewards for breaking our laws. You can't do that. That's why we have a problem. That's why we need alligator Alcatraz. But we know members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, finally actually went to it. Now, for all this time, for 2 weeks now, 3 weeks now, we've been hearing from Democrats over and over again how evil the Alcatraz is, how terrible this is, that this is a concentration camp, it's evil, it's like 1930s Germany. They've never actually set foot on the place. They've never actually been there. They have no idea what it has, how many people, they don't know how it looks, how many cages, how many beds. They know nothing about it, and yet they demonized it out of hand. Just the concept was enough for them to say, this is evil. Well, they didn't know what they were talking about. Because now, for the first time, as reported yesterday, they finally actually went there. This is the first time that Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who's in the woman in the picture right there, no, not the one in the background, not the fat one, but the skinny woman, the skinny blonde, that's Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Used to be a big wig in the Democratic National Committee under the Obama administration. Now, not so much. This is the first time she's actually been here. This is the first time she's seen the location. A location she's already demonized. She's already called it a concentration camp. She's never actually seen it. Never set foot in there. Never been in there. She has no idea. But now she's there. And of course, as we find out throughout the article, Democrats, they confirm. It's as much of a concentration camp as we already thought it was. It's absolutely a concentration camp. There's beds for all of the illegal aliens. They all have beds. There's air conditioning. It's got a tent. There are cages. There's bars because they're being detained because they're criminals. Oh my God, how can they put them in cages? Because it's not like the Biden administration did exactly the same thing and to children. The Obama administration did the exact same thing, putting illegal aliens in cages. They did that and to children. But it's Trump doing it, so that's evil. They have air conditioning. It's rated for a Category 2 hurricane. Oh my God, that's exactly like a concentration camp, don't you know? How could you confuse it for anything other than? And of course, there's 32 detainees in each and every cell. How big is a cell? This is Debbie Wasserman Schultz right here. They're packaged into cages, wall to wall with humans, 32 detainees per cage. Is it really wall to wall? Or are you exaggerating? 32 depends on how big. Notice she doesn't mention how big the cage is. Are we talking about 10 by 10? Or are we talking about something that's 30 by 30? Big difference. Not the same thing. They're not tiny. But anyway, and there are bunk beds. We know that. So it's not like they're all just standing next to each other, wall to wall in a little cage. They have bunk beds. They do have some space. We do know that from the images that we have seen so far. So it's not exactly wall to wall. We know that for a fact. She's exaggerating. But anyway, I think there was I believe it's at the bottom of this. And I think this is a really good, one of the Republicans asked why Republicans had such vastly different impressions, because the Democrats were like, it's a prison. We're detaining criminals. What do you want? We're not trying to make them feel like they live in a penthouse. We're not trying to put them in a 4-star hotel. They're criminals. They're being deported. This is a temporary stop. What's the problem? They got everything they need and then some. So that's the Republican point of view, as opposed to Debbie Wasserman Schultz saying it's a concentration camp. And Driscoll said, why did Republicans look at this the way they did? And he said, quote, if you only see what was shown and don't have a problem already with rounding up immigrants, even if some of them have not committed additional crimes, because every illegal alien is a criminal, so additional crimes, then you'd be okay with what you saw. And that's it. If you believe in enforcing the law, then you don't have a problem with illegal aliens, criminals, being detained in a detention center on their way of being deported out of our country because they're criminals. This isn't meant to be a spa. It's not a vacation home. They're not supposed to be living in the lap of luxury. The American government shouldn't be spending money for that. This is meant for them to be punished. What's the problem? Democrats are screaming. Think about it. They're not screaming about why aren't you building housing for the homeless? They're not screaming about that. They're not running around the country going, we've got to go and build some houses, small homes or whatever for the homeless in America. We've got to get mental health. They're not screaming about it. They had 4 years under the Biden administration. They had a super majority for an entire year and a quarter under the Obama administration in 2009. They could have passed anything. They could have already authorized housing for the homeless. They didn't. They could have authorized health care for the mentally ill. They didn't. They could have guaranteed and codified into law that every child in America would have a breakfast and a lunch in every public school in America with no money paid. The government would pay for it all. They could have done that. They didn't. So I don't get it. But I wanted to cover that. So, yeah, when you hear that the alligator Alcatraz is, it's a concentration camp, ask the question, who said that? Did Democrats say that? And what was their solution? Oh, open borders. Is that really better? Isn't that a reward? So the Democrats want to reward criminality, as Republicans are saying there's a punishment. I think it's that simple, but maybe I'm missing something here. And I wanted one final thing, and then I'm gonna go because we went way over time because of the Epstein thing, but that's all right. And then I'll get to the final comments and I'll check out the final poll. But this is from ABC News on X. And Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson says she believes that the recent rulings by the Supreme Court, the conservatives' majority, is an existential threat to the rule of law. She's a Supreme Court justice. And without citing law, without citing precedent, without citing the legal system, she personally feels that if you're a conservative, you're a threat. You are a critical, essential threat to America. If you have a conservative view of the law, that you are a threat to the existence of America. So if you believe that Americans should have a right to firearms, that it should be shall not be infringed, that the government does not have a right to stop you from owning an M16 or a tank or a flamethrower or a machine gun, which, by the way, hundreds of thousands of Americans already own, and they don't want you to have that if you think it's okay for 743,000 Americans to own machine guns, as they already do, then according to Ketanji Brown Jackson, you are an existential threat to America. Does that make sense? That's insane. That is activism. And she doesn't make any sense. Even Justice Sotomayor, who is another leftist, far left member of the Supreme Court, worked with the Obama administration, and was just as left-wing, and she was an activist then. But when she became a Supreme Court justice, she stopped being an activist. She's still a leftist. Justice Sotomayor is just as much an activist, as much as a leftist as she has always been under the Obama administration, before that, since that. She's always been a leftist, but she's a Supreme Court justice. And so she looks at the law and legal precedents. And yes, from a leftist point of view, a lens that is very much leaning towards socialism, but she's being a Supreme Court justice, not an activist. And even Sotomayor does not agree with Ketanji Brown Jackson, because Ketanji Brown Jackson is an activist. She's not a Supreme Court justice. She was a DEI hire. She is destroying our Supreme Court. She's making it worse. And I am terrified that we are going to see more activists like Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now that she is there and she's proof of concept that an activist can be turned into a Supreme Court justice, that someone who is unqualified and inexperienced can become a Supreme Court justice for life, that we're going to see more of them. You notice you don't hear about anyone on the left. They stopped talking about they want to pack the court. They're not saying that anymore. Why aren't they? They're not talking about they need to add another 3 Supreme Court justices to the Supreme Court. They're not talking about that anymore. Why not? They got an activist. That's why. That's what they thought was worth it. They got an activist and they said, okay, good enough. We needed an activist. We needed someone on the far left, deep socialist, who's just going to be there to be an activist judge. And they got it. And so they said, screw it. It doesn't matter. Everything else, let it go. It's sad. It is incredibly, terribly sad. Okay, final thing that I wanted to talk about. Final thing. Here we go. And because I'm a little tired, we've been together, 5 hours, 45 minutes. I love it. You guys are great. Thank you for being here with me. That's going to be this. It is going to be, ever since Proposition 1 under the disgraced former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, he came up with this idea. We're going to create casinos in New York State. We'll put a bunch of casinos across New York State. They'll make a bunch of money. Everyone will get rich. We'll pay for education. Everyone will be happy. You'll be able to gamble. The state will make some money. Kids will get an education. Win-win for everyone. That was the argument for Proposition 1, to allow New York State to have government, have casinos across the state, to try and duplicate what we see in Atlantic City in New Jersey or Las Vegas in Utah. In Nevada. And what they didn't mention to everyone is it won't work, because every state is doing what New Jersey did. Pennsylvania has a bunch of casinos, and New Jersey has a bunch of casinos. Ohio, there isn't a state that doesn't have an Indian reservation or a state authorized casino. Mississippi has them on the river, in the riverboats. There are casinos all across the country, which is bad for Las Vegas. They lost a lot of their business. People were coming because there only used to be 2 locations you could gamble. I know young people now have never lived in a time when there were only 2 places in all of America that you could legally go and gamble. It was Atlantic City and Las Vegas. And that was it. You couldn't go anywhere else. If you wanted to gamble, you want to play blackjack, roulette, you want to go and play craps, you want to have the slot machines, you could only go to 2 places, Atlantic City or into Las Vegas. That's it. And Las Vegas and Atlantic City made a ton of money, stupid amounts of money, and had great entertainers coming, because that was it. It was exclusive. It was rare. Then every state started saying, recently, in the last 15 years, all of a sudden the state said, wait a minute, if they're making so much money, maybe we can make money too. The Indian states, Native American Indians, they're able to have casinos on their land because it's their land. They're like mini countries. So they opened up casinos, which would be like Foxwoods in Connecticut, and that made a bunch of money. And so a bunch of the Indian nations with their Indian land, which most of it is worthless land, said, we'll open up casinos too. And so they started bringing in money. And the state said, wait a minute. We can't make money off of the Indian reservations. That's their own land. We can't tax them. We can't do this. We can't let this. All this money everyone's making money except the state. So all the states decided we're going to pass a law, and now we can open up casinos too. So that means Las Vegas is losing a lot of its luster and a lot of its appeal. Atlantic City lost massive amounts of their luster and appeal because their thing was, we're the only ones on the East Coast. Your choice is East Coast, you go to Atlantic City. West Coast, you got to go to Las Vegas. That's it. Now everyone can go. I don't have to go anywhere. I can go 1 hour. I can drive within my state 1 hour and I'm at a casino. So why would I go to Atlantic City? Why would I go to Las Vegas? Why travel, spend hundreds of dollars to travel, hundreds of dollars on a hotel room to gamble when I can just drive an hour and I'm at a casino? So the idea was interesting. The problem is every state forgot to look at the data. Because when you do have a casino, you also get crime, a lot of crime. You get a lot of fraud, a lot of violent crime, stick-ups and such, pickpocketing and so much, scams, taking people's money. You get a lot of that, a lot of crime. And the other thing you get a lot of, poverty, abject, absolute poverty. I don't know if if you've ever gone to Atlantic City. A lot of people haven't. I actually lived in Atlantic City for a short time. I was there for about a year or two. I was working as a security guard in Atlantic City itself. And I can tell you, if you went literally, you crossed the street from the casinos, you cross the street down the block, and then you hit abject poverty. Atlantic City is impoverished. Dirt poor. It's not even at the state average of income. It's below that. It's a dirt poor city. Brigantine is slightly more money. It's a bit better off, but Atlantic City itself is dirt poor. As soon as you leave the casinos, you can see them and you'll say, "Ooh, yeah, it looks really pretty, really nice lights, very clean." The rest of the city, not so much. Crime-ridden, drugs, gangs, run down, poor. That's the rest of the city. No one thought about that. You go to you go to Las Vegas, and mind you, Vegas is a bit different. It's unique, the way it's spread out, the way it's been developed. But Vegas has a lot of crime. They have a lot of gangs. They have a lot of drugs. Why? Gambling, casinos. Happens everywhere that it is. And in every single state and everywhere they've done this, where they put in a casino, then you have seen a consequential increase in crime and an increase in poverty. Now, some people have said to me, "Mike, but why the poverty? I don't get the poverty thing. Why are people going broke?" Because how do casinos make money? And I explained this when there was Proposition 1, when it first came up as a vote for New York State. And no one was talking about this. No one thought about this. And I was advocating, I was telling people this everywhere I could. And I have videos on it. How do casinos make money? You lose money. That's it. It's a one-way street. You have money, let's say $1,000. You go to the casino, and for the casino to continue to exist, to employ people, to be there at all, then you have to lose $1,000. You have to lose your money. Matter of fact, not just lose your money, you have to go into debt, if at all possible, for the casino to make money to justify its existence. So you leave the casino, and now you have nothing. You're abject poor. Well, the people who are going to go to casino the most are the people who live closest to the casino, because they're going to go more often. Why? It's easy. It's close by. And it risk reward. I don't have to spend a lot of money to go here, and I can just gamble a little bit, and maybe I'll make some money. Probably will lose, but maybe I'll make some money. And you do this on a daily basis. Think about all the people who buy lotto tickets every single day. They're not winning on those lotto tickets every single day, but they're spending $1. But you know what? You go in a week, you spend $7, one ticket every day, and one of those tickets every 2 weeks gives back to you $2. So you spent $14, but you made $2, but you feel good because you made $2. And maybe one day you'll win. You can go years with not winning a single time in the lottery. And overwhelmingly, almost nobody wins the lottery, the big lottery. That's a one-time event in a lifetime. And almost nobody gets it. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people are all going for it, and only one person gets it. Think about that. The odds are absolutely against you. It is draining your money. It is taking your money away. And what do you get for it? Nothing. Well, not nothing. You get some entertainment. You get a couple hours of entertainment. If you're lucky, you get a couple of hours. If you're not lucky, you got a couple of minutes of entertainment, and now you're broke. That's why poverty always goes up. So you're trading the potential of growth in your community for crime and for poverty. It never works. And in New York State, like every other state that this has been tried in, it failed. Look at every single casino upstate New York, in Utica, in Tompkins County. I can tell you personally, I've seen them. They're going bankrupt. The community around them got more poor and they got more criminal because they never worked. And now Eric Adams, Kathy Hochul are going to do it again in New York City. And in New York City, they're going to put a casino. That means more crime and it means more poverty. And some people say, but Mike, New York is rich. We've got all these fat cats in the rich. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's the same argument they have for every casino everywhere. The rich people will go and everyone else will be okay. No. Poor people will go all the time because they're hoping to become rich and they will become abject poor. They'll go from being poor to abject poor. And that makes them criminals because when you're abject poor, you want to eat, but you have nothing left. So you will steal to do it. The casinos never work. This is going to happen in New York City. New York City is looking for a home run because they drove away all of the conservatives. They've been driving away all of the Republicans. They have destroyed all the small businesses. So they're looking for something that will give them the money back that they have destroyed and thrown away. Casinos won't do it. That's not a quick fix. It will not be a solution. It will be just yet one more reason why New York City is going down the vortex. It's going to be sucked into a swamp. It is going to become worse. The great nation, that city that never sleeps, that was the envy of every city in the world and everyone wanted to be part of it, no longer exists and it will never come back. I say that as someone who's lived and my family have lived in New York City for 60 years. My family's been in the same location for well over 55 years in the exact same apartment in the Bronx. And I have watched, and my family has watched, as everything has fallen apart around us. In the Bronx, in the city, and in the state. Casinos will not fix that. And I say this as a warning to every other state. Stop. Stop trying to put in casinos. Stop punishing your people. The promise, it's like you're gambling by creating the casino. The gamble is creating the casino in the first place. It never works. But you feel like we might be heroes. We're going to create another Atlantic City or another Las Vegas. No, you're not, because those two already exist. You're just diluting what was Atlantic City, what was Las Vegas. You're never going to become that. It's going to fail. Stop doing this. And the poorer the state, the more desperate the state, the more badly managed the state. In other words, the more blue and more Democrat the state, the more that they're putting in casino after casino after casino, and they all fail. What is it with Democrats? They have a policy, it fails. then once it's failed, every other Democrat decides, hey, we've got to copy that policy. Every socialist runs on up going, I've got to do that too. It completely failed. Let's do it anyway. Zoran Mamdani. Oh, I'm going to create government-run grocery stores. Where do you get the idea? Kansas. Guess what? It failed. It was a 3-year program. It failed. Abject failure. Chicago looked at the program, studied it, said, should we do this in Chicago? And they said, no, we're not going to do it because it failed. Zoran's like, I love this, $60 million. Let's do it. It's failed everywhere. Doesn't work. But you know what? It's a Democrat idea. It's socialist. Let's do it. Let's throw in casinos too. Why not? It's stupid. It's stupid. Stop doing this, people. Stop doing this to yourselves. It never works. Unless you like more crime, unless you like more people living in abject poverty, don't do this. Just stop. By the way, anyone who disagrees with me, I'm happy to go. Anyone who disagrees with me and thinks it's a wonderful idea, please show me the city, show me the casino that is the wonderkin, show me the success. You can't point to what's happening in Las Vegas. They're going downhill. The more of these casinos that get built, the less attractive and less lucrative Las Vegas is. Same thing with Atlantic City. So you can't point to them anymore. Where are you going to point to? Show me one casino across this country that's not done exactly what I have said. Because as far as I've seen in the data I've seen, not one. Doesn't work. Anyway. Okay, finally going over some quick comments here. We're going to, by the way, going to end the poll on YouTube. And the final numbers on the YouTube only poll about what the biggest concern between now and the end of the year, next 6 months, the answer was number one, people are concerned about the economy, jobs, and inflation. That was at 30%, tied with crime and immigration. Those are the biggest concerns. The economy, inflation, crime, immigration. Those are the top issues affecting people and where they expect to be problems that America will face over the next 6 months. So thank you, everyone who took the poll. I appreciate that. How many people took the poll? Okay. So I appreciate each and every one of you who did do that. Okay, let me just take a quick run through. I do know that we got a comment here from Joel who said, Indian casinos in New York are in deep debt to the Chinese because it doesn't work. Yes, I know. I know all the casinos, they're all in debt because they already drained the income from the communities around them. And there's no reason, if I could go to a casino in Tompkins County, why would I go to the casino in Utica, in Oneida County? Why would I go there? I have one that's closer to me, so I'll go to the one that's closer. So when they run out of all of the people in Oneida County that have available cash, they're all in abject poverty. There's no one else because no one's going to go there unless you want to be in Oneida. You're not going there to gamble. You'll go to the casino that's closer to you. And they're having the same problem because no one from Oneida is going to come down to Tompkins County to go and use that casino. Why would I spend the money? Why would I have to get a hotel room, spend the gas? You just go to the casino where I'm at and save more money and use it to gamble more. It never works. So no, I'm not surprised. Yes, they're all losing money. Dal said earlier, authoritarians say every act of law enforcement is an existential threat every time they are not wielding enforcement of those laws that they helped to create in the first place. Yeah, Democrats created these laws. They're like, oh my God, how can you enforce that law? You voted on it. You wrote the law. It's your law. How are you pissed off about it? I don't understand. Rumble crashed earlier? It's up now. Okay, fine. But I didn't know that. Well, that means that maybe there's a lot of people who are trying to watch the program. I know I'm very popular. Actually, more popular. The show is more popular on Rumble than it is on YouTube or even on Twitter. And I have a pretty good audience on Twitter, more popular on Rumble. It's surprising. I get more people watching. Sometimes I have more people watching on Rumble than I have subscribers on Rumble. Sometimes 2 or 3 times as many. It's amazing. Okay. Current search on Rumble status says Rumble and X are currently under they're under DOS attacks. Okay, I didn't know that. China's pissed at us. What did we do to China this time? God only knows we do a lot to China. China does a lot to us. Maybe they're upset. Did Trump increase the tariffs on China again? Maybe that's why. Okay, so I think I've covered everything. And folks, I do appreciate so many of you that have been with us either for the entire show or those of you who've only been with us for a couple of minutes in between. I appreciate whether you've been here for 5 minutes or you've been here for the entire 6 hours. Oh, yeah. It's a full day when you're watching me. It's a full day on Sunday. I hope I'm giving you your money's worth. And that money is just clicking the subscribe button. That's all it costs you. Is you hit the subscribe button and you get 6 hours of talking about all the issues and your questions. I think that's a pretty good deal. Of course, you could always add to that and just make it for $1.50. I mean, if you break it down by hour, what is that? Something like 30 cents an hour? You can't get that on Netflix. No, you can't. The deal doesn't get any better. But realistically, all of this you get for free just by clicking that subscribe button, sharing it, and hitting the like button. That's all I really need. And I thank you for that. Folks, I appreciate each and every one of you that have been here with us. I look forward to seeing the comments. If it took you some time, I know sometimes people need to reflect and think about what was being said, and then they want to comment. Fantastic. I look forward to the comments. I always try to respond to as many comments as I can on the channel. So please, if you agree or disagree, feel free to leave a comment, and I'll be happy to answer that. Or ask a question. I'll be happy to answer it as much as I can. We'll be back later in the week. We'll continue to do shows. I'm a little bit tired. I got to get something to eat because I have not eaten all day. Something a lot of people don't realize. When I do the show, I don't eat all day. I only eat after I do the program. So I haven't had anything to eat all day. I am hungry now. So I'm going to go get something to eat. Maybe I'll walk my dog as well. I hope you guys get to have a great time. Enjoy yourselves. I appreciate you. And I will talk to you again very, very soon. Thank you, everyone.